kind of waiting. Good evening. It's great to see you all here this evening. I think we're going to get started, and I'm waiting for my phone to say 4:59 to 5. It went. Okay, so we can officially start. It's great to have you all here this evening. We have a big evening ahead, and thank you for joining us this evening. So we have a tradition here, and that tradition is that we open in a prayer with a local pastor. And before we open, I'm going to just make a quick comment this evening. Tomorrow is the anniversary of the State of Israel and the attack that took place on October 7th, 2023. And I recently heard that that was the single most deaths in a day since the Holocaust, which is totally amazing. We also recently had the Charlie Kirk incident and his murder. And that was another, I'm going to say, life-changing event in our country. It was kind of a wake-up call. And then we had the LDS Chapel in Michigan that, with 4 died in that attack. But I tell you, I think about the kids that were in that church when it was set ablaze, and the families, and the horror and the emotional impact that happened that day. And then we had the Yom Kippur attack in England with, again, the loss of life. And we're in such a season in history that because of social media, we know what's happening, but it's very unfortunate, it's tragic, and it breaks my heart. And so as we pray, I would just like to encourage us all to be thinking about those, because they're different denominations, different faiths a little bit, but you know what? It's all important. And so I would like us just to be mindful of that as we pray. But I thank you to Matt Ritchie with Grace Bible Church for coming tonight and praying and opening us in prayer and the pledge. So let's stand, and Matt, you have the floor.
Let's pray together. Our Father in heaven, we look at those words on the wall that say, "In God we trust," and we're grateful for those words. And we place our trust in you tonight. Lord, you are our ultimate authority. You are over every person in this room. There's a lot of important people here, and we thank you for each one of them that have influence in our city and in our community. But Lord, it's a comfort to know that there is authority higher than ours, that we can put our faith and our trust in tonight. Lord, I ask that you would bless this meeting, and I pray that you would preside over the business and all the decisions that are made here. May they be done and made in line with your will and your purpose. And God, these decisions go outside of this room, and they touch families and hearts and children. And as the mayor has mentioned, we see a lot of brokenness in our world. We see a lot of things happening on a global stage, a national stage, and even in our backyards. And Lord, again, I return to that confidence that we have in you, that we can put our trust and faith in a God who loves us and is walking closely beside us. So Lord, may our hearts have the desire to do our part, to do something in our world, to play our role, to bring change, peace where there is brokenness, love where there is hate, light where there is darkness. And I pray that it would start with us. Again, I thank you for those in this room that are gathered here tonight. And again, I give this meeting to you. In your name, I pray. In the name of Jesus Christ, I pray. Amen. Let's say the pledge together. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Matt, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let's go ahead and start with roll call.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Pingula. Here. Bills.
Here.
Reynolds.
Here.
Haverfield. Griffin.
Here.
5 present, 1 absent.
Thank you. I am unaware of any proposed amendments to the agenda. Council, are you aware of any? Okay, I would stand for a motion to adopt the agenda as stated.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. And then I would stand for a motion to adopt to approve the consent agenda as provided.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, so that was a long consent agenda as I'm flipping pages here.
Page 6.
Yes. Okay, the next item we have on our agenda are staff communications, and we're going to start with Rodney Ashby and his team. I tell you what, I am so proud of the team. They have been given an award from the American Planning Association, and I would like for Rodney to come forward and share what that award was, and then we'll take a photo. I think he's trying to bring up a slide. There we go.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for this opportunity. I don't necessarily like to get praise, but I love that my team has done some great work, and so I want to highlight that. This is 2 awards from the American Planning Association of Idaho. That's the Idaho chapter of a national organization, and we have ethics and rules that we have to follow, and then a lot of training that we do to get to become professional planners and follow the principles that are outlined in the National Association. So it was such an honor to receive these 2 awards from the American Planning Association. And the first one is the GEM Award for Best in Show, and it was to recognize the plan's forward-thinking vision for a walkable people first in the downtown Nampa. And I wanted to just give a little bit of history here. This is a downtown plan, so we started out with Blueprint Nampa blueprint for our downtown years and years ago. It was, I think it was like 25 years ago or something. And then we added some detailed design guidelines. We changed some codes based on those. Then we had a North Nampa plan that was developed that connected into the downtown. And then we had the Nampa Downtown Historic District Streetscape Standards. That outlined the streetscape, the appearance of the sidewalks and the benches and trees in the downtown. And then we added the Downtown Outdoor Dining Standards and the Downtown Wayfinding Study, and then the first and front pedestrian concept designs, and then the Downtown Parking Implementation and Action Plan, and then we had the Nampa Wall Street Alley Extension Concept. And you can get a sense here, if you're a downtown business and you're coming to your downtown and you want to know, where do I go for information about how to develop or to improve my property in the downtown? Well, in the past, I would say, look at all of these studies and plans, and you have to comb through them to get to it. But now I can say, once it's adopted, it's coming before you soon, you can go to the Downtown Nampa implementation plan. And what we've done is we've taken all those plans and we've basically created one plan to highlight the vision for downtown and strategies to achieve that vision. We've taken over 200 previous strategies and goals and prioritized them into 40 strategies. We have a schedule now of prioritized tasks with responsible parties assigned. And we have authority and process guides for downtown development or property improvements. And you can find that all in the downtown implementation plan. I think this is just a kickstart of a lot of projects that can be done in the future to revitalize and make our downtown a vibrant place to live and work and recreate and eat. So that was the first one. The second one was the American Planning Association of Idaho Chapter's Public Engagement Award. And you've heard this one before. We did receive an award from the AIC, Association of Idaho Cities, but this is also the same plan. It was to recognize us for strong community involvement and vision. And this is pretty simple. You've seen this before. It's on our website. It's in a magazine. and on YouTube, on Facebook, where else? Yeah, next door, the mayor's newsletter, it's all over the place. So it was such a pleasure to present this to the public because it's been a passion of ours in planning to help the people of Nampa understand planning better and how they can get involved in our community and make a difference. And so this is a guide to help them to do that. And the association of the American Planning Association recognized us for that effort. And I just want to say it was fun to hear all these planners come up to me at the meeting and say, hey, we're going to use your magazine, or we're already using your online videos to help our public understand planning better. And that's the goal here. It's not to bring attention to Nampa, it's just to help people understand planning better. And so we were awarded that award at the conference this last week, and just really appreciated. A couple of people I need to call out is, our staff is Amy Bowman and Brianna Howe, who has done just an amazing job putting this together. Both of them have just been instrumental in doing this, and that's all I have.
Well, Rodney, we're so proud of you. So, Bree and Amy and Mark, if you guys want to come up for a photo, and here are your awards. There you go. Do I have that facing the right direction? Nope. There we go. Congratulations, guys. Really great job. We're proud of you. Okay, and next we have our Public Works staff communication, and I think that Crystal has some things to share with us also. I think we're going to get more pictures, so just be ready.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Rodney may say he does not like praise, but I am happy to get it for my team and congratulate them, so thanks for setting that up. Not to be outdone, but we also wanted to report out from the 45th National Equipment Rodeo. This is the second time that Nampa has been able to go. On May 8th, we had our third heavy equipment rodeo here for our staff members, and let me tell you about the exceptional people that we have. I'm going to bring Steve Overweg up. He's our assistant superintendent over on streets to give this presentation because you guys get to hear my voice quite a bit, but I'm going to have him brag, and if he doesn't brag enough, then I'm going to come back and brag some more about our team.
All right, well, good evening, Mayor, Council. I just want to invite up some of the guys that were over there competing. So we have Doug Eakin, Brent Cox, Brad Farner, and then Sean Swainston, who's our assistant superintendent over at Fleet. So these guys went down, and just to give you a little bit of context here, we went to the 45th Western Snow and Ice Conference, and there it was 25 different states showed up. There was a total of over 1,000 contestants showed up throughout the nation to go compete in some of this heavy equipment. And so what these guys did is pretty amazing here. Uh-oh. Yeah.
It's a good presentation.
Just click the thing. So some of the events, here we go, technical difficulties, but we're back on track. Tandem axle plow truck. So this is the plow truck with the sander in the back. And we took 6th place in the entire nation, which is pretty awesome. And that was Brad Farner and Sean Swainston. In the loader course, we took 8th place. Sean Swainston, he kind of knocked it out of the park. You guys are an animal. And Doug Eakin took 13th place.
Out of 1,000.
Out of
Let's just say
1,000
that one more time.
contestants.
That's
Yeah.
incredible. This is the best of the best.
So in the skid steer event, we took 11th place overall, and in the grader, we took 23rd place overall. So overall, as a, they don't give agency awards, but if we were to tally all of our scores together, we would have taken home about 5th place. So the entire nation out of 1,000 contestants and over 100 different agencies. So these guys are pretty talented in what they're doing, and it's pretty remarkable. Not only was there value in attending that for these guys and boosting some of the morale, but the other thing was there was a lot of seminars that was awesome to go to. Some of those included work and family balance, AI in the workforce, interdepartmental cooperations, navigating leadership and building a culture for the future, and leadership, how to build a well-oiled team. So part of that, as being in the leadership role and being able to go, it definitely helps us learn new opportunities and ways to guide the city and keep it moving forward with the street division. So we really appreciate that. And also just the networking. We met with ACHD, and part of what we're trying to do here is build a construction crew. And ACHD is currently doing that. So talking with their superintendent there, he offered, once we get up and running and we get some of the equipment, to come down and do some free training for our guys and for us to go down there and watch what they're doing. So that's kind of invaluable just information for us. The other thing is with ITD, met with their guys, and they're running the same serious controls that we're going to put into our system, and they offered us to be able to go down there and learn and kind of not have to face the same gremlins that they did starting that up. So that'll save us a lot of time and money and be able to kind of hit the ground running a little faster. So I just want to say thank you guys again for supporting us. And this Thursday, October 9th, we have our interagency competition. So what we're doing is we're having a rodeo here in the city of Nampa. It'll be October 9th, 7 a.m. I think we sent you guys calendar invites and the itinerary. And there'll be the top 4 people that went to go compete in nationals are from ACHD and ITD are going to come down to the street division. And so kind of do a little interagency competition and allow these guys to kind of get to know each other more, because I think that's really important. So just thank you again, and we do appreciate it.
Before you guys sit down, let's do a photo.
Oh, just that, oh, okay.
Come on in, come on, go, come on. Got to be there. Yep. Come on up.
Okay.
Crystal, do you want to be, Crystal, come on up, be with your team, maybe you'll get it.
Okay. All right, you want to make a major? Ready? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you, guys, congratulations. Okay, we're ready to move into our new business items for the evening. We're going to start with 5.1. 5.1 is an action item. This is to authorize the Senior Director of Public Works to offer the property owners up to $205,000 to acquire right-of-way for construction on the 11th Avenue two-way conversion. This budget is pending an agreement with the Nampa Development Corp. Do you have any questions? Stand for a motion.
Madam Mayor, I move that we approve this item.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Pingula. Yes. Griffin.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
5.2 is an action item. It's to authorize the mayor and the Senior Public Works Director to sign a task order amendment with Jacobs Engineering Group for design, permitting, and engineering construction services for the Karcher constructed wetlands in the amount not to exceed $675,000, and it was approved in the FY26 budget.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Pingula. Yes. Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
5.3 is an action item. This is to authorize the Chief Financial Officer to sign the audit engagement letter with Eide Bailey for fiscal year 25 audit in the amount of $105,060. This is for the audit fee plus $12,000 for the first single audit of federally funded programs and $9,500 for any additional audits, and it was approved in the FY25 budget.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mills.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Ingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
5.4 is an action item. This is to allocate the 2026 opioid funds to the subrecipients as follows. Southwest District Health to receive I'll say that one more time, $18,457.50. The Nampa Family Justice Center to receive $37,004.25. Nampa Narcan Initiative, $23,250. Southwest Idaho Recovery Community Center, $30,000, for a total allocation of $108,711.75. This was approved in the FY26 budget, but a little less than the 108. So the remainder, which I think is around 8,000, it's in our packet, is pending approval in the FY26 budget amendment. Are there any questions on this one?
Mayor?
Yes.
For staff, for their recommendation, can you explain to me the procedure that we were able to allocate specific dollars? Was it just based off of the request from each agency, or is it showed through explanation of the amount of people they help service or the region that they cover? How do we get to those dollar amounts?
Thank you for the question. This is Chris Boaz. I'll let you introduce yourself.
Just for the record, Chris Boaz, Capital and Grants Manager. Councilman Griffin, that's a great question. So we received a total request in the amount of $209,000. Obviously, we can't fund all of that. We would dry up our opioid funds very quickly. So the 4 programs that we did decide to move forward with, what we did is we decided to scale them down to 75%. I believe the total ask was about, between those 4 programs, was about $140,000, $150,000. With scaling them back, we did a couple things. First, we checked with each entity to make sure that their programs were scalable. And all of them confirmed, yes, they would just have to do just a little bit less, but it would still allow them to be operational. And on the second hand, it allows us to grow the opioid fund kind of as an endowment, meaning that the funds we receive will outlast the 18 years that we're receiving them if we're not spending them to the amount we receive every year.
And in addition to that, I might say, could you speak to the group that provided the oversight for the review of this and the recommendations?
Of course, Mayor.
Thank you.
So we started out with our opioid advisory committee, and that involves everyone who's just involved with with the opioid community here in Nampa and Canyon County. And we get together once a year and we discuss the issues they're facing and how we can best tackle those issues. From there, in July, we put out a request for application. And with those, we created this standard application that we sent out to everyone who was interested. And we received, I think, 7 applications back. And from our opioid advisory committee, we created a review committee. And it was myself, Kim in the mayor's office, a couple outside representatives as well, and we reviewed the applications individually. We got together, we discussed, okay, what's the best way to go about this? Obviously, again, the request was greater than the funds we had, and from there, that's how we came up with our suggestions for allocation.
Thank you. Yes.
Just in consideration to Nampa dollars, focusing on Nampa needs, are other municipalities contributing to Southwest District's amounts and Southwest Idaho Recovery Community Center's amounts, or are we the sole funder of that?
Another great question, Councilman. I'm not able to speak to that. I do know that is one thing we did clarify with each of the recipients, that Nampa dollars would be going to Nampa individuals.
And the only reason, as a last follow-up, I would like to see the need in the Nampa Justice Center and the Nampa Narcan Initiative hitting their 100% need. If they're able to quantify the return on investment and saying these are the number of individuals that we're receiving and we can utilize 100% of our dollars right now for needs in the community, I'd either be in support of funding that or scaling back from the other 2 entities to make sure it's specific to those 2 entities. So that, just for consideration.
Well, ultimately, it is up to council. If that's what you guys so choose, then we can do that.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion or suggestions?
Can we call up Jeannie at all to speak to the issue from, I know she's an applicant, so maybe she's giving her more opportunity than the other three, I hope not, but at 75%, what does that affect the actual goal that you were trying to receive and getting 100% of your monies?
So we were wanting to support some of the advocacy work that are working with people that are having the substance use issues. So there was about $10,000 or so that was going to go toward that. And the remainder was going to be toward the contract that we have with Jacob Evans to help and coach in the recovery process. So it would qualify, the funding would qualify for serving both of those. But because we were scaled back, it will just support Jacob Evans and that work and that is our priority, making sure that that happens. So we are not going to be able to use that funding toward the advocacy.
In your opinion, would the advocacy significantly change the direction of opioid use? Is losing that money a significant detriment, or
Yeah.
can we get by for another year with just 75%?
So what that means is that we have to find that money somewhere else. So because it is essential. Jacob will never see the people if the advocates aren't working with them first. So it's the deficit that we then have to look for funds somewhere else. So we are pursuing grants, federal grants. We always pursue local foundation grants to provide that and supplement that. And we don't have a guarantee of that if that happens or not, but we have a lot of hope. So.
Thank you.
So Chris, I have a question for you. I know that we pushed this back up to tonight. If we push this back to the next meeting to help provide a little bit more clarity and some information and have some discussion, will that negatively impact these programs? I know that they won't have the funds.
Yeah, unfortunately, it will, Mayor.
It will.
Because we were already pushed back one council agenda. Now, because after we have the approval, we have to send out MOUs for signatures, then it's still a week or two process to actually get the funds in their hands, and then from there, then they can start the work. So if we push it back another 2 weeks, we're pushing into November until they actually get funds in their hands.
And could I, just for clarity, I think you shared that one of the prerequisites of this funding is that it's used in Nampa. Can you speak to, and I'm sorry, I can't right off the top of my head, speak to the Southwest District Health, 18,000, and the Recovery Center at 30, their use in Nampa?
That is a great question. Unfortunately, I don't have the applications in front of me. So that's for the
Okay.
Southwest.
Okay, so, wow, we don't have a lot of time. So, that would be fine, or can you speak to it with her, using her notes as a staff report?
So she's from the Southwest Idaho
Recovery Center?
Recovery
Okay.
Center.
That's fine. If you want to real quickly tell us what, I guess the question has to do with it really impacting Nampa. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hi, Margie Potter, 1811 North Cobble Way in Nampa. And Mayor and Councilman Griffin, the funds stay in Nampa that we have. We have other funding as well from the millennial funds from the state of Idaho. And this will just scale back, but the program manager has created a system that will track Nampa residents exclusively. The money that we requested wouldn't even fund all of the Nampa clients that we have. And just to answer your other question, we are working with Jacob Evans as well, and we coordinate with him. So we are, the funding that we have will help them as well. Okay.
Thank you.
Does that help?
Thank you.
Madam
Okay,
Mayor,
yes.
just reading this write-up and then what was in our packet, this touches Nampa residents in just different agencies. So I'm going to make a motion to approve this as it's written.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve this as it's been recommended by the committee. And I will say, it was a good committee, and the oversight was excellent that did this review. I feel very confident with their recommendation. But is there any further discussion?
Mayor, I know that we have $609,000 in that fund balance. I'd like, if council's willing, that we satisfy 100% of the need that Nampa Family Justice Center is needing. Obviously, they stated that they're gonna have to find funding elsewhere to even be able to get the people the resource that they need. And so I don't wanna leave that up to, the potential that they allocate $37,000 is something that they can't fully, complete because they don't have the advocacy portion of it. So that would be my reasoning.
So I would recommend that we bring that forward, that we'll look at the budget, and we'll bring that forward at a future meeting, and we can readdress that for you. Does that work? Okay? Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mills.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Ingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
5.5 on the agenda is an action item. This is to authorize the mayor to sign the Canyon County prosecution contract for the period beginning October 1 through September 30 of 2026 to provide legal prosecution services for misdemeanor offenses and criminal infractions for the city of Nampa in the amount of $900,000. This was approved in the FY26 budget.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ingula.
Yes.
Mills.
No.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
4 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, so we are going to adjourn into executive session. We will be back in like 20 minutes max, and we'll resume the meeting at that time. And the public hearing will start promptly at 6, hopefully, that all works. I would stand for a motion to adjourn into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 742061J to consider labor contract matters authorized under this section 1A and B.
So moved.
Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Ingula. Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
We will be back. We will start in about, 3 or 4 minutes. So sorry for the delay, but we'll be ready in a few minutes. Sebastian. Okay, I think we're going to get started. Thank you. Oh. City Council, I need a motion to adjourn out of executive session. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. So the next item on the agenda is a proclamation, and it is National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And I think, Jeannie, hi, how are you? I will read this, and thank you for coming forward. So whereas domestic violence impacts women, men, and children of every age, background, and belief, and whereas nearly 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men in the United States have experienced rape, physical violence, and/or stalking by an intimate partner in their lifetime. Victims are deprived of their autonomy, their liberty, and security, and face tremendous threats to their health and safety. Whereas since November 2005, the Nampa Family Justice Center has received nearly 109,000 client visits, providing hope and services to adults and children suffering from abuse, and each year they have served more than the previous year. Whereas the Nampa Family Justice Center, one of the original 15 centers funded by the President's Family Justice Center Initiative of 2003, continues to mold its programming and services to provide the best services for safety, self-sufficiency, hope, and healing in one location for clients, and help them successfully maneuver through the justice system. And whereas the Nampa Family Justice Center rightfully prides itself on the strong partnership it has created within the community in collaboration between government and nonprofit organizations to provide coordinated services to women, men, and children suffering from family violence. Whereas it is fitting to acknowledge that in the year 2025, the Nampa Family Justice Center is commemorating 20 years of providing services to survivors of domestic violence. Now, therefore, I, Debbie Kling, Mayor of the City of Nampa, Idaho, do hereby proclaim October in the City of Nampa as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And Jeannie, I just want to say, Jeannie Strohmeyer is the Executive Director of the Nampa Family Justice Center. We are truly blessed to have you and your leadership and your team that works tirelessly making a difference. I want to say thank you so much. Thank you.
May I say something?
Yes, you may, but we're going to applaud for you first.
Thank you. Well, I can say that right back to you as a city, as a community. Because of the support that you provide, we can do this very essential work. And I want to say, it's really important to me to share with you our why we serve at the Family Justice Center. When people walk into our building, we know they have been emotionally, verbally, and physically harmed. And sometimes, always, in every case, there's always verbal, emotional abuse. And what that means is people are told, before they walk in our door, they have told over and over things like, you are stupid, you are worthless, you are ugly, you are fat, nobody wants you. That is the things that they hear all the time, every day. And when they come into our building, that is what they believe about themselves, that they are worthless. And our beautiful job is to help them know. And we want them to know the truth and that they are wanted, loved, and of great value. And everything we say and everything we do when they walk into our building, all the services we provide and everything we say when they walk into our building is to help them know that they are wanted, loved, and of great value. That is what changes the lives of people. It is because the services are important, the what we do is important, but the why and the how we do it is even more important. And we get to see lives changed because of the work that's being done. And it's because the city of Nampa, this community, this place, cares about people. And not just the everyday business people, the people with money, but they care about the people that have none. They care about the people that are being abused, the countless children that we are seeing that are being sexually and physically abused. You care about them. And that is why we can do the work we do, is because of support that the city provides. So we are a people. We are a city that brings hope to the hopeless, that brings light to the darkness, and that brings life to the dying. So thank you so much. It is the work of this community, and it is a work of the council and the mayor that is making this happen, and we thank you. Yes.
Jeannie, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, the next section on the agenda is the public forum. And do we have anyone signed up for the public forum this evening?
Madam Mayor, we do have the Fill the Boot.
I'm not seeing our firemen here tonight. Am I missing? Aha, there you are. Elijah, are you going to come up too? Come on up. Yeah. Beside this, okay. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm not as tall as most of these people. Good evening, Mayor Kling and City Council. My name is Ivy Denon. I am a firefighter with Nampa Fire Department, and I'm here tonight to speak on Fill the Boot. It's a 30-year plus tradition that we've been doing for a very long time, raising money for the Muscular Dystrophy Association. This year we do it every October, so leaves are changing, and we're drinking pumpkin spice lattes, and Fill the Boot's coming out. So we are requesting this year to do big news. We're trying to do 2 locations. In the past, we've done North Side and the Boulevard. This year, we're looking to expand a little bit because we've added more members to our department, and we've also added more citizens to the city of Nampa. So we're looking to expand a little bit. Last year, we raised more than $28,000, which is $4,000 more than the year prior. So we are growing, and we are raising more money for this association, which is a huge deal, and I'm looking to expand that to a larger population. My second location this year is going to be, hopefully, at Garrity and the 11th Interchange. If we are able to put firefighters at that corner, and we can hit more of the people maybe coming from the Ada County side, and we can also be on that north side corner and hit all those coming from Canyon County or Caldwell-ish, would be super awesome. If not, we are totally fine with just staying on north side, but wanted to get that feedback from you guys, and also walk around the boot a little bit tonight.
Mayor,
Yes.
quick question. what are the payment options that people have at the streets and potentially at the dais if they forgot cash because they're 24 years old?
Yeah, times are, Bitcoin.
Perfect.
Times are changing. You know, last year we were still getting a lot of ashtrays dumped, which is super cool. People just drive by and dump their ashtray, and those boots get super heavy. So we're still getting coins and cash. We do have a QR code now, so
Oh, good idea.
it goes directly to a Venmo. So if you have Venmo cash, you can also throw that in there.
Check.
Last year we only got $5 in the Venmo, so it wasn't as much of a hit as I thought it was going to be. But we're going to try again and try to do stickers and all the things this year. But we still try to get the weight behind our boots.
Okay, I think it's awesome. So I think you should come stand up here, hold your boot that way so everybody can get the Venmo, and then I can put my cash in as you're up here. There you go.
Is it Build a Boot Nampa on a check?
Yeah.
Where are we looking?
Well, they're just doing,
Let's have that then.
and Amy, you can grab a photo here. We're going to do a photo too. We've got to give your, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so let's do a photo real quick, and then you can walk around and have everybody fill your boot. Okay, in just a minute, she's going to walk around and you guys can fill it. So we're going to start here. Here we go. Ready? Hey, come on, Eli. Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
Just want to say in advance to all the citizens, thank you guys very much for being a part of this. You guys have done this. I've been part of the department for 18 years, and I know
All
you've
righty.
been doing it for at least
So you
30
can
plus.
just walk around. If
You guys are
anybody
always
else
so
wants to
generous, so thank
give, you guys
for
can
letting
fill the boot right
us
now.
clog your
Thank you.
streets for a couple hours.
Awesome. Okay, so we do have 2 more people signed up for public forum, and we have confirmed that they're just talking about other issues than the agenda tonight.
Correct, Madam Mayor. So our first speaker is Hubert Osborne. And on deck is David Ferdinand.
So Hubert is not speaking regarding, Hubert, you're not speaking about the public forum? The public hearing, I mean? Okay,
Only incidentally.
okay,
I might slip a word or two in.
okay.
If you could just state your name and address, please.
Hubert Osborne, 4199 East Switzer Way, Nampa, Idaho, 83686. Transparency. It has long been talked about, and I believed it was being practiced, but recent events have made me take another look. The debacle and mishandling of the Idaho Center is well known, but recent actions involving executive sessions need explaining also. In the last 2 council meetings, there were 8 different subjects hidden from public view on what the council was deciding on by deferring to executive sessions. I have particular issue with item C, which deals with the proposed purchase of property 8 miles away near the Boise River. The millions of dollars involved as a down payment, the shifting of funds to raise that amount of money, or whether it is in the best interest of Nampa itself need to be debated by the public, not decided behind closed doors under cover of executive sessions. So I ask the question, could it be that this proposed purchase is
Mayor, if I may, Mr. Mayor, and with all due respect, Mr. Osborne, the matter being raised here is one which we properly noticed up for executive session, Mayor. Given the substance of it, there's a reason why the law allows us to go into executive session. There's a lot of practical points when it comes to acquiring property, not to mention the competition with other governmental entities. The substance of the topic here, Mayor, is getting into details that have been preserved to be confidential, and would advise the council and you to keep it at a general level or to cease the details of it in respect to the city's operations and interests.
That explanation might satisfy the council. It does not satisfy me. Could it be that this proposed purchase is
So
influencing the
Hubert, we're gonna
decision of
pause
the
for
Idaho
just-
Center?
No, it has nothing to do with the Idaho
I
Center.
know
but it's
the
an-
money does.
It's an inappropriate conversation. I want to listen to legal.
Yeah, I'm
I'd
sure
like
you
to hear-
will. He has your back door.
Hubert, no, he doesn't, and you're being disrespectful, and at that, I don't appreciate the
Don't tell me about
disrespect.
respect.
I don't
You stand
appreciate
up
the
there and lecture
disrespect.
everybody, and you
No, I
do not
don't.
listen one bit.
That's not true, and it's extremely disrespectful. I want to defer to legal, and with that, I think we'll cease this particular time. Thank you. In fact, I would like, though, because of the nature of the discussion, I would like for you to explain, one, we've had a shift in our agenda, and it is not unlike any other city. We usually just put one item on. We've given ourselves the latitude in case, so we don't have to change the agenda, but we follow state statute. We do not deviate from the state statute. There is a reason why the legislature has provided opportunity for cities to meet in executive session. We are extremely strict about that. Extremely strict about that. And there are reasons why we do that. But I would like our legal counsel to maybe explain a little bit more about that element of the state statute.
Mayor, I'd be happy to do so, and I may retread ground I did during the public forum here. But as you noted, state statute authorizes cities to go into executive session. There's a reason for it. This law isn't just purposeless or aimless. Nampa is a city with $300 million budget, 800 employees. It is a massive municipal corporation that's involved in some very large, complex, and complicated transactions at times. The legislature recognizes that, and so they authorize and give the latitude to cities to conduct their business in private on a limited basis. We're well aware that government is conducted in the public. That is the default. And there's narrow exceptions that if you fit into, we can operate lawfully within that. We're very careful. We're really diligent in that. And we were reminded often of the confidentiality of it. It has the reason why, you can imagine, for a number of reasons. For certain transactions, if word got out about it, it may alter the market. We're on a tax dollar basis. We're trying to be good stewards of that. If word gets out that the city's in for it, the price can go up and therefore prevent the city from acquiring a valuable asset. And so there's a lot of rational reasons for it. And I can understand that everyone has an opinion and they're entitled to it when it comes to how the government uses its funds. But when it comes to executive sessions, we follow the law. There's no ifs, ands, or but about it. And we do a commendable job at that, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I'm also going to say that as we step into this public forum, no disrespect will be tolerated. It's that straightforward. If you're going to be disrespectful, don't even bother to stand up because you will be escorted out. That was disrespectful, and it's inappropriate. You have elected servants, myself included, that are trustworthy, that we do, and I know I see those smiles and I see the attitude already, and I'll just tell you there's no room for attitude. We need to be respectful of one another. And I'll just say that simple. We need to be respectful of one another. And I'm going to say one other thing, and I am going to preach a little bit here, but I tell you what, most of everybody sitting in this room is an adult, right? The example that we are setting for our kids is horrendous. And we don't want our kids to bully one another, yet we as adults bully one another. We don't want our kids on social media to say things that are inappropriate to one another, yet we on social media call people out, we're disrespectful, we're rude. That is absolutely not what Nampa has been and not what Nampa should be. We may not all agree on something, but we should listen to one another and we should be respectful to one another. That is the expectation tonight, is that we need to respect one another, whether we agree or disagree. The only way that we get to a good outcome is if we take time and give place for that, to hear that. You will see council will give place to everyone tonight to get to share what they want to share. There is a place for that, but we need to do it respectfully. So, and I'll give you kind of the guidelines in a minute. I believe we had one other person that was here to testify.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have David Ferdinand that wanted to speak during public forum.
Good evening. David Ferdinand, 2419 West Heron Loop in good old Nampa. I just wanted to give my comments to the city council and mayor for providing the forum for the public to give input. When this first came up, it was all of a sudden, there were several parents saying, whoa, wait a minute. We need an opportunity to hear what is really happening, especially with a venue that brings millions of dollars and thousands of people to our community with a great inside look at what we can provide from the city of Nampa. So I just wanted to thank you for giving us the opportunity tonight to give our input and to be a part of this most important opportunity for our community.
David, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So that concludes the public forum time, and we're going to move into our public hearing. So at this time, I believe we have how many people signed up? We have 25 people signed up. Are there people in the room that have not signed up? There's one, okay. So okay, well, you are welcome. So once we get through the 25, we will give opportunity for someone, if they did not sign up but would like to speak, there's opportunity for that, and we will give that opportunity. So as we get going tonight, we're going to ask that, and for those of you that are kind of regulars, we ask people to kind of line up so that we're not taking time to get out of our chairs. And so we will give you like 3 or 4 names in a row. Go ahead and stand up and be ready to go, and it just helps move our process forward. As most are aware, we have 3 minutes, 3-minute time frame. We have a timer here. There's one on the bench right there on the podium, so you'll be able to see your time as it goes down. At the end of the 3 minutes, we are going to ask you to end. Now, different than the town hall, some of you were maybe here for the town hall. There was a little bit more liberty at the town hall. This is a public hearing. We will not be giving the liberty to go over. We're going to stay within our 3 minutes. We're also going to not defer your time to someone else, right? So someone can't stand up and take 6 minutes and say, well, I'm giving them your time. We're not doing that. Everybody has 3 minutes, and everybody here will have their opportunity to speak for 3 minutes, but it will be an individual coming up. Please state your name and your address. Then you'll have 3 minutes. Tonight, we'll let you finish your statement if you're mid-sentence, finish your sentence, but if you continue to go on, the mic will go off. So, and then we'll just move right on to the next person. Another thing that I want to remind everyone, in a public hearing, there's no cheering, there's no jeering, no booing, no applauding. We just are here to listen to that testimony and to do it respectfully and move forward. So I don't think that I have missed anything. I think it's all there. So with that, I think we're ready to get started. And so let's give the names of the first 4 people. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I am so ready to go to public hearing, I forgot the most important part. There is a presentation to start. I'm so sorry. I'm there, I'm ready to go. Okay, this is, Clay Long is our Chief of Staff here at the City of Nampa, and he's going to begin with the traditional staff report, which will be an overview of what we're doing tonight. Clay, thank you.
You're welcome. Mayor, Council, for the record, Clay Long, Chief of Staff for the City of Nampa. This evening, I'm going to walk through a staff report on the Fort Idaho Center, leading with what got us to here, what we've been doing, and then the options that are in front of council for this evening as we go forward with the public hearing. The original concept regarding the Fort Idaho Center began about a year ago when proposals were brought forward from our venue management company, the Oakview Group, and a desire to expand the utilization of the amphitheater space. With tightening of our budget, anticipated costs to move for this size of a project forward, the question really began on honing in the city's core public purpose and services to be provided to the city. Do we put additional funds into the Fort Idaho Center or amphitheater, or do we fund additional police officers, parks, or infrastructure? Thinking through the core purposes, embarked really an exploration phase to see what the options could be. What could we do to meet those needs? After an initial conversation with the College of Western Idaho, an expression of interest, we transitioned into a several-month-long feasibility phase. As with any idea, feasibility focus and time is always needed to see if an idea makes sense to both entities, and if there would be the ability for a long-term success of such a treasured asset. During the feasibility phase, we investigated, would this concept conveying to the College of Western Idaho be feasible? Once it was identified that yes, in fact, it was feasible to move forward, a public announcement was made, and we moved into the fourth and our final stage, which was public engagement and feedback. We knew this would be a topic which many would want to learn, understand, and provide their feedback. The community conversations began in July, and shortly after the community conversations began, we heard and listened to the community and the desire to expand our public outreach and engagement and to slow the process. We worked diligently to increase the number of public outreach opportunities, built the website to host relevant documents, and published the public hearing back and pushed the public hearing back 3 months, all in response to public feedback. In each of these events, we have remained true to listening to the feedback and the input. Tonight's public hearing provides 3 considerations for council: retaining the Fort Idaho Center, selling the Fort Idaho Center at a minimum of $75 million, subject to certain deed restrictions and final authorization of purchase and sale agreement, or conveying the Fort Idaho Center to the College of Western Idaho, again, subject to certain deed restrictions and final authorization of terms in the conveyance agreement. It is important to note that council declared the property underutilized at the September 26th council meeting. A little background that, again, to talk about why we came to embarking the idea to start with about what can we do to continue to keep a treasured asset available for community use.
Excuse me, Mayor. You stated that the council stated that the Fort House Center was underutilized, right?
Correct.
I don't believe I said that. I don't think I agreed with that. So your statement of the council made it to that. It's not quite right. But go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, Mayor, I'd be
Preston,
happy.
thank you.
Councilman Rodriguez, I think I get your point here for the public's benefit. On September 15th, a majority vote of the council found that the Fort Idaho Center was underutilized or not used for a public purpose. So as a matter of a formal official act of the city council, it's governed by a majority decision. So therefore, a statement that the council found is accurate. Granted, there was 2 dissenting votes on that. I think that's what we're hitting at here, Council.
Yeah, thank you. I just needed that clarified.
I hear you.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
All right, Clay.
Thank you. Over the past roughly 20 years that the city has been the custodian of the Fort Idaho Center complex, there has yet to be a year where the complex has had a net positive before city contributions. I put on the screen just a few things to highlight. That range per year of losses is a high of $2.845 million to a low of $90,000. The total investment from the city over those 20-ish years is $22,313,768. To provide that visually, this is looking at FY 2018 through FY 2025, where the city, over that period of time, contributed $5,009,332 in operational support and $2,964,849 in capital. As we review the options ahead of us this evening, it is important to note that options 2, to sell the property, and option 3, to convey, revert the operational fund back to the city. The operational fund is used similar to a checkbook and fluctuates as the facility invests and realizes revenue in future events and covers regular operational costs. Option 1. This option does keep the property under the custodianship of the city. Some items of importance to consider with this option. A, the city would need to renegotiate or renew a contract with the Oakview Group, wrapping back around to the request to consider the expansion of the amphitheater. And 2, in the current city budget, there is no allocation to support the complex. And as a reminder, council decided in August not to pursue a levy override. Again, to visualize those numbers, this is looking specifically at 2026 fiscal year through 2030. Again, these are projections and estimated. If the city were to keep the facility, what we should be considering or looking for. On an average, there's $2 million of deferred maintenance. This is taking the $20 million out of a up to $25 million professional report that was provided at a $2 million a year. 3.2 million over 5 years. These are capital items separate from the Jacobs report that was provided by the Fort Idaho Center management team. And then also taking the average of city operational support over the last 5 years, or excuse me, over the last 8 years, and that average is $539,667. So that gets us to those total amounts. It does fluctuate on the 3.2 million. There's a heavier investment in FY 26 and FY 27, and then 28 through 30 goes down to 540,000. At this point, I'm going to pause on this option and see if Doug has any additional comments from the budget perspective.
Thanks, Clay. Council, most of you know I try to live in the world of facts, and I try to help you make the best decision by delivering facts in ways that are understandable. But I wanted to add a little bit of flavor to what Clay has shared here. The operational support, just the operational support we've received, we would give to the Fort Idaho Center, because their operations have improved, the need for the city's operational support has decreased. And it decreased to the point in 25, we didn't budget for any money to go for the operational support. Now, that's a strong positive, but it can also go the other way. Should operational results decrease, there I can see the need coming back where the city would have to resume operational support. And if concert and bookings change materiality, or if competition opens up, we would see a decrease in revenues and therefore another need for support from the city. The capital support needs from 26 to 30 reflect pretty much just the green line, pretty much the bare minimum to maintain, not to grow, not to replace nice to have, just to keep the city, or to keep the facility operating. Exact project descriptions are available. The average annual capital between 26 and 2030, just for the ones identified by OVG, would fund about 5.5 officers per year. So it becomes a choice in priorities. The Fort Idaho Center fund balance, as Clay referred to as a checking account, essentially will go up and down as the Fort Idaho Center uses funds in advance of concerts or events, and as their need for wages and salaries to pay ongoing costs, you'll eat into some of those funds in years that are not quite as productive in the concerts. In essence, we become down to a choice and a priority. Where does the council wish to use our funds? And for clarity, these funds that we're talking about here would come from the realm of property taxes and sales taxes. That's where the choice lies. Do you want the funds, does the council and the public want the funds to be paid to maintain the Fort Idaho Center out of property and tax? And this would have to be new taxes because our base is pretty much used. It's tapped out to feed public safety. Public safety is the largest single use of taxpayer funds. And if we were to divert from that, you'd have challenges. But this becomes an option of where to get the money, and it would come from public funds. So those are my brief comments.
And Mayor, just to add, on the operational, we did take into account $0 for FY25 when we built that average. If we hadn't, it would have gone up a couple $100,000-ish over that 8-year average. Option 2. Prior to opening of the solicitation of interest, the city had heard a lot of ancillary comments about that so-and-so may be interested to purchase the fund or the facility, or there was an idea we could do with part of the property. In order to capture those, the city went through and provided the solicitation for interest, which was an opportunity for anyone with that interest to purchase the property or explore that to submit. During that window of period, the city received no notifications of interest during that solicitation window. I'll also note, at council's direction, staff began the process to identify a company to complete an appraisal of the property. After initial exploration and reports by staff to council, it was determined to discontinue with those appraisal efforts. Also, I'll point out that during conversations with companies that we'd looked to see about getting appraisals, there were verbal comments made acknowledging that the city may be disappointed in the low value that could come back because of the event, because of the fact that there were deed restrictions to the property.
Mayor, should I save comments to the end, or should, as the slides go, just ask clarifying questions?
No comments
Or
at this
questions
time,
the
but
end of this period.
it's fine. Do you have a question? If you
do.
have a question, yes.
Thank you. On the solicitation of interest, just for the sake of transparency for those that have asked me in the passing weeks, how was that administered and how was that distributed? Was it by publication? Did we reach out to statewide publication, nationwide publication? What was the process to receive solicitations of interest?
We sent it out to all of our key contacts that we send any type of press release that went out to. Our procurement director also sent it out to the OVG group specifically. And then I don't know if beyond that, what more was shared or forwarded out. Those were the efforts we did from the press release perspective in getting it out. I believe there was some attempt to utilize some national associations. Unfortunately, they weren't willing to push out a property sale. It wasn't part of their association mission.
Thank you.
I believe we also reached out to a few commercial brokers in the area, in this market.
And then finally, during the September 15th council meeting, council did elect to set the sale price to a minimum of $75 million. Throughout this process, we have continued to hear from our citizens that FIC is that treasured asset. If the city does proceed with the sale option, it's important to reiterate that the city will be required to sell to the highest bidder. Option 3. Unlike the prior option of sale, the conveyance option does allow the city to identify who the custodian will be. A few notes to keep in mind for this option. Conveyance has to be made to an organization that is tax-supported governmental entity, and conveying to the College of Western Idaho. The selection for that was because of the unique proximity and location of the institution, the recognized and committed assurance to keep the importance and value of the community asset with respect to events and things that happen at the properties, and the ability to maximize the utilization of the facility. At this time, I'm going to defer to city's legal to provide an overview of the legalities around conveying city-owned property.
Thank you, Clay. I'll have you advance slides for me. Thank you. And for the record, Preston Rudder, City Attorney for City of Nampa. Thank you for this opportunity. I thought it'd be helpful to give a good backdrop of how we got here and kind of what the governing sideboards are legally for the city's action here. And I'll start here where it usually starts. It's with Idaho's Constitution and their statutes. A city will have powers in the state of Idaho based off what the legislature has given them. So we look to what Idaho statute has authorized cities to do and not to do. Most notably is Title 50, Section 301, often known by city attorneys that cities can contract and be contracted with, acquire, hold, lease, and convey property, real or personal. So a basis of authority to sell its property is found in statute. Similarly, there's actually an entire chapter dedicated to cities on how they sell their property. That's found in Chapter 14 in Title 50. And that has been governing the city's actions for these many, many months. Next slide, please. So diving more into that specific statute, right, that governs how this city and any city in Idaho would sell or convey its real property. It states that cities have the general authority to manage the property they own in ways which, in their judgment of the council, they deem in the public interest. I would note that same section 1401 also has a threshold question. Before a city sells its real property, it makes a finding that the property is either underutilized or not used for a public purpose. And I know that there's been a lot of vocalization, some opposition about, well, has the city found it to be underutilized, or is it not used for a public purpose? If you just look at one sentence in an entire chapter of statute, you're going to get to the wrong conclusion. For decades and decades, Idaho's Supreme Court has reminded anybody that you have to look at the totality of the statute and read it in its context. So just to focus on underutilization or not used for a public purpose may be too narrow. You need to zoom out a little bit. And the first sentence up there, I think, is vital here. Again, for Nampa and any city, the Idaho legislature has granted express authority to the city to say, if it's in the public interest, as you deem, that is a defensible action. It doesn't even say in the best public interest or the highest public interest, just the public interest. So it authorizes a lot of discretion to the city council. Again, further down, 50-1403-4, this is specific to conveyances. It states again that the city council can convey the property if it's in its best interest. And this is explicit statutory discretion. Next slide, please. So, as this council knows very well, from time to time, I give legal advice that they do not like, because that's my job. I am the hired pessimist, I am the wet blanket, and that is my job. And I see directors here nodding in agreement with that. So my job is to go scour what the law says and give it to them straight so they can make an informed, defensible decision. I will not stretch the law to satisfy a political objective. I'll make that very clear. And a reminder that the validity of legal advice is not determined on whether you like it or not. The validity of legal advice is what has the Idaho Supreme Court announced, okay? So what have they announced when it comes to these type of decisions? I am quoting directly from a 2023 Idaho Supreme Court decision. This is fresh law. This is fresh on the minds of our current Idaho justices. It pertained to the city of Sandpoint, where, like some of you, there was opposition to the city's actions. This is what the court had to say, and these are the cold, hard facts that I conveyed to our city council, guiding them. When describing a city's authority for selling or conveying its real property, the court describes it. This is not the lawyers, this is the court. It says cities have sweeping authority, vast discretion. They will not second guess their decisions. There are few limits and broad discretion. That is what the law says, and we take it as it is and we govern accordingly. Next slide, please. Testing my eyes here. So what I would say here is, again, just highlighting more context of what the court has said governs this type of action. It is held, I'm looking at the highlighted yellow portion, that a city's power to lease property, and that includes the conveyance, the sale, it is purely discretionary. It's a function entrusted to elected officials. And absent a clear abuse of discretion, which is a very high bar, by the way, to show that. Absent that, or short of it, any decision they make will not be overturned on appeal. And if you read Supreme Court decisions, anytime they repeat themselves, they are very careful that every word is used deliberately. They're not there to be superfluous or redundant. But when they say the word reiterate, you perk up and you listen. Later in that decision, they state, we reiterate that leaders of Idaho's municipalities are invested with vast discretion to make decisions they consider in the city's best interests when leasing or conveying property. Those are the rules of this action. And I have guided the city, and they have acted appropriately within those sideboards. And I think that's very important to understand here. Next slide, please. Furthermore, on cases that touch on city's authority when it comes to selling or conveying its real property, it is said that these discretionary decisions, meaning they can have some judgment calls here, right? It says that when they're considering the financial, political, economic, and social effects of a policy, it's going to be discretionary. And where governmental entity makes that discretionary decision, it is immune from liability under the Idaho Tort Claim Act. So there's express protection that our Idaho legislature has granted all cities that if they're acting within those sideboards of discretion, there is no basis for a claim from the Idaho Tort Act. They are immune as a matter of law. Next slide. So some may challenge the substance, some may challenge the procedure. It's good to know how we get here. A court says, look, if there's a glaring informality, for example, we didn't hold a public hearing like we are tonight, this hearing is being held, long anticipated, Mayor and Council, as you know, because statute requires that there has to be a public hearing before it sells or conveys its real property. And so if there's a glaring informality, for example, we don't hold the public hearing, that would probably be a basis, but we are here satisfying that procedural requirement. The court says we will not disturb the city's determination. Next slide, please. And so for those who have followed and been with us through this journey, you'll recall that the city made its formal declaration back on September 15th after multiple prior rounds of public input and town hall listening sessions. That's because it's required by statute. And we have followed that procedure. We are here tonight under item 2 for a public hearing, again, satisfying what the law requires. Next slide, please. Depending on the outcome of tonight's deliberation and vote by the council, the next steps may entail an adoption of an ordinance if a conveyance is the ultimate prevailing vote. If a sale is the prevailing vote, there'll be a public auction. Again, we would hold the public auction as outlined by law. And obviously, if there was a vote to retain, the Idaho Ford Center statute has no direction on that. It would be ongoing business as we've usually done. And then obviously, if other option to convey or sell is to be had, the final terms would be negotiated and the transfer and recording of the new deed would take place. Next slide. Just to summarize what's been stated already, all the requirements are set forth in Idaho statute. We've been following those. What action will take place today will fit squarely within that explicit grant of authority. And the courts have given broad deference and vast authority to city councils in this discretionary choice, right? They're given a lot more latitude here than they would for an individual public hearing for your individual property. And the court has made it clear it's not going to second guess their judgment, absent a clear abuse of discretion or a glaring informality, none of which I have seen today, nor do I expect.
Mayor, that concludes the staff report.
Could you pull that up? Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes the staff report for this item.
Okay. Thank you very much. I will pause for just a second. Council, before we step into public hearing, do you have any questions for Clay, for Doug, or for our legal counsel?
I do, Mayor. Just one question.
And then I think Councilman Griffin does also. Okay?
Thank
Yes.
you. Preston, I see that this is well-directed information, but one thing that I see that's missing is input from the community. Where is that in there? I don't see it. So the court doesn't recognize the community's input or opinion? Is that what I get from your
Mayor, if I may.
presentation?
Please.
If I'm understanding the question, you're wondering where did the court take into the public's opinion in those decisions?
That's correct.
I think it's implied, Councilman Rodriguez. The people that are voted to those seats, that's the public input. And the court has said they have vast discretion.
And they actually, I guess it's, the public hearing is required, and we've done multiple public outreaches, but that's this final public hearing. When the court is acknowledging that a public hearing must take place, that is that.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I get that.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
It's a matter of different interpretation, because I'm thinking these folks have a say-so through us. Right, you're absolutely correct on that. But I'm just wondering about whether the Supreme Court did mention that and give better direction to making this decision.
Councilman Rodriguez, the court was very clear in not unminced terms that the discretion is given to you. And there's always a public hearing held for that reason, for meaningful opportunity, which is here tonight, among others. Yeah.
Okay.
We are ready to get started again. Hello. Yeah. Okay, can everybody hear me? We are ready to get started. So we're going to get started now. Oh, sorry.
Oh, let's go.
There we go. Thank you. Okay, so this is, okay. Okay, so we are getting ready to step into our public hearing. And as noted, Brandy Haverfield has arrived, so we'll make note of that. And we'll move into public testimony. So going back, I think everybody remembers what I said. I don't think I want to say it again. I don't think you want to hear it again, would be my guess. And so do remember to line up, be ready to go, and remember to state your name and address. It's an easy thing to forget as you get started, and then your time will start after you give your name and address. So the first person.
Madam Mayor, our first speaker is Gordon Jones. On deck is Jim Reams, Denise Alberly-Canada, and Mike Pena.
And guess what? You guys need to set the example. You're going to get in line, literally. You guys get to set the example, stand in line. It's going to be like being in school. And this is, guys, this is how we're going to function tonight. We're going to be all ready to go lined up like this, so when one ends, we just step right into the next one. So. And even though we know you, go ahead and give your name and address. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Gordon Jones. I am the president of College of Western Idaho, located here in Nampa at 5500 East Opportunity Drive. Thank you for my 3-minute time slot. I'm here to briefly build on prior remarks and reaffirm College of Western Idaho's continued interest in and support for the idea of transferring the Fort Idaho Center to the College of Western Idaho. For those that may need a refresher, CWI is serving over 31,000 students last year alone. We estimate that puts us within the top 100 community colleges in this country at only 16 academic years old. We're deeply rooted in our local community. 98% of our students are from Idaho residents. 82% of our students are from Canyon and Ada counties. And last year alone, we served over 6,000 students who have Nampa addresses and therefore by default are Nampa residents. In recent years, CWI has been on a journey of building out the campus to support this large and rapidly growing school. We've made an investment in our main campus in Nampa to fulfill our mission of providing affordable, career-focused education that fuels our local economy. Although our taxing district spans 2 counties and multiple cities, our main campus and our heart is right here in Nampa. We see ourselves as a central part of this community, and we believe will be an integral part of this future. A vote to convey the Fort Idaho Center to CWI, in the event you were to do that, would allow us to expand and academically activate across 200 acres, effectively doubling our current footprint. This would create new opportunities for experiential learning, for enhancing the vibrancy of our campus, deepening our integration with the Nampa community, and we believe long-term supporting the ongoing growth of this institution. Equally important, we are committed, and I commit to you, to preserving beloved community events such as the Snake River Stampede, horse park activities, and other events such as local high school graduations and other activities. We also see tremendous potential if we look forward to ways in which these events, through engagement with CWI, can expand and vision how it can have even further impact, as well as student involvement. As we all know, and I believe firmly, the Treasure Valley is experiencing rapid change, and to be more clear, rapid growth. At CWI, I believe deeply that as institutions, and my responsibility is to think about how we navigate into the future and nurture the growth. We would bring this focus to the Fort Idaho Center. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Council, do you have any questions?
Mayor?
Councilman Griffin?
President Jones, thank you for being here tonight. And just a few questions on the financial side, if you're able, or if there's trustees better positioned, or anybody part of your staff. In consideration of the possibility of conveying, can you outline, for the sake of the audience and the public online, what the most viable and most likely forms of funding would be to be able to cover the deferred maintenance that's gotten us to this point?
Well, I think, Mayor Kling, Councilmember Griffin, as I've brought up in town halls and open forums over the last few months, CWI has a number of different sources of revenue, some of which are shared in the event the city were to keep the Fort Idaho Center. We've talked about the nature of the relationship and the financial relationship with the Oakview Group. We also know that there is visioning that may enable various leased properties to be occurring in that facility that are designed to be supporting the academic work, but also have community benefit and the student experience at CWI. Perhaps the most powerful vehicle we think would be brought to bear is also our fundraising capability as a school. We are in the process and have the mechanisms to fundraise. People in this valley, many people in Nampa, are excited to be investing in this school as individuals, as foundations, corporations, as well as our own individual members of our foundation who commit personally, as well as promoting others to fund and support the activities of the school. There are other levers around, whether it be sponsorships or other opportunities, but fundamentally, we believe that we have the clarity of leadership, the vision as a school, and mechanisms such as those that I've outlined. There are certainly other vehicles that are not part of our plan, but certainly sit out there. There is an auditorium district. There is, who knows where the future holds, public benefit for our state or other vehicles, whether there be needs for public safety facilities or who knows what, that might bring in other dollars. But at the end of the day, I think that's at this level of granularity for giving people a sense of what levers a college would turn to, that would be my answer.
Mayor, follow up?
Yes.
So it's been speculated or stated, so just once again, for the sake of clarity and transparency, is it part of your plan or has it been part of your plan to levy that amongst the two counties or ask for an increase from the state legislature, which the school is also funded by?
First of all, I want to be clear, I don't have the decision-making ability to choose the levy rate or take a levy up or down. Our Board of Trustees believes the authority there, but I would not be proposing to our board that any change to the levy rate that we have, other than any other everyday needs that the school would have, but it would be independent of any demands of this facility.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
Thank you. And I apologize for being late tonight. I was in Phoenix for 5 hours waiting for my flight. But we got here, and thank you for coming tonight so that we can ask you some questions. And I think these are important questions to ask of you. From the beginning, my concern has been for CWI, the ability to take on such an asset like this, knowing that if we're going to talk about numbers tonight, because up until today, I hadn't heard a number stated as far as deferred maintenance. I heard it stated as I was able to listen to the staff report of $2 million a year. Does CWI have the capability to fund maintenance of the Fort Idaho Center property at a rate of $2 million a year? I heard you say that you have funding sources, but I didn't hear anything specifically identified. And I'll follow that up by saying, too, that I just returned from the Notre Dame campus. There were several Boise State fans down there enjoying the game up until the second half, which wasn't as fun. But that campus has an athletic, has several athletic veins, that one being the stadium itself that has 80,000 people being able to sit in it. They can fund sports. They can fund things that we cannot. You as a two-year institution would have a hard time trying to come up with a sports program that would have the ability for us to get behind and support. It takes time to do that. So I'm wondering, and especially in light of Governor Little's reduction of your budget by 3% starting out, how you're going to come up with the funding that we're saying that we can't for some reason. And so I'm, again, of the mindset, as you know, to retain the facility. I think that we have the capability of doing that, but that's my personal opinion. But as a council, you know, we'll make that decision. But my question to you is, do you have specific sources that you can go to that you can say we need $2 million a year going forward that we can put towards facility maintenance?
Councilmember Haverfield, I think what I've attempted to do is outline the sources of funding. I assure you, and first of all, thank you for your care and concern for our school and our health of our school. I assure you as president that I think every day about how to make sure that this is a school that is sustainable for generations. I would be putting to our Board of Trustees a plan that our board would consider that I believe would take into account the things that you're referencing. And I think for the purposes of your question, I would just refer back to my answer with Councilmember Griffin, the various levers that I've outlined that we'd be turning to. But we certainly believe we would step into this with eyes wide open.
Okay. Thank you for your answer. And again, thank you for your service to our community. I have 2 individuals that work for me that both took classes, and so I believe in vocational technical education. I do. And I believe that CWI is offering us that direct market ability for students to be able to get into the workforce. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Councilman Rodriguez and then Councilman Griffin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so President Jones, I have just a couple of questions here. Will CWI accept our contract that was written by the city to install a training police facility and a recreation center? Because I see the contract is kind of not really, and you haven't really said yay or nay yet, other than maybe. What is your plan for that, sir?
Councilmember Rodriguez, I think I'm going to allow, I guess my comments would just center on, at the end of the day, I would refer to the current draft agreement as representing what we have agreed in principle to those terms. I don't know, in the event this evening were to go towards a conveyance, I suspect there would need to be finalization of those terms. But in those, you'll see various commitments of different levels. You'll see us talking about various intent. But at the end of the day, we believe that academic activation can be, is at the kernel of where we see ourselves coming forward. We would step forward with eyes wide open into the management of these facilities. We think the facilities themselves have academic benefit that is not currently being utilized. But I'll just let the draft of the terms speak for themselves in terms of what various levels of commitment are reflected in there.
Okay, follow up, Mayor, please.
Okay.
Also, the other thing is what I wonder, have you and Oakview Group come to an agreement somewhat, of a handshake or even verbal, of what your next, should this occur, that what you and Oakview Group would do to modernize or to enhance the Fort Idaho Center property?
No.
Okay. One more thing. The thing I see is very important to our community is the Snake River Stampede. That's by far one of the best in the country. But the other thing is the Idaho Horse Park Foundation. And even though a lot of events come to Nampa because of them, I believe it's been secondary. And more maybe because of the profit, I don't know why, but that's what I see, in my opinion only. So is there any ability for you as the new, well, I'm not going to say no because I'm going to vote against it, but for you to see in your vision remodernizing all the property of the Idaho Horse Park? I mean, property that involves the Idaho Horse Park, because that's a viable, really beneficial to our community.
Councilmember Rodriguez, I have personally participated in at least 2 discussions with groups of representatives from the Horse Park Association. I think I have consistently conveyed that I am excited to hear about the vibrancy as they share with me I'm excited to see that continue. I believe we've continued to talk about, and you heard in my remarks, my testimony, that I continue to be excited to have those activities. There's no plans to be somehow stopping or being in the way of those. I'm excited for the vibrancy of what those bring. And I guess I'll leave the remainder of that to the various conversations we've had with the very principal individuals themselves, rather than engage in dais-based negotiation on that.
Okay. I worry about that sometimes because I think in the contract it says that if they aren't fulfilling their part, that you don't have to accept them any longer. So I kind of worry about that.
Representative Rodriguez, thank you. I have not recalled by chapter and verse every word that's in the draft of the agreement, but at the end of the day, we are engaging with the various constituencies that have been using this property. I think at a concept level, it's very normal that people engage in entities have anticipated roles, responsibilities. There is no situation where we convey what we intend to do, and I think whatever language is in there is designed to try to have an appropriate amount of relationship between the two parties. But I can't recall specifically chapter and verse the actual words you're referencing, but I too care about a community. To be honest with you, our name says College of Western Idaho. I think of the West. I think about conversations that I've had, in this case with the Stampede Board, talking about a rodeo, and I believe by extension, the very roles that have made the West, to me includes things like the activities that go around horses. Horses have helped build the West, and fundamentally understanding how we as a community can continue to engage in both the professions, the recreation, and fundamentally introduce new residents moving in who don't come from areas where that is. I myself didn't grow up in that community. I happen to have taught high school at a rural Arizona school on a 30,000-acre cattle ranch that did have tremendous horse activity. And I can tell you that I certainly have no interest in saying goodbye, and I do have interest in saying hello to making sure these are activities that are relevant, but I do require and benefit from the organizations themselves to bring that expertise. I can't bring it. And so therefore you see these agreements and these various statements within these agreements around either relationship or formalized agreements that reflect that. But I wanted to share a little bit of where I come from personally on that.
Yes, I know. I know you're from Arizona, but thank you, sir. Thank you.
Taught high school there. Thank you.
Councilman Griffin.
Thank you, Mayor. Just going down the vein of the vision again, I think you did the high level. Can you express to the people online and here what the next 5 years looks like at that facility and potentially 10 years? I know it's very preliminary. This is very premature. Unlike the last two council members, I don't have a position at this point, and I really am on the fence. So I'd like to hear more clarification on an understanding of what that looks like either way this goes, retaining or conveying. So you're the best person for that, the conveyance picture, I think, and explaining that.
Yeah, I think Councilmember Griffin, appreciate the question. I think, first of all, I only anticipated 3 minutes up here and have had the benefit of many questions, and thank you. I think that from the standpoint of articulating that vision, I think there's always going to be a desire for levels of precision, certainty, and clarity. Fundamentally, what I can tell you is that first and foremost, we will work very closely to make sure that the activities of today have a model that is sustainable, that we can support, because as you've seen, there is work to be done. No matter who owns this property, there is work and resources that need to be deployed. I've called out, I believe, different sources, but fundamentally, what's happening today needs to be strategically designed in a way to make sure that it can be sustainable. Within that, you will see a school, and I have several colleagues here tonight who may themselves have an opportunity, I believe, to share their 3 minutes that will reflect academic enthusiasm for how we would utilize this property, where our board and leadership conviction can lend that clarity of support to me in my attempts to bring vitality to 95 full acres, married with 100 acres that sits across those railroad tracks that I referenced for that roughly 200-acre campus. As we grow from 31,000, I am designing a campus, as I mentioned earlier, that's going to be intending to support upwards of 50,000, more than we are likely to be dealing with a contracting enrollment. We're growing. And I think part of that is because what we do, it's incredible affordable. Over 6,000 Nampa residents benefit. You yourself, I believe. I mean that in a positive way. I'm not calling it out, but there's many graduates here. Our Phil the Boot, one of our fire graduates, was just talking. She was talking about things. This is a community that I think people respond to that affordability, that workforce design, and I think you'd see us continue to activate that. That could look like expanded academic space. That could look like employers who are able to locate and create internship opportunities. That looks like resources our community could be participating in. We are very eager to step into that. But to sit here and the practicality of saying, in 5 years, blank, 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 and blank, it's just not realistic with where the market, I don't know where our market will go. I don't know where world events will go. I don't know where interest rates will go. But I do know that we wouldn't be stepping into this without a clear sense for how a school that's on the move can try to continue to serve the public and activate it.
Thank you.
Unless there are further questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next person.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Jim Reams, and on deck is Denise Aberle-Canada, Mike Pena, Victor Miller, and Curtis Homer.
Good evening, and go ahead and give us your name and address.
Mayor, Council, Jim Reams, 204 South Dudley Lane, Nampa, Idaho. I'm representing our board of trustees. I am the chair, which also means we don't have a formal vote. We don't have something to dialogue and convey over this, or discuss over this conveyance quite yet. So I'm coming probably from more of a neutral space than a lot, as I don't want to speak on the rest of my fellow trustees' behalfs. But me personally, I call this home. I grew up here. I'm a St. Luke's kid. I've called Nampa home since 1996, where I started my time at NNU. I've had lots of opportunities to move and leave, but I still have an Nampa address today. And I was here when the Ford Idaho Center went up. I remember the excitement and the buzz around it. I've taken my family to monster truck rallies there and everything else in between. We've celebrated birthdays there. We've hung out in the rodeo room and had big parties with my parents. You guys have a big decision ahead of you. There's a lot of weight on your shoulders. I want you to know CWI supports you whichever way you go. You guys are an impressive group of individuals. You each bring something unique and dynamic to the table, and we thank you for the friction, even though we may not always agree with it. And we look forward to your next steps, and we welcome the opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions?
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes. Thank you,
Jim, thank you for coming tonight. It's been stated several times by this council, members on this council anyway, that we shouldn't be in the entertainment business. Why would CWI want to be in the entertainment business? Because that's basically what the Ford Idaho Center is. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, Councilman, thank you for the questions. I really cannot speak to that in depth. When I look at other venues across the state, be it Boise State, or CSIs, or up north, or even, Vandal Nation, or Idaho State, they all have venues of different sorts that produce and have entertainment coming in. I think there's a big opportunity there. I'll stop there.
So a follow-up, Mayor, then. That poses a problem for me to try to justify why CWI would be a better purveyor of that entity that the city hasn't already been taken care of for the last 30 years. It's been spoken of earlier, I listened to it on the way in, about the dollars that were not generated. But again, I can speak to that later on as far as what my understanding was from the beginning. It was never intended to be in the black. It was always expected to be in the red. That was the bigger picture of what would be growing around it that made the greater impact to our community. So again, I asked the question, why would CWI be a better manager of the entertainment side of it? And I'm not hearing that CWI would be. It'd be Oakview Group, or it'd be an event manager like Oakview Group that would be the ones that would be responsible for that. You don't have any sports programs. That's where I mentioned Notre Dame BSU. That was a pretty major competition that took place on that field, but it took hundreds of years to get it to that point. You're a very young institution, so again, I'm wondering why CWI would be a better manager of that facility than the city of Nampa.
Yeah, great questions. I'm going to probably actually defer back to either President Jones or one of my folks that are at CWI running the day-in-day operations. From my chair, again, presentations coming to us, just as you guys are asking me questions. We'll also go to our executive group and field similar questions. But I think that is a fair question.
Thank you. And you don't need to bring them back. Maybe it'll be answered by someone else in line.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Yes.
I do just have one, and real simple. I tried to get President Jones, and it got deferred to a trustee.
Yeah.
You're aware that this has a potentially $15, $20, $25, $28 million deferred maintenance ticket on that. Does that make you nervous? Does that make you hesitant? Or is it something that you're willing and ready to embrace and chip away at fixing that problem that has become a problem through while we've retained it?
Councilman, yes, that is a significant, real question and real concern. We've been fortunate because we have a foundation, and we've gotten good feedback from foundation members and folks who donate to us. Donating to the city of Nampa versus donating to CWI has a different feel about it. And people are more, what we have found, are more excited to donate to us because of who we are, and less likely to donate to the city of Nampa to help perpetuate and do what's occurring now. That is a real number. And I have tore apart the financials back to '97, and I've gone through every of them, every single thing, tooth and nail. There's some numbers there that when the presentations come to us, we'll look at them, we'll go through it, and we'll come to a conclusion of how to best execute on it. But there are lots of people who are very interested in helping CWI see this be successful.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Denise Aberle-Canada, and on deck is Mike Pena, Victor Miller, Curtis Homer, Sherry Boardman, and Mitch Minetti.
Thank you, Mayor Kling and Council. Denise Aberle-Canada, the Provost and Vice President of Academic Affairs at the College of Western Idaho, 5500 Opportunity Drive in Nampa. I'm here to speak from an academic perspective and also address, as President Jones stated, we've had 6,000 graduates of Nampa residents who've earned certificate in various degrees. In addition, several employers from the Nampa area serve on our tactical advisory committees. Several employers in the Nampa area hire the graduates from CWI. And many of you can see or you've heard the new facilities that we've just opened up that have allowed us to move some of our programs back to Nampa and to grow those programs. And with the conveyance of the Ford Center, we look at another opportunity to do some strategic looking into the future for the next 5 to 10 years. What does that landscape look like? What are the programs that are emerging today? What can we expand at CWI that would cover some of the, not the entertainment perspective, but we have digital marketing, hospitality, IT, event management, business degrees, all of which would lend themselves to possible internship, apprenticeship positions for our students to be able to expand. And as businesses come around the Idaho Ford Center, it would also increase additional opportunity perhaps for some of our healthcare students and other programs that we have at CWI to support that. So I stand down for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much.
Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you, Denise. I didn't get your last name written down, but got your first name, that was what's important. The indoor activity center and the sports facility are both large facilities. They don't have classrooms per se. How do you see the ability to have those type of areas within an established event center and an indoor, basically for horse purposes and the horse park? How do you see that being used in the way that you described it without having to have major remodeling done?
Councilman Haverland, what I perceive is that we teach the students at CWI, and they would be able to go during an event. They might shadow somebody. They might be an intern there to watch the real life, how it's done. In a classroom, we can do theory and we can do lab, but in an actual facility, for example, some of our horticulture students, maybe they're going to be doing groundskeeping at the Idaho Ford Center, seeing from other people, being able to do work study or apprenticeship. Our IT individuals might be able to assist in setting up an event at the Idaho Ford Center to where they'd learn how to work in a big venue, how things are different. So they're getting actual, practical, hands-on experience with these things. But for the immediate future, not looking for classroom space, but opportunity for our students.
Okay, so you don't actually see any remodeling needed as far as of the current center as it sits today?
I would defer to others on that, but in my folder here, I have done a 5-year outlook to see what are some potential opportunities that would possibly require that. But as of today, I'm trying to, stay within the vision of, if you were to convey that, what would be the primary opportunities that we could execute on with our current programs and students.
So 5 years out, there could be the potential for the need to remodel, is what I've just heard you say. Is that a correct statement?
If we were to go that way and add additional programs or extensions of the programs that we offer.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Are there any other questions for Denise? Seeing none, thank
All
you
right,
so much.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Mike Pena, and on deck is Randy Haverfield and William Rex.
And we'll pause real quickly. Randy, I think you had signed up, but you can speak later from the bench. Is that good?
I did that. I'm sorry. I did that because I didn't know if I was going to make it back in time. I was still in Phoenix at that
You
time.
want me to remove?
Yeah, you can remove me there because I'll talk from here.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening, Mike.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Honorable Council. Mike Pena, 2659 West Primeland Drive. I'm not within the Nampa city limits. I am here on the behalf as I'm a volunteer, and I serve in the role in my 4th year as foundation president for CWI. If the Fort Idaho Center is conveyed by the city and accepted by the Board of Trustees, the CWI Foundation Board is poised to jump into action to support fundraising and donor relations in concert with the Advancement Department. The foundation has a past history of success and has many leaders that can offer professional experience and expertise in making this a successful endeavor. If we find that different skill sets are needed, we are nimble and are able to reach out to other community members that may have that need that we need to fill. CWI will secure funding through the foundation with private donations, public-private partnerships. The college has no plans to increase property taxes or tuition to support the Fort Idaho Center. As it stands now, only Nampa city taxpayers shoulder the responsibility for the Idaho Center, where CWI has more financial options through its foundation. CWI ownership furthers the highest and best use of the property, preserving Nampa traditions like the Snake River Stampede, while keeping the asset in public hands and under the direction of locally elected boards. The venue cannot be sold by CWI. If conditions change, it would be reverted back to the city. The center's infrastructure also opens up new doors for the college to explore further athletic programs, including potentially building a rodeo team. Additionally, the Fort Idaho Center becomes a platform for innovative academic expression. The college could advance new degree programs in equine studies and hospitality management, leveraging the facility's unique resources for hands-on learning in internships and partnerships with venue businesses and regional employers. We look forward to the challenge by bringing forward thinking, innovative collaboration on making the Idaho Center the best it can be for our community and for our students. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions?
Mayor, sorry, I'm going to ask several questions. Thank you. Mike, thank you for coming tonight. A couple of questions for you. I asked President Jones, as far as on the fundraising side, you've mentioned private donations, you mentioned public-private partnerships. That caught my attention. Are you talking about lease properties? Are you talking about, what are you talking about when you talk about public-private partnerships in the regard as far as fundraising for the Fort Idaho Center?
They could look at things like potentially land that is bordering the Idaho Center Boulevard, which has a high commercial value. We could potentially, of course, the Board of Trustees and the President would have to approve it, but there's a potential that a portion of that land could be put into a foundation-type enterprise zone, or we could do a long-term land lease, like you and I have talked before, our council member Haverfield, in previous meetings, where there could be potential long-term leases where CWI owns the adjacent land. One of the issues would be when you take that prime frontage away to maybe do a lease for a development, that parking could be moved to adjacent land that CWI owns, because parking is very important. We could do a long-term land lease on that, similar like we did on the downtown Boise Whitewater Center, which would bring additional revenue. And I think it would also enhance the experience when you go to the Idaho Center. There could be restaurants there or other amenities where people go to enjoy a sporting event or a rodeo or a concert or a graduation, or they could get a meal, a cocktail, stay on campus, and it would enhance that experience. That revenue, there's many other entities that have done similar things. We're not going to try to recreate their wheel. Arizona State has an enterprise zone that's run by their foundation that is very similar to this thinking, and that is one potential way to do that.
Thank you for stating that. Again, that's, the path that we were talking about as far as part of my trying to come up with means to be able to come up with the dollars needed as far as for long-term revenue source. You've just substantiated that. So whether it's the city of Nampa or CWI that's pursuing that, it's land that's being retained by the owner of the property and not being sold off to developers. And then as far as the revenue, and the improvements as well, that would come back as an addition to the tax base. I think as I've talked to developers, they stated that from the beginning it should have been a joint venture approach, a common joint use agreement that might have been a path to go down between CWI and the city of Nampa. We never did discuss that as a council. That's, again, I'm just bringing that forward as something that was offered as a solution. The public-private partnership aspect of it was talked about as well. So I think that there are ways to look at the funding from CWI standpoint, from City of Nampa standpoint. So I'm just trying to get to the point where I understand the true value of what we're talking about here and how we can preserve this facility. My last question for you is 5 years from now, if CWI does look at remodeling and renovating and doing different things, and things don't work out 10 years from now and the city has to take back this facility, do you put it back to where it is today? As far as I know, that's what's in the conveyance agreement. What takes place at that point from a standpoint of obligation by CWI to return to the city of Nampa? Is that in that conveyance agreement, Preston? Maybe that's a question for you.
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, it does address that. Again, the document speaks for itself. I can summarize, though, but I refer to it to speak for itself, that it would be returned in good condition upon an event of they're wanting to sell it without our written consent. That's as drafted right now, but the document will speak for itself.
Well, they can't sell the property, right? That's what's in the agreement.
That's a proposed term, that's correct, yep.
So again, I mean, I'm just trying to vet out all of the aspects of it. I'm not trying to put you on the spot or anybody else. I'm just trying to understand on the behalf of the people that we represent, what we're talking about here. Because there's a lot of moving parts to it, and we need to make sure that we're making a good decision. So thank you. Appreciate your time.
Are there, yes, Councilman Rodriguez?
Mike, I have a question for you. You talked about the enterprise zone. Does CWI have access and ability to pursue an enterprise zone? Because you're not a government entity. I think the city is, so what that equals is taxes, right?
Not sure what your definition is, Councilman Rodriguez, but the foundation, I believe, as a nonprofit, and I'm certainly not an attorney and would defer to legal counsel with CWI on the proper structure of that. But I believe there's been other models out there where there's an enterprise zone that's controlled by the foundation, and as far as managing it. And, you know, like I said, the intent would be to potentially look at that frontage on Idaho Center where the most value of the land is. I think the challenge with the city doing that is the loss of parking. That facility is already parking-wise is very tight for the large events. So if that land were to be removed and developed, I think the challenge the city would have is, you know, where does the parking go? Where CWI owns the adjacent land next to it, a lot of it's not being utilized. We could pave that land and have additional parking available.
And if I could follow up on the enterprise zone from a taxation standpoint. So whether it be the city or CWI, neither of which pay property tax. However, if a building were to be put on the property with a long-term land lease, that tax revenue would come to the city.
Oh, it would?
Yes, it would
Okay,
come to
that's
the
what I'm
city.
thinking, 'cause I don't think it goes to
Yes.
CWI.
Correct, it
No,
would
sir.
come to the city.
Right, okay,
Yes.
that's what I
Yeah,
was
so if
getting
there's a
at.
restaurant that's built on that land lease, the value of the structure would be taxable and would go into the city of Nampa's coffers, is my understanding.
That is correct.
Yes, so
Yes.
for the people out here, let me tell them what the definition is. Is a specifically designated geographic area where governments offer economic incentives, such as tax breaks and financial concessions, to stimulate investment, job creation, and community revitalization in economically distressed areas. So I just want to tell the people that's what it is. So, but the clarification, thank you, Mayor, that we would be receiving those taxes. And
Mayor,
yeah, that has to be approved, though.
Yes.
If I
Yes,
may,
legal.
this is always one that I think is a little tricky to get around. In Idaho, an enterprise zone is a concept. It's not a legal entity, like you see an auditorium district or something like that. At the federal level, in 2017, I believe, the Trump administration created an economic zone, and that was designated certain areas. There's some in Nampa. This particular site is not part of that. But what was described here, the ground lease idea, that concept can have an enterprise value. It's just a concept. So just so the public's aware, that's really what the issue or the operation is. But enterprise zone is not something the Idaho legislature has created by statute as a tool in the city's tool belt. It's not a thing. But the concept is, I think, what's hitting on here, Mayor.
Thank you,
Thank you.
council.
Yeah.
I'm just a humble servant. That's a fundraiser, so I
As am
appreciate
I,
that.
so, yeah.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
Yes,
Are there
sir.
any other questions for Mike? Mike, thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Mayor.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Victor Miller, and on deck is Curtis Homer, Sherry Boardman, Mitch Minetti, William Rex, and Jill Hallows.
Mayor Kling and council members, I'm Victor Miller. I am at 7009 North Spurwing Rim Place in Meridian, lover of the Fort Idaho Center, and I've covered the media business on Wall Street for 21 years. Please pause and study the decision to sell, convey, or keep the Fort Idaho Center, because important questions are still unanswered and concrete financial analysis comparing each alternative has not been done. For those that wish to retain FIC, Oakview Group, AEG, Live Nation, and Legends Hospitality are leaders in live entertainment. With OVG's September 2027 contract expiration approaching, has a request for proposal been initiated to explore whether the city might get a better deal. Is the council and the public aware of OVG's May 2024 proposal to invest $8 million to renovate FIC's amphitheater to world-class standards by June 2025, which would have locked in Live Nation artists, contributed $1 per ticket sold at the amphitheater for the CapEx plan for the arena and horse park, and potentially increase net profits to FIC? Could the city make more for naming rights? Could FIC sell its ticketing service to a major ticketing player? Rather than convey, could CWI become another FIC client? According to the October 2nd, 2025 conveyance and acquisition agreement just released, CWI can revert the title back to the city, quote, in the event that CWI abandons the real property, or if CWI conveys or sells the title to another party without the city's consent. That is new language, the abandonment. While FIC should be in good operating conditions similar to the condition at the time of conveyance, there's no recourse should FIC be in worse condition when reconveyed. In reality, this gives the city a 100% risk, non-long-term solution. And how will the city recover the $35 million it already invested in FIC? If FIC could be sold and the value could be $75 million, and a recent appraisal suggests it may be, selling could be a very constructive option. So would it be more prudent to entertain selling FIC closer to OVG's September 30th, 2027 end of contract date? Were AEG, Legends, and Live Nation part of the recent bidding process you just did? Is the mayor, the staff, or this council aware of any specific discussions to purchase any portion of FIC, the horse park, arena, or amphitheater? The bottom line is Nampa citizens own FIC and wants what's best for their asset. Consult experts, fully vet each option, and come back to the public with specific side-by-side comparisons of the financial impact to the city that each option can clearly be presented, and make your case there. There's been no financials presented at all, no side-by-side comparisons. You can't really tell definitively which option is the best. Therefore, I would say retain to the point that you can clearly tell the public which is the superior option. I'm not against any of the
Madam Mayor,
options,
time.
just now.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes?
Who were the groups that you had listed?
So AEG, which is owned by Irving Azoff. He's the manager of the Eagles. He's one of the largest players. Live Nation is the largest national player in live entertainment. And Legends Entertainment, which is owned by Jerry Jones, who owns the Cowboys. He just bought the largest worldwide entertainment business. So those three players are major players, even bigger than OVG, I believe. And they should have been consulted and should have been part of the bidding process before we gave up on the selling of this property.
So I'd like to just speak to that. So Live Nations is in business and does a ton of business with OVG. They are not the same business type at all. OVG is a management company. Live Nation, as he's mentioned, is with AEG, and Live Nation are managing the acts. But we work directly with Live Nation, OVG does, and a lot of our acts are coming from Live Nation, very strong relationship there. They are aware of this. It isn't that we haven't spoken with them. OVG is very well aware, and Live Nation's very well aware. So they're competitors.
Right, so Live Nation owns a ton of amphitheaters themselves. They develop them. And Live Nation right now has exclusive relationships with three players, BSU at the stadium, and with it used to be Taco Bell. And then also with the ICCU Center and with you guys for different types of acts. If they bought this, they would probably exclusively more towards coming to the amphitheater over everybody else and the arena.
I can say I'm very familiar with all of that, with all of them and the relationship and the
But did we
between
put
all the.
did all four people bid on this property?
We put the opportunity in a request out there. They did not. And we mentioned to OVG was very well aware of it. They worked very closely. The promoters that you're referring to all work with OVG and with the arena. They're all well aware of it. It is not a surprise. And they could have put in, but no one gave us any interest in our solicitation for interest.
I was just saying, I worked on Wall Street for 21 years in the media business, and I would have retained a Wall Street firm or somebody when you talk about a $75 to $150 million asset it should be a world-class person who's retained.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilman Haverfield?
Just a quick question for you, Mr. Miller. In my conversations, I've understood that a lot of these, the AEG, Live Nation, Legends, they don't look to own, they would rather lease.
No, they absolutely own.
They do own?
Yeah, I used to cover Live Nation when I was on Wall Street, helped take it public. They absolutely own amphitheaters.
Just the amphitheaters?
No, they own talent amphitheaters. They want to be vertically integrated. Ticketing, Ticketmaster, all was owned by Clear Channel at one point.
So are you saying that a solicitation to these four for the potential
Would
purchase?
be a good idea.
They're aware of it, though. I will say, so Randy, this is not, I'm, with all due respect, this is not new. They are very well aware of it. They would be aware of it through OVG. The owners and the leaders of OVG are very closely aligned here. They're very well aware of it. And those opportunities can present themselves, but they're very well aware of it.
Mayor, I was going to ask you, what was the window of time offered to the community, or basically to the world to purchase? How long?
I believe it was September 2nd through October 1st. I would have to look, is that correct? I think we released it on, Clay has it in his thing.
It was 1 month?
It was a month. I reached out to the International Association of Venue Managers, talked to them about it. That is the organization that has it's the association related to every large stadium, arena in the nation. But they did not pursue it because that's not what they do. But what's important is OVG is very well aware. Peter Luco, who is one of the top players in the nation, that is at the top of OVG, very involved with Live Nation. All these guys know one another. It's a big world, but it's a small world. They are aware. This is not a surprise.
Well, that, again.
Our local promoters maybe were less aware, but the ones that we're working with closely, which I know that Victor knows them, they're, aware.
Well, you've confused me, because again, my conversation was that they aren't interested in purchasing. Now I'm hearing that they totally are, so.
No, what I'm saying is that I would have approached all four specifically with the opportunity, because they all are in the amphitheater business, the live entertainment business. I think that this would be a very attractive, this is the largest venue in the state of Idaho. It's a very attractive asset.
Right.
Which we will talk about when we're done. So now's not the time to. We will have a discussion if we want to sell this facility.
Right.
And what we've heard from the community thus far is there's not an interest, but that discussion will come.
Mayor?
Thank you.
Yes.
Could Andrew or is Rick Kennedy in the room to be able to attest to that? That also sparked or piqued my curiosity, is the amount of information that they received in the solicitation process. And that's why before we had gone through the slides, that sparked my interest, and now hearing it again, it's sparking my interest.
The solicitation for interest was in our packet, and so I'm not sure if Rick Kennedy is here. I'm not seeing him at the moment, but the solicitation of interest was in our packet. We talked about that a little bit ago, how we put that out, and it was out for almost a month. Specifically, we put that out, and we did specifically reach out to OVG to ensure that they had it, and the leadership. And I'm sure that Peter Luco and Rick and your leadership team all had that, yes. Seeing the yes, they did. So the people that you're referencing are very well aware. We did not go to competitors, but we also had not talked about selling the property, because what we're hearing back from the citizens is they don't want to give this property away. They don't want to sell it. And we'll come back to that when we discuss the selling, but the communication has taken place.
Okay.
Mayor.
Can Andrew speak to it now, or should I wait till the end after? Either way, if he can stick around and we can ask.
Andrew, are you going to be here later? So when we get to that portion on the agenda, when we talk about the retain, sell, or convey, we'll come back to this discussion, and Andrew will ask him up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Curtis Homer, and on deck is Sherry Boardman, Mitch Minetti, William Rex, Jill Hallows, and Debbie Bartlow.
Mayor, Council, thank you for having us tonight. I'm Curtis Homer, 14316 Inspiration Place. As you all know, I don't talk real fast, but I read even slower. So what we're doing tonight is trying to decide, and you have to make that decision on what path you want to take. I will cover a couple of things in our past that may help. I'm not here representing the Snake River Stampede, even though I have my red shirt on, but it was that or bib overalls, okay? And the Idaho Horse Park. The information I'm offering now as a citizen of Nampa. I've been a citizen and my family's been here for over 40 years. Retired chief of police and former city council member, so I've sat in those seats before. Back in the 90s, 92 to 95, a group of people here in town, Steve Tester, Ken Harwood, and so forth, they were looking for a new location to move the old rodeo grounds that was on Garrity. We had 23 acres there that the city ended up with. They were looking at that time to move it because of the condition of the old arena. It was a wooden structure and it was needing to be replaced. So they found the land out there where the Fort Idaho Center is now. I think it's 109 acres. I could be wrong on that. But while they were making plans, it originally was going to be for rodeo grounds. They spent over $200,000 just building the amphitheater, the berms out there. And during the planning time, Steve told me, I talked to him again this morning, he was on that, he was a banker at the time, and he said that they decided to build an indoor so they could have winter events and also community events. So at that time, Garrity was 2-lane, and the city limits kind of ended out there about Kings Road. So if you look at all the businesses that's out there since we built the Idaho Center, I mean, just look at the taxes that brings in. Just the horse shows and the rodeo brings in $20 to $25 million a year times 24 years, and you got a lot of money coming into the city of Nampa. And that goes to build new businesses. It goes to build to CWI. And I've had meetings with CWI with President Jones, and I'm convinced that we're covered, that we'll go ahead and have a rodeo regardless of if it's owned by the city or if it's owned by CWI. I think we're covered in that for horse shows and so forth. It's in your agreement. And that's a fluid thing right now, the agreement, so we can get all the wording just right. But I look forward to it.
Time.
I look forward to working with them, whoever's city or CWI. Any?
Quick question. Is Steve Tester here?
No, he had surgery this afternoon, so he said he wouldn't be here.
If I remember correctly, he is very supportive of this, and he was part of the initial land transaction. Is that correct?
Right, he was part of that North Nampa urban renewal back then. They started, he said they started that and purchased the land and then turned that over to the city. And then later on, some of the buildings out there, like the ticket office, was actually built by the Nampa Industrial Commission that was in there. And then that building was put there so that they could have as kind of a tourist thing to draw tourists in. And he said they would arrange that building, and that's the one as you go into the Idaho Center where our office is. And that was built so that they could provide a place for people to come to catch buses, to go on tours, to build the area up. So I think they did their job really well as far as building up this city, because it's a wonderful place to live. And we understand, all the boards that I serve on and people I talk to understands that for the 23 acres that the rodeo board provided, then we got it for 2 weeks a year. We get the Fort Idaho Center to use. And CWI has agreed to continue that contract. And we pay, the rodeo board pays every bill that's during that 2-week period. So from the garbage to the salary, you know.
Thank you for sharing that. Council, do you have any questions?
Okay, thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Sherry Boardman, and on deck is Mitch Minetti, William Rex, Jill Hallows, Debbie Bartlow, and David Ferdinand.
Hi, Sherry Boardman, President of the Idaho Horse Park Foundation, 999 Cow Horse Drive, Cuna, Idaho, 83634. So, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak about a subject that's very dear to my heart, the Idaho Horse Park. My foremost concern is for the Idaho horse industry and the many benefits it brings to the state and this community. We have worked very hard to develop the Fort Idaho Horse Park, and as we all know, it generates a tremendous amount of economic impact. Many of our local businesses depend on this income. In addition, the horse park participants contribute a significant portion of the tax revenue for the newly created auditorium district. The horse park is not an entertainment venue. It is an essential part of our community and our state's equine industry. It supports tourism, business, and the preservation of our Western heritage. The Fort Idaho Center is a multi-use facility with diverse purposes. One side functions as an entertainment entity, while the other represents an industry that drives economic impact and tourism. Balancing both interests under one ownership can be quite challenging. But with careful management and understanding of the two different worlds, it can be done and it can be maintained successfully. And the ownership, whoever that is, needs to juggle these diverse interests with fairness and foresight. While there are many concert venues in our area and more being proposed, I understand that the Fort Idaho Centers need to stay competitive. However, there's not another horse facility of this caliber in the Northwest anywhere. This is what truly sets Nampa apart and makes the horse park a tourism destination and a source of community pride. Because it is part of the Fort Idaho Center facility, I believe its importance in our community kind of gets overlooked at times. I have had the privilege of meeting with the representatives from CWI and offering input on what the horse park is and what it represents to this community. If they are granted ownership, CWI has committed to maintaining the horse park show season, preserving all current events, and allowing for the development of new shows uninterrupted for 10 years with an option for renewal. I also want to thank the current city leaders and Madam Mayor for the genuine support you have shown the horse park, and to note that if the decision is to keep the property, we look forward to continuing our positive relationship. We must be very careful to recognize the tremendous benefits the horse park provides and ensure whoever assumes ownership understands its value, supports its mission, and remains committed to improving and maintaining this world-class facility. We need ownership that views the horse park as the incredible community asset it is, one worthy of preservation, growth, and building. We also need assurances from the city that this asset, these shows, this part of the facility remains intact for the future. Tonight, I ask you to be thoughtful and deliberate in this decision. Let's carefully consider what outcome will best preserve this asset, protect its tourism value, uphold our Western heritage, and sustain the economic vitality it brings to this community. Thank you.
Mayor?
I made it.
Yes, you did it. I was watching that. You did so good. That was a push to the minute, to the second. Yes, Councilman Griffin.
Thank you. Sherry, you've been one of the ones I've been sitting on my hands waiting to hear from, so I'm glad you're here. Is 10 years sufficient in the agreement that you feel comfortable, if we did move to convey, that that term is sufficient for the needs of the horse park facilities?
Oh boy, that's a very good question. Thank you. Thank you,
And
Councilman
as direct
Griffin.
as you can get with it, that would be great too. Thank you.
Let me just say that in a perfect world, I would prefer that I didn't have any limitations, because I would love to grow the horse park to being even bigger than it is today. I would love to see it expand more. However, I feel that under the circumstances, I felt that CWI is being very gracious and kind to allow us that 10-year limit that assures the horse shows that are currently at the horse park, and even some that we may cultivate, that there is a future there.
Follow up?
Yes.
Do you have any hesitation or concern that CWI, having the ownership go to CWI? You personally and the foundation?
I have had such a good experience with CWI and speaking with CWI and the people that are on staff there. I think they're amazing people and very forward thinking and that kind of thing. Of course, I have hesitancies, but I'll be perfectly honest with you. I have hesitancy staying in the city too, because every 4 years we have a new administration, and every 4 years there's something that comes up that we're always having to re-educate. So I'm going to say it's 50-50. I'm going to be Switzerland right here.
That doesn't help this Switzerland, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Haverfield?
Sherry, thank you
Yes.
for coming tonight. In the past 12 years, as I've been sitting on this council, there have been nights where there's a sea of red shirts that show up in the room. The Idaho Horse Foundation folks show up. You get our interest, obviously, because of the support that you have and the money that you've invested out there. My concern for you, concern for the process, is to make sure that you stay whole. What I'm hearing, and I guess I need clarity on, is this 10-year timeframe, and what it means to you, and if in 11 years, CWI finds that they might need some of that property back there for dorm buildings or something, and you end up losing something. It's already been stated tonight that the potential for land leases along Canada can take away some parking area. Now, that volume can be picked up with other parking areas in and around off of the Fort Idaho Center property. I'm just wondering, from your perspective, what's the 10-year and what happens after 11 years where something starts happening where you're not comfortable any longer? And are you thinking that you're looking to have to find another location after 10 years or work with something less than what you currently are working with today? Because I know that we've spent a lot of money to help you have full-service RV spots, and it's just underground facilities. But what does that mean to you 10 years, 11 years from now? Can you share that so that I understand?
Yeah, thanks, Councilman Haverfield. That's a very intricate question and something that's rather difficult, but I'll do my best. It would break my heart to see the horse park dismantled or not be utilized for the intention that we have obviously invested so much time and effort and finances for. So it challenges me with a couple of things. If I could see that the horse park was going away, would I be interested in developing a larger horse park or being involved in that? Definitely. And I think there's an interest because this area is prime. It's a prime location for huge shows to locate based on the fact that it's close to California, it's close to all sorts of places, and people from Texas come all over. They like it here. The climate is good for us in the summer, that kind of thing. My job, if this is conveyed, is to try to show CWI that this is a viable operation and it's something very good for the community. My concern is, of course, for the economic impact and for the businesses and that kind of thing. I think the horse park is an amazing facility, asset to this city. So I would have a difficult time with it going away. It's not in my hands. All I can do is try my hardest, which we've done since 2001. And I'm getting older. You asked me 10 years. I'm telling you, I might not be here in 10 years. But I'll do my darndest for 10 years.
And I'd like to say that I've just made note in CWI, Clay, this is a question that we're going to give, because the answer really is CWI's answer. So please put that on the docket as something you guys respond to answer the question about 10 years. Not right now, but later on.
Mayor,
So any other questions?
Yeah, it's just, I was fortunate on the way back from Phoenix to here, we were able to sit with a young team roper from Homedale, and 18-year-old, and he's all in for rodeo. I mean, he's one of those guys, you're going to see him on TV one of these days, and he's competed already at the Snake River Stampede. Wonderful, respectful young man, and that's what I've seen so much come out of the Snake River Stampede, how you set a model, and with the Horse Foundation as well, the equestrian side, how important it is to our community, because we are an agricultural-based community. So again, I would not want to see any changes, but if it's outside of our control, we can't control that. And what's best for CWI then takes the day. So that's where I have a concern.
Right, and the horse industry in Idaho is a huge industry. It's a large industry, and not having full use of the horse shows at the horse park would definitely impact the horse industry in Idaho.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Sherry, thank you so much. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Mitch Minetti, and on deck is William Rex, Jill Hallows, Debbie Bartlow, and David Ferdinand.
Good evening, Mayor and council friends. Mitch Minetti, 16740 North Gentry Drive. Just for clarity, that's about a half a mile from both CWI campus and the Fort Idaho Center. I'll be brief. I just want to remind us all, 2.5, 3 hours ago, we all stood for the pledge and the prayer. And so far, the comments have been great. And I challenge and encourage my friends following to do the same. We quickly forget when we stand and do the prayer and the pledge, and then we get into disagreements on beliefs and thoughts. So I first and foremost commend each one of you. I know this is a very tough decision. My day job is at the Napa Chamber of Commerce. We play a direct role with tourism in the community. We have a great relationship with CWI. We have a great relationship with the city of Nampa. My challenge to you, my encouragement, my hope for you is to come to a decision tonight. Just for the sake of our community. I think more time does not provide more opportunity. I think we're dividing versus coming together. I have sat in town halls and I've heard parking lot meetings afterwards. I've been in coffee shops. I've heard from CWI. I've heard from many of you in this room, and I don't like Nampa not coming together. I see us being more divided. So I'm not sure, somebody can convince me otherwise, but I'm not sure more time is going to bring more clarity and bring us together. So I know it's a heavy decision for you all. You just heard directly the two friends in front of me, Sherry, the horse park, and Chief Curtis Homer, Snake River Stampede, that both said that they have full confidence in CWI. I have not yet heard anybody else come with any better idea to the table. And so the Chamber of Commerce encourages you to be brave and bold and make the decision that you need to make so that we can move forward. You already know no matter what decision you make, you're going to make some people happy and some people are not going to be happy based on your vote. But I think uncertainty is creating division. And at some point, we just need to make the decision and then support that. You have my full support no matter what the outcome, and I think a lot of people in this room would feel the same way. Yes, people have to process it and figure out the dynamics once the decision's made, but I think in this case, uncertainty is bringing division, and I don't like that for our Nampa community. And so on behalf of the Nampa Chamber, we will support either one. But again, you only have once in a lifetime opportunity here. This is a major decision, but this is right in front of you to do something significant for Nampa. Doing nothing, I think, is unacceptable. We've heard that, so now is the time. We're not going to have a lot of these opportunities. So with that, the Nampa Chamber encourages you. We have full support in College of Western Idaho. We've done 2 ribbon cuttings there, about $65 million worth of buildings under construction currently, and we've done 2 ribbon cuttings in the last 60 days there. So I see no reason why we shouldn't have full confidence in them. So with that, I will stand and I'll end with thank you for your service. You have a very tough job, and we stand behind you no matter the outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is William Rex, and on deck is Jill Hallows, Debbie Bartlow, David Ferdinand, and Stuart Heidemann.
Good evening. My name is William Langdon Rex, 1216 Holly Street, Nampa, Idaho. I came here on July the 4th, 1980. I've lived here ever since. This situation is very simple. It's local. You have a local college that needs more room, needs more future. So convey the property to the college. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you so much for taking the time to be here tonight. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Jill Hallows, Debbie Bartlow, David Ferdinand, Stuart Heidemann, and Noreen Nunes. And if I could just request that people start lining up behind the podium to make this go faster. Thank you.
My name is Jill Hallows, 603 West Crimson Loop, Nampa. There has been so much conflicting information. The auditorium district will provide funds for the FIC, and then, well, no, it won't. The FIC is underutilized versus, oh, OVG is doing a great job. There's $25 million in deferred maintenance, according to CWI's estimate. I don't know that we've ever heard any real actual numbers. So it just feels like there's been a lot of research and time given to the CWI conveyance versus having an objective outside person to represent the citizens and the city of Nampa, to do, like Victor Miller said, a side-by-side comparison. I would like to have someone present in behalf of the city. There are contract finalizations, details that need to be worked out still. I would hope that you as a council aren't going to vote before those details are worked out. There just are things that haven't been done yet. And I don't know why we're in such a hurry to make a decision when it feels like the job isn't complete for analysis of this side by side. I would admonish you to postpone any decision until you've consulted with experts, fully evaluated every aspect of keeping the FIC, and I've even thought that we're going to have a new mayor soon, and perhaps since the new mayor will inherit this whole thing wherever it goes, that person should be involved in this. So anyway, I would just like to see a little bit more fairness. Honestly, I'm not in favor or against at this point, but it just doesn't sit right with me that it hasn't been equally assessed. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to ask, is Debbie Bartlow here? Okay, if we could have people start lining up to make this go faster for everyone.
I was only 3 steps away.
Okay, so we are asking people to line up so it can go quickly. If we could have David Ferdinand, Stuart Heidman, Noreen Nunes, and Gary Bartlow on deck, please. Thank you.
I'm Debbie Bartlow. I live at 3514 Juanita Way, Nampa, Idaho. I just have 2 points. Much like the previous speaker, I don't believe we've had a discussion, a real discussion of options. I believe it was decided by some of the council before it was even presented to the people what they were going to do. And I believe with all my heart that all these community sessions have just been like a box, a box to check. I don't believe you've taken in and wrote down things, ideas to pursue, and ways to look at it, and options that we could look at. I believe that I believe in government. I've run for office. I believe in government. But I do not believe my voice has had any merit in any of decisions in this regard. I believe it was already decided, and it's now your job to convince us, to make it happen, to force it on us. And I do not believe that is representative government in our country. We've had a whole previous administration nationally that did this constantly. We're kind of sensitive to it. And I believe there's enough objections that it deserves more time. You cannot bring people together when you're just pushing one solution and abandoning all others. Please wait, hold off, you asked for public plans, but you never gave much time to get those together. I feel this is being rammed down our throat. Whether it's right or wrong, I'm not even sure. But I do know this is not listening to your public. You might hear us, but you are not taking what we say and say, okay, you value this enough that we need to look at it deeper and involve more of you with us and get you to understand why we're doing this. We want you on board instead of, we're going to do this and this is why. So I don't think you need to rush through this decision. And if you want your people with you, which is, we are the ones that put you here. We care about government. But I don't feel it's being representative of your people. If you've had way more people against this than for it. And I don't think it's being considered. Thank you. Any questions?
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is David Ferdinand, and on deck is Stuart Heidman, Noreen Nunes, Gary Bartlow, and Jeff Egenbard.
David Ferdinand, 2419 West Heron Loop in Nampa. Action, public hearing regarding city-owned real property. The city owns this, the Ford Idaho Center, to consider whether to convey the real property to a tax-supported government unit, namely the College of Western Idaho, or sell the real property to the highest bidder at public auction with a minimum price of $75 million, or retain the property. And that's the question. There was a previous speaker that got my attention when he said, we need to lay the numbers out. We need to take a look at this and see just exactly out of those three situations, and I think it was one of the councilmen that also agreed that we really need to look hard at those numbers. I remember Ken Harward coming up with this grandiose idea of all the things that Mayor Gehring and Ken Harwood were coming up with for the Ford Idaho Center area. It was they were going to build a television studio. I mean, they had all kinds of ideas. The $200 million in economic impact that the Ford Idaho Center created is tremendous for any community. To make a decision like this, you need to look at the numbers, and you need to look at what would each one of those do to our community, and how will it affect our future. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
David? I apologize in advance, but I think you had a very compelling testimony. One of the things that I'm trying to flesh out here is if CWI owned the property, how would that affect our economic impact in the area? You're a commercial broker. You do real estate. Do you see the hand that holds title changes the ability for us to be a driver in the area if we protect the Snake River Stampede, the Horse Foundation for 10 years? Do you see that as positives, as negatives? And I ask you that very open-hearted to hear your response.
Sure. Yeah, and I appreciate it. You know, Madam Mayor, Councilman Griffin, the real estate market is dependent, I think it's a good question, dependent on what happens in that community and how it develops. You know, we've got a lot of real estate guys in here, and they'll tell you, boy, if you make sewer and water available and you build roads, they will come, and they'll build. How fast do we want to build out those particular areas? The CWI campus, if they had another 100 acres and they were allowed to build commercial structures, it would add to the development of that community, and also, I think, may impact it more rapidly than a lot of the people living in that community would want. However, it is an important part of any community's future to lay plans which is what I believe this is all about, to lay plans for the development of that area in a way that can provide for the future of CWI and the Ford Idaho Center, and even provide those ideas of building out the Idaho Center Boulevard that would bring more people to that area for that entertainment process without damaging the future of transportation and of sewer and water and all the things that you need in order to expand. I know that's a long answer, but that's what I would do.
I think Councilman Haverfield, I want to say that Doug, I would like for you to be preparing numbers and be ready to speak to the numbers, because we have had, David, wait just a minute. There is a question coming for you. I just want Doug, you to be prepared, because I think we're going to talk about numbers. So if you could be pulling those up. At the end of this public hearing, we'll be talking those. Councilman Haverfield?
Good, that's a good segue, because Doug needs to answer this question. But David, you've been a former commissioner, you've been a leader in our community for a while. As we look at, well, you look at even ICRIM's reports, the numbers come in above 150 million for facilities, just replacement costs. That's a very large number that currently is all paid for. City owns it. If we were to take that large of an asset off of whatever we own, and then it's no longer there, what are the impacts in the event that we want to borrow money, say as a bond? What's our bond rating at the end of that process? Obviously, CWI's is improved by that dollar amount. Ours has gone down by that dollar amount. This is a question my wife has even asked me to ask. That's how intuitive she is. She wants to know. So if you can answer that question for me from your perspective, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, knowing that you are not bond counsel as a realtor, that's a...
No, it's more of a question because of his background as being a commissioner. I mean, he's been dealing with these, and then as a realtor, he's been dealing with this. I want to know what the impact is to the city by that asset no longer being on our rolls.
Okay, and then Doug, I would like for you to answer that same question.
And I will answer it very neutrally.
Or you can answer it however you need to answer it. I just want to make sure we get it.
It's a great question. However, everything that you do within a community affects the market. It does. And so if the city of Nampa were to make a change with the ownership, obviously the values change for the city. As far as if you were in the personal, it'd be like changing your personal real estate assets. It does make a change. Now,
well, it's collateral, basically. You're talking about collateral.
I'm talking about collateral, but it also affects how those entities would look at the city of Nampa. I can tell you, as a former Canyon County Commissioner, we obviously all make decisions. You as council and mayor make decisions that have far-reaching effects, and this is one of those decisions that it would affect how those entities would look at the city of Nampa. Now, CWI also would receive an advantage, so you would have to weigh those two to see just exactly how it would affect the overall position of the city of Nampa.
Hopefully Doug can give us some insight
and
then as far as what that decision is.
But it definitely would affect it.
Thank you. Doug?
I done?
If you could speak to bond rating.
A little bit of a difficult question. Let me step back a couple years when we did the recent attempt at a bond issuance a couple years ago. In all of the discussions we had with bond counsel, the Ford Idaho Center did not factor into those calculations. If it was a revenue generator that delivered significant revenue to the city, it might factor in, because our bond rating is related to how reliable we are in repaying our debts. And we are very reliable in paying our debts, but we're also, at the same time, funneling money over to pay for the FIC, which diverts from our capacity to pay debts even faster. So my belief is that if the Ford Idaho Center were not part of our asset base, it would not change our bond rating. It may in fact possibly improve it because we no longer have to pay that cost, which is an additional cost on top of the cities. But I've never heard it come up. The only part that really comes up in the asset base is when auditors are testing our assets. They use the value of that asset to determine materiality, but that's about the only time.
I just know, as far as when we've had conversations about the bond rating that the city has, very, solid.
Yeah.
Napa Development Corporation, not so much, higher interest to be able to borrow money. So I know that there's a difference. I just don't know how that's factored and figured out. That's why I asked the question. I mean, I know that if I had that large of an asset and I needed to either sell part of it or borrow against it or do something with it, it's collateral that I could use. So I would imagine the city would be similar. I know that you're talking about being able to repay a loan. That's important that we have that.
A lot of
If it's
times,
revenue
if you're looking at debt and repayment, it's liquidity. Could we easily convert the Ford Idaho Center into liquid assets? No. That won't really enable us to repay any debt faster. And like I said, the reality is it's a draw on our finances right now. I'm not saying it's a bad draw. I'm saying it's a good community investment, but I don't think it would have much of a positive or negative impact on our credit rating.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Stuart Heidman, and on deck is Noreen Nunes, Gary Bartlow, Jeff Agenbrod, Arlen Hacker, and Ed McNellis.
Very good. Madam Mayor, City Councilman, I've spoke here before, and I'm going to go back to what I said the first time around.
Could you state your name and address?
Stuart Heineman, 621 North Midland Boulevard, here in Nampa. CWI was voted into existence by Ada County, not by Canyon County. Canyon County said no 62%. 62% also came out of Nampa and said no for CWI. 4 years later, CWI asked for $250 million to expand their organization. That included the interest. It was only $190 million that they wanted. They wanted the interest also paid for. And Canyon County, again, voted over 60% against giving them the money. Ada County also voted no, and it didn't happen. In this case, where you're going to give away over $100 million worth of assets, I fully expect the people of Nampa to say no to CWI, simply for the fact that other than pulling money out of my checks every year when I pay property tax, I get absolutely no value out of CWI. And for most people out here, yep, they're trying to change their mission. You know, we're going to have a rodeo team. We're going to have 4-year degrees. They're a tech school, supposedly, a community college that prepares people to go on someplace else. That's not their plan. It's obvious from their conversations here. I do not believe it's time for Nampa to give up over $100 million worth of assets that the community has earned for an empty bucket. And it's going to be empty as long as you give it to them. That leaves 2 other options. You can either sell it or you can learn how to run it yourself. Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Noreen Nunes, and on deck is Gary Bartlow, Jeff Agenbrod, Arlen Hacker, Ed McNellis, and Cheryl Beamer.
Hi, I'm Noreen Nunes. I live at 5547 East Victoria Falls Drive in Nampa. And if any of you got my paper, a lot of things have changed because I've learned different things tonight, so I'm not going to probably go in order as it is here. I just had a question. My first question was, did you just stay in state or did you go out of state to advertise for this sale?
Well, and we'll just keep it running if you're going to ask questions
Okay,
versus speak.
I'll wait for the
but
end
yeah,
if there's
okay.
time. Okay, so I had that question, because it doesn't seem like 1 month is very long to have the place up for sale. And I was just wondering where you got the $75 million amount when you were just going to give it away to begin with. How'd you come up with the 75? And have you ever updated that Nampa census to see the increase in the population? The more people we have, maybe the lowering future of taxes owned, because it would be divided more, and that would make you not so much in debt every year for it, because you'd have more people, future taxes to be paid. If it does get sold or given to CWI, I think we need to make sure them or any potential buyer keep the Ford Idaho Center as it is regarding the functions that presently take place there, and that should be in the contract. And then lastly, as long as this issue has taken place, and this is something I said before, it would seem like it could have been put on the ballot for election wherein all the citizens of Nampa could be involved and voted. That would have been the right thing to do. That would have been the fair thing to do. I just think this whole thing has gone too fast. I don't know what the hurry is, but I hope you guys, like a few people said, you maybe take some more time and think about this. And then the discussion about maybe building some food places, drink places along the boulevard there for revenue. Well, when you have a function at Fort Idaho Center, there's vendors there who sell food, who sell drinks, who sell things. That's their livelihood. That's what they do to earn their money. So to put something up in front that might take away from they're getting money, they're earning it, what they're trying to earn, I don't think is a good idea at all. So that's what I have to say.
So Noreen, thank you for your comments. Just to answer a couple of questions on the ballot. We were not allowed to put it on a ballot in November. It only can happen on general election years, so the soonest it could go on a ballot would be next November, a year from now. So that's why it wasn't on the ballot in November, because we weren't allowed to.
So no special elections can take place anymore?
It's a state statute on certain questions. Questions cannot go on the ballot, and so it's very specific to questions that
Okay.
we're not allowed to go on. I wrote down keep it as is, and I can't remember what you said about that. Pardon? I don't remember what I was going to say on that one, and I apologize. I didn't want to mention it.
Yeah,
Did we
I
reach
don't
out?
remember either because I was kind of nervous.
That's how I wrote it down, and I'm sorry. Regarding out-of-state, we did reach out, and OVG is out-of-state, the Live Nation is out-of-state, IAVM is out-of-state that we reached out to, and so then we did do the press release. And I'm not sure where all that went. The 75 million number, it's been interesting because we did not have an appraisal, but we've had a lot of feedback because of the deed restrictions that has been confirmed as we've listened. People do not want us to give that away or sell it without deed restrictions, one of which is that the rodeo has to go on. The value, sometimes you get valuations, but people don't like what they hear, so they don't believe it. And so, and that's, anyway, I'll leave it at that. So that's the valuation numbers were kind of interesting on
And
that.
I think I meant by leave it as it is leave it as it is under the city.
Under the city,
And
okay.
that's what I would like to see, that there wouldn't be any changes.
Thank
Okay?
you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Gary Bartlow, and on deck is Jeff Agenbrod, Arlen Hacker, Ed McNellis, Cheryl Beamer, and Lynette Hill.
Do you want that many standing up? A few. We'll come back to it. Thank you. Okay, good evening.
Gary Bartlow, Deer Sky Ranch Trail, Nampa. We live out in the county so that we can have over 3,000 horses. I just made that last part up. Okay, number one, I strongly suggest the city maintain ownership of the Ford Idaho Center. And rather than discuss all the pros and cons, as we've heard tonight, I offer a couple potential suggestions that may help. Number one, create a citizens committee tasked with formulating the revenue path for ongoing operations and maintenance of the Ford Idaho Center, including Nampa Auditorium District, Oakview Group, City of Nampa, and civic leaders. You folks could do that. Number 2, open dialogue with CWI to discuss a joint venture cooperative agreement for mutual use of the Ford Idaho Center. The City of Nampa will retain ownership. You folks could do that one too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Jeff Egenbrod, and on deck is Arlen Hacker, Ed McNellis, Cheryl Beamer, and Lynette Hill.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name's Jeff Egenbrod. Address is 3615 Portland Drive in Nampa. Tonight I'm speaking on behalf of the Snake River Stampede Rodeo. Before I get started, I want to thank the City of Nampa for honoring its long-standing agreement with the Snake River Stampede without fail. Our binding agreement began in 1992 when the Stampede deeded our rodeo grounds along with our $200,000 savings account to the city. This gift provided the foundational investment for one of Nampa's gems, the Ford Idaho Center. Since inception, the Stampede has invested over $8 million in the Ford Idaho Center, and we intend to continue to invest in the facility going forward. Our partnership and use of this world-class facility is a key component of our ability to build Nampa's 110-year-old rodeo into one of the largest premier rodeos in the world. I'd be remiss if I didn't also mention the importance of our working relationship with Andrew and Gary and Curtis and the OVG crew that have also helped us meet our goals. Several months ago, the city informed the Stampede that it would no longer fund deferred maintenance or improvements to the Idaho Center, now or in the future. Due to tight budgets, the city must prioritize essential services like public safety and infrastructure. The city, as a good partner, shared the unfortunate news with us, along with a potential alternative, transferring the Ford Idaho Center to our local community college, CWI. After considering this, it makes sense. CWI just isn't any college. There are community colleges with property on both sides of the Ford Idaho Center and the fastest growing community college in U.S. history with a track record of success. Through many conversations and meetings, we believe CWI has the leadership, vision, and resources to preserve and enhance Nampa's premier facility for the benefit of the community and the rodeo. What's often overlooked is that this won't be the first time the Ford Idaho Center has changed hands. It was originally built and owned by the Nampa Urban Renewal Agency on behalf of all Canyon County taxpayers and remained under their ownership for the first 10 years of its life. In 2004, it was transferred to the City of Nampa, which has owned it for the past 21 years. If transferred again, ownership would return to the broader community, Canyon County taxpayers, along with Ada County taxpayers. Both owners have been great partners to the Stampede, honoring our agreements and working together on behalf of the community. We have no reason to believe CWI won't also be a good partner for the rodeo.
Madam Mayor, time.
Thank you. Regardless
I'd
of the
like to-
decision, we will support Nampa in its path forward.
Thank you. Did you have any other statistics or something you wanted to finish?
I did just have one more statement. While the Stampede's heard several alternatives and potentially viable alternatives to funding the Ford Idaho Center, to date we're not aware of any of them that are more comprehensive and financially sustainable than the CWI alternative.
Thank you.
Mayor
Council,
Quinn.
do you have any questions? Did you have a question? No? Okay, Council Haverfield?
Jeff, in your statement, did I hear you say that the city said that they would no longer fund maintenance of the Ford Idaho Center?
Councilman Haverfield, it's my understanding, and I was at the meeting, that that is the message that we heard, that the city was unable to continue to fund deferred maintenance, let alone enhancements of the Ford Idaho Center.
And who from the city made that statement?
That was made in a meeting with the city council, and I believe you were at the meeting.
It was a public hearing where,
It was not a public hearing.
okay?
Councilman
It was,
Mills?
I believe it was a workshop, I think is what it was considered.
Okay. That was
Councilman-
not something I understood. If that was stated, it was not with my approval. But again, there's been several decisions made that didn't have a full majority vote by this council. So if that was a decision that was made by the council, it's not one that I would have supported by any means.
Thank you. Councilman Bills?
For clarification, it was a discussion at a workshop where it was a joint council meeting.
Lean into your computer, please.
I'll lean in.
Thank you.
So it was a joint workshop with the Snake River Stampede Board and City Council. And I believe it took place last December.
Was that an executive session or was it an open workshop?
That was a workshop.
And that was when you attended?
Yes.
I remember when you guys came,
And it was in this room, yeah.
but again, I didn't catch the gravity of that type of a decision. So I apologize if I missed it, but I wouldn't have supported it at the time. But again, decisions are
Well,
made.
it wasn't we'll let Councilman Bills finish. It wasn't a vote, it was a comment about our financial status. But Councilman Bills, did you have any further comment?
Yeah, it's real simple. City of Nampa has not been funding and has difficulty funding the deficit, both on capital
Okay.
and on operations. And that discussion took place in explanation to the Stampede Board why City Council was exploring other alternatives to what to do with Fort Idaho Center.
Okay, that could be something we can discuss later. Thank you, Jeff, for you bringing that to light. We could talk about this later then.
Council, do you have any additional questions for Jeff Hackenbrod? Jeff, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Arlen Hacker, and on deck is Ed McNellis, Cheryl Beamer, Lynette Hill, and Doris Phillips.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Arlen Hacker. I live at 43 South Pitt Lane in Napa, Idaho. I'm here to support the transfer to CWI. I'm really very concerned about having that happen. The Idaho Center is beloved in the community, not just the Stampede and the Stampede Auditorium, but on the lesser level, and what has gotten less attention, is the horse park and the horse events at the horse park. They are central to our community. They're not only central to our community, they're central to our whole nation. This horse park and the center is one of the premier centers in the nation. We're not just talking local, we're talking national. We have major events coming into here. We could have more major events coming here. We have a situation where we have the potential of losing all of that, because while the Stampede is protected by their agreements, the horse park is not. If that was taken and sold, it must go up to public auction to the highest bidder. Who's going to have the money to buy that? It is going to be a developer. And we're going to see the day after that sale goes, just like we saw in Caldwell, where it went to a hotel. The next day there were fences and everything was coming down. We will see that just bulldozed right down. And we will lose this treasure not only to the community, but to the whole equine industry. Now, we have a potential here with CWI. Not only do they want to continue the horse events, they want to expand about them. I have talked to the president. I talked very early on. CSI had a horse degree, technology degree. Unfortunately, that ended with the retirement of their director. We're in desperate need of the same equine industry education here. Yes, they have some in Valley, but that's far away enough that it is not in competition what would happen to here. But we have the potential to take and have strong equine education here through, with a wonderful facility that is already set up for the equestrian industry. We have the stalls, we have the arena, we have everything CWI needs to step in a very short period of time.
Madam Mayor, time.
To take and do this. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I will make a quick comment, and this is not that I'm pro-keeping, pro-selling, or conveying, just a comment as a follow-up that the economic impact of the horse park is about $28 million every year. It's a considerable economic impact to the city of Nampa. It's very valued in that regard. So, and can I ask a quick question? I know we've got a few more people. Do we need a break? Council, are you doing okay? I see some yeses. I see some break. Okay, I'm seeing that we do need a break. Thank you, I'm so sorry, but I think we've got how many more people to testify? 7. We have 7 more people to testify, so I think we're going to go ahead and take a short break. Let's see how fast we can be. Okay, thank you all. Okay, we're going to get back to our seats, and I'll get city council. So we're going to start in just a minute. Okay, so city council, I'm not sure where city council is. Thank you for turning it up. I think we're ready to get started. We need our city council. Okay, city council. I love having a clerk that knows how to use the gavel because I don't use the gavel, so she does it. And I think council, we're ready to get started so we can get done. So we had how many more people to 7? Okay, 7 times 3, here we go. So we're going to be about 25 to 30 more minutes in, depending on how many questions we ask. And then we step into discussion. So we've got a ways to go, and I think we're only missing 2 people.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Ed McNellis, and on deck is Cheryl Beimer, Lynette Hill, Doris Phillips, and Ivan Castillo.
Good evening, Ed. Thank you for waiting so long.
Start
And
having
the
these
rest
at
of
10
you.
o'clock in the morning for old guy. Mayor Klein, City Council. First of all, thank you for what you do.
Thank you. And don't forget your address. Thank you.
Been there and done that. First, God bless Sherry Boardman. My name's Ed McNeilis. I live at 621 North Robinson Boulevard, Nampa. I have a degree in economics and finance, and I have a 35-year banking career. I live a half mile from the Idaho Center and have been involved with it for the past 30-plus years. I have served on college boards for several years. I have spent a great deal of time researching the purpose of the strategic alliance between the city of Nampa and the College of Western Idaho. That's how I see it, as a strategic alliance. The project is critical, is a critical piece in the future development of our area and our economic base. It draws sizable economic activity that has been discussed here tonight. Each new dollar that comes into a community turns over 5 to 7 times before it leaves. And I think that's the job of Nampa to do that, to cause it to happen. Stephen Covey wrote 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. In it, he stated, seek first to understand, then to be understood. Following that advice, I've spent a good amount of time studying the college and the city. I've concluded that the strategic partnership that has been proposed is key to the future of the area. Selling it is out of the question. When sold, we lose all control, economic benefits, and opportunities related to that program. That agreement calls for the return to the city if the college should ever have issues. It will serve us very well and will be a win-win for everyone. Look around at other cities without an area like this. They are struggling to develop such a program. They have no resources like the college willing to step in and establish a joint venture to benefit everyone. We are in a position to keep it, and it will remain a huge growing asset for the city and surrounding area. The college will continue to grow and provide a large economic base for the area. We should give a huge thanks to the visionaries who led in the development of all this and look at the city and the college to carry it from here on. I'm focusing my efforts toward helping development of the equine programs at the college, which are badly needed in our state. I intend to stay involved and make sure the vision and direction is not lost.
Thank you. Can I just clarify, so you're supportive of the conveyance?
I'm supportive
Of the conveyance, just to make sure. And thank you for all that you shared.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Cheryl Beimer, and on deck is Lynette Hill, Doris Phillips, and Ivan Castillo.
Good evening, Mayor Kling, City Council members, and Nampa taxpayers. I'm Cheryl Beamer and live at 452 West Wycliffe Drive, Nampa, Idaho. I moved to Nampa in 1971 to attend Northwest Nazarene University and graduated with degrees in elementary education and music. I taught in Meridian and the Nampa Public and Charter Schools. In addition, I have taught piano to hundreds of students from Nampa and the surrounding areas for 43 years. What a sense of pride and joy I felt when the Idaho Center was built in 1997. It became one of Nampa's greatest assets. My family and I soon attended graduations, concerts, rodeos, car shows, conventions, and sporting events. Now, fast forward to October 2025, and I'm wondering, what percentage of Nampa's tax-paying citizens are even aware of the likelihood of Mayor Kling and a few council members giving away our $150 million asset? Since July 15th, only 2.5 months ago, I have attended 3 city council meetings. It was a complete shock to me how fast this very important decision was being pushed through. For what reason? Why were the taxpayers of Nampa not informed months ago? Where was the transparency to the taxpayers regarding such a monumental and consequential decision? Where could I find a financial document detailing the yearly costs for the upkeep, repair, and maintenance of the Idaho Center? Do you have proof the numbers are accurate? At a public meeting like this, I would appreciate a detailed fact sheet explaining the pros and cons of this important decision. I'm very concerned about the negative impact of losing a $150 million piece of property on our asset ledger. At every meeting, it was obvious how the majority of the taxpayers felt. They were totally against it. I like what one gentleman stated at the August 18th meeting. I've been involved with a lot of bad deals over the years, but this would be the grand champion of them all. I don't believe 3 council members and a tie-breaking mayor should be able to make such an overwhelmingly significant and impactful decision without respecting the wishes of the taxpayers. This Idaho Center giveaway issue needs to be postponed until after the November 5th city election. I suggest that every polling place, each voter can answer this survey question on a piece of paper, and I don't know if that's legal or not, because we've talked, that's been brought up some tonight. But I think it would give us an idea as to what some of our taxpayers feel on this issue. Do you approve of the well, this is what I was going to ask on the piece of paper, like survey. Do you approve?
Madam Mayor, time.
Can I finish? Please.
How long is your finish?
It's almost done. I said, I want to put on this piece of paper ballot. Do you approve of the Nampa City Council giving away the $150 million Idaho Center to CWI, yes or no? And see what the voters that come to the polling place say.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you. So we have to stop there because I promised I wouldn't go over on time since it's not just finishing your sentence. I do have a quick question for you. Are you familiar with the FAQs that are on the website? Because we had the FAQs on the website, we had the budget on the website, all of that is on the website. Have you been able to research that information that you're asking for?
I have looked at the actual meetings themselves. You know, I was here for 3 meetings, but I have looked at one of them on the website as well. But
Okay, so all the documents you're referring to, though, are up on our website. So if you go to our city website, they're all there. The financial information is there, and the FAQs are there. So I just wanted to see if you had had the
No, I have
opportunity to
not
see
seen,
them.
but I was
Okay.
hoping, like, when we have our HOA meetings, we have a breakdown that people can pick up, the homeowners can pick up when they walk through the door, and it's
And we
got,
do have those on our website.
but can you have those like at a meeting like this?
You probably could have requested them. I mean, we could have given them to you, but they're all out there on our website. We have a ton of information out on our website that anybody could go see. So I just wanted to make sure you were
Okay.
aware of that. Okay.
Well, I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Well, I
And
wanted
we're-
to, can I give you a suggestion, though? I would like-
Actually, we can't because we're out of time, and I'm sorry, but if I let you, then I have to let everybody, and I didn't let anybody else. So this is one of the things I'm trying to be fair on, and yeah.
Madam Mayor, I
So,
have
yes,
I have a question for Cheryl.
maybe you can ask her question, and she can,
Cheryl, I don't know what your word's going to say, so I can't ask that question. My question is, you stated that 3 council members and the mayor, a tie-breaking mayor on the vote. How do you know that?
Well, I know
Why do you say
from
that?
going, like Dale Reynolds and Natalie Jangula, and perhaps Sebastian, it depends on who, David Bills. Well, Sebastian goes either way. He usually, okay, let's just go with, okay, so the three people would be David Bills, Dale Reynolds, and Natalie.
And what makes you say that? I'm just curious, because I'm Dale Reynolds, and I certainly have been listening to all the public testimony and the town halls and everything for many, many, many meetings. And we've been talking about this for over a year, and we're sitting here at a public hearing. I certainly haven't voted. I haven't put on a Facebook post that I voted a certain way. I don't even have Facebook. So, but I'm just curious. I don't think that's fair of you to say that. So I think you should check yourself.
Well, I just know that even at the meetings that I was at, those 3 meetings, even the one at the Hispanic Cultural Center, it was obvious which people were in favor of conveyance.
At the cultural center, I was there.
I know.
And what I made was a clarification on an executive session item. That's the only thing I said that night.
Okay. Well, I just know that even just sitting in the front or watching the expressions on the faces and the nodding in agreement and so on, I can tell which way people feel sometimes. At least I'm, but I do believe that Dale and Natalie and David was the one who, the last meeting, he brought up the fact that he was the one who initiated this, if I'm correct. Remember, you said, I'm the one that you need to point fingers at.
Thank you for answering the question, and thanks for making up my mind for me. I appreciate that.
Mayor Kling.
I'm sorry, just a minute. Councilman Bills wasn't up next.
Okay.
Yeah, looking at Napa's budget, after being appointed on this council, and asking questions about deficits, and asking questions about not maintaining our assets, and why are we not doing so? The council wasn't approving or was up against budget issues. So, having heard from Parks Department, having heard from other departments, the challenges going on within the city, asked to sit in on meetings, I did initiate some discussion. How could we have certain things on the north side of Napa? And could we put those things at the Idaho Center? Furthermore, how are we going to take care of the years of lack of maintenance at the Idaho Center? Was there going to be cash? Was there money? And I was told no. And so you start pursuing, well then, is it an asset or is it a liability? And how are we going to take care of the quote asset? And how are we going to continue to fund the issues of the city? And so that's why I conveyed in one of the meetings that yes, I initiated those discussions and began asking those questions. Furthermore, I questioned other council members about being in the entertainment venue business. And how long is Nampa going to continue to subsidize the entertainment venue? Some folks make good money by having the Idaho Center operate. Part of their businesses survive and/or receive benefit. There's others that doesn't mean anything to them. Is city supposed to be in the entertainment business? Then when you do some research, you find out, well, there's hardly any venues that make money. Well, then what are we doing there? And if we have opportunity to do something different, should we not pursue it? And so that's what all this is about. So,
Well, I would like
Thank
to
you.
see you postpone the decision till after the election.
I understand. We've
Thank
had
you.
multiple emails that convey that thought, and there's other people saying it's time to make a decision. Why are you dragging it out?
It's a huge,
So-
huge consequential decision.
So we won't engage in dialogue back and forth. Councilman Haverfield, did you have a question before we move on?
No, I was just going to make an observation. Cheryl is representative of so many people in our community that don't know. They don't have answers. Lives here for over 50 years, and
Is this a comment? Because this
It's
is
a
a time for a
comment.
question.
Yeah.
We'll save our comments.
well, it kind of bothers me where there's jokes being made about someone. And I watched some of the dialogue back and forth that was on the back and forth nature of some of the answers that she received, and it was very unfair, very wrong. She does so much, has done so much for the youth of our community. My own daughter took classes from her when she was young, and the fact that she comes here tonight, because she's representing a part of the community, we need to be listening to her voice and the others, and to try to make light of her
I don't think
really
anyone
bothers
was
me.
making light
No,
of
I
her
think,
at
I think
all.
that's the way that I read it.
No, I didn't read that, and I just want to say, Cheryl, thank you. Thank you for coming, thank you for being here. We don't mean to make you a challenge in the middle. Your voice does matter, and thank you, as does every voice, because with as many voices we have sharing what you're sharing, we have an equal number of voices sharing something different. And that's what we have a responsibility to carry, but thank you for being here, so thank you very much. Thank you. Okay,
Madam
so.
Mayor, our next speaker is Lynette Hill. On deck is Doris Phillips, Ivan Castillo, and Lily Guthrie.
My name is Lynette Hill. I live at 631 Whisperwood Place. I'm a 52-year Nampa resident with 41 years teaching experience, and concluded my educational career with 11 years teaching in a graduate program at Northwest Nazarene University. I'm going to be reading a letter tonight that was written in response to an email that our former speaker, Cheryl Beamer, sent to all of you. And she received a couple of brief responses, but she received a full-page letter from Natalie Jangula, and I'd like to share that right now with you. Cheryl, I'm responding to your email because I make good efforts to respond to every citizen who reaches out to me. I recognize that we are a community, and I have a great deal of respect for the seat I sit in, as it doesn't belong to me, but rather the citizens of Nampa. Admittedly, emails like this are not productive and rather annoying. If you want to make a difference, don't come yelling at us. What good do you think you're doing with that approach? Shaming us when, quite honestly, reading through your email goes to show how little you actually know about the depth of the issues are offensive and irritating. I'm going to do my best to be polite, despite your unhinged approach. You asked for what reason are we pushing this through. Since you have attended and listened to the past 3 council meetings, I'm puzzled why you are asking that. We have been publicly discussing for months now where we are going, the threats of other venues, that word might be wrong, CWI's abilities, etc. If this is still unclear to you, I suggest you watch the mayor's video on our website for further clarification, stating that it's obvious how most taxpayers feel based on the couple of public meetings you have attended is vastly unsupported. The same group of people who continue to show up and say the same things on repeat do not speak for the 120,000 people who live in Nampa. It would be remiss to not acknowledge that angry voices shout the loudest. We have received an abundance of positive feedback that you and others are not aware of, because happy people are less likely to show up and state that they are happy and in support. I have been doing this for 4 years now, and that has been my experience with every controversial topic. Once you listen to the meeting we had last night, you will know that we did vote for independent appraisal to be done, myself included. You will also be aware that it will be extremely difficult to get, as even the top appraisers in the valley have rejected our ask. So if you don't and end up getting a bid from a willing appraiser, don't come lashing out at us again for not having one because you are unaware of the complexity of this. Feelings can only carry so far. We are respecting the wishes of the Nampa taxpayer as we are being proactive and looking forward to the future, fully knowing that this isn't taxpayer and sustainable. What we can do now is to help keep the asset of the community without bleeding the taxpayer. I think I'm stating that this decision should not be a council and a mayor decision, and to wait until after November
Madam Mayor,
elections is
time.
conflicting. I just have one more sentence. I am all ears for productive conversation, Cheryl, but should you reach out to me again with this same tone, the invitation will no longer be valid.
Mayor?
Madam Mayor?
I won't read the very shouty and very forward email that we did receive, but I'm happy to support it to the public record so that people can read the initial email.
For the record, can she go ahead and bring it up then?
We all received it.
And I think the important thing that's stated tonight is that's somewhat of the feedback they're getting from council. Larry Olmsted yesterday got a similar type of an email that we all received as well. That type of feedback is not becoming of a council member trying to work with the community. That's, I guess, what we're hearing here. That's why it's important that you're made aware of that's what is being filtered out there. It's not good. Yeah, all right.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Doris Phillips, and on deck is Ivan Castillo, Lily Guthrie, and Cheryl Higley.
Good evening. Thank you for taking the time to listen to the citizens and what we have to say this evening. My name is Doris Phillips. I live at 220 South Ivy Street in Nampa. I have a lifelong Nampan, and I just want to comment on a couple of the approaches. One of them is they definitely don't want to see conveyance to CWI to give away what so much of our tax money has gone, to purchase and sustain when there are some possible options. The second one, the bid for the $75 million seems very low. And there's nothing to really tell us exactly what that was based on. My understanding is that there was no appraisal. And so we'd like to know where that number came from. We definitely, if were to sell the Idaho Center, we don't want to sell it for such a low number that we still are almost giving it away. I appreciated the things that Mr. Miller had to say, and he indicated that there was still some interest out there in possible alternatives. I understand, Mayor, that you said that there was not a response from some of the people that he had listed. But I am also seeing that this is not an urgent, emergent matter that has to be settled right this minute, to the detriment of the citizens of Nampa and our Fort Idaho Center. So I would strongly but respectfully ask you to reconsider putting that out there again. Mr. Miller has offered to help with getting that information out to some of the people that need it, that could give us some feedback, and then lay out numbers and reconsider. And I would like for, if not willing to do that, to table it for the time until after the next election. Thank you for your time.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Ivan Castillo, and on deck is Lily Guthrie and Cheryl Higley.
Buenas noches, good evening. My name is Ivan Castillo, 2115 West Habitat Street in Nampa, Idaho. I've been a Nampa resident for 26 years. I have 4 children, been married for just about 30 years, and I have 2 beautiful grandchildren. And this is the reason why I'm here tonight. I'm also happen to be a volunteer at the CWI Foundation Board. And I have to tell you, it is difficult, Madam Mayor and Council people. I just have to tell you, it is a hard decision, but I will have to tell you that the way that I go about doing this, which, by the way, my wife happens to be better making decisions right away than I am, so I learn a lot from her. And I'm a happy person, by the way, too. And I will tell you this, to me, it happens to be simple in the effect of, there's noise versus signal. And a lot of the people that they're high on making decisions in this life, they figure out a way to take all the noise out and just go through signal of understanding what's going on that we're doing here. So the way I look at it, there's 3 different things to go about. Number 1 is the city being able to retain this. There's a rule. I've been also a real estate agent. I'm a builder as well for 15 years or so. And I will tell you that an asset that does not cash flow is not a good investment, period. But I will tell you also is that if it's not going to be you, the question is who's going to be better? What's the alternative? Okay? We know that if somebody comes over, the highest bidder, and they purchase this, this is not a Nampa decision anymore. It's going to be somebody else's. Obscure, we don't know what agenda they will have, so it's not the way to go. I will tell you that CWI, we're talking about Nampa and Idaho residents, and I will go at bat for each and every one of them because I am one of them as well. And I will tell you, if it scares you enough, it's worth pursuing. And I will tell you that I am here to let you know that this was not taken lightly. There was comments also that were meant and say about, oh, they're going to take, the footprint and how's it going to be, everything's going to change. But I have to tell you that the comprehensive and the way they're looking at this is actually meant in a way that we are looking to enhance it's already there. We're not looking to change it. But we also understand that there's beautiful minds in this group of people that have seen far beyond what you and I can do. And they know and understand what it will take to create the solvency necessary, and also with the public responsibility to make sure that this becomes a success. We've always said this before. The past is a good predictor of what the future will bring. And let me tell you something. I've been in CWI for quite some time. All you have to do is drive by. And guess what? You see everything and the good things are happening out there? What's there to tell you that everything's going to change? We had the right leadership. We had the ability to make a difference and to keep it Nampa, to keep it local, and to stop trying to listen to the noise. Let's focus on that signal.
Mayor, can I have a question?
Thank you very much. Yes.
Yvonne, you're in real estate, aren't you?
That is correct.
Would you buy a house without knowing how much it would cost?
Will I buy a house without knowing how much would it cost? We understand, and there's studies out there that shows what are the estimates when it comes to what you're talking about.
It's a yes or no. Would you buy a house without knowing what it would cost you?
I have to tell you that if I had the knowledge and expertise and I see the house and the picture, I will tell you, buy it. Why? Because I do have the knowledge.
And you'd be
I have
ready
the
to support
experience,
it by...
and I have the ability to know the market.
Without knowing what you would have to fix?
Again, I've done this before. I can give you a couple of examples that I'm flipping in houses right now. That I saw them, I buy them, and I understand. Because guess what? I have the ability, the knowledge, and the understanding. And I will tell you that the team that we have around is a team that knows what's going on.
I see. Okay, thank you. And
You're
I
welcome.
know how good you are.
Yeah,
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Mayor, quick question.
Yeah.
Mr. Castillo, did you say you were on the foundation board?
Yes, sir, I am.
Can you speak to the equestrian, is there a veterinary practice or a veterinary degree that's going to be offered through CWI?
You know, I will have to pass that along to the people that really know. What I
can't
will
answer
tell you is that in conversations and ways that you and I have here, you were here on time, weren't you?
Pardon me?
Were you here on time for all the testimony or no?
No, I was.
Oh, you were a little late.
Yeah.
Okay. You were in Notre Dame, huh?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Anyways, what I will tell
Not
you
so
is that
awesome for
I do
BSU.
know that based on the conversations that we have had with the people from the Idaho Stampede and the equestrian, is that I will tell you, they will have the ability to enhance whatever it is. Have you seen the horticulture? Have you seen everything that we're doing right now with CWI? This is nothing but a great opportunity to keep on enhancing what's out there and what's important for the citizens of Nampa, Colville, and the Treasure Valley.
Well, maybe somebody else can speak to that. I just, with the Horse Foundation folks concerned about being able to provide equestrian-related courses dealing with horses, large animals, that would be something that would be unique and special for the snake.
Well, and I appreciate you saying that. I have to tell you, the reason why I am so passionate about CWI is the fact that we get to be architects on their future and our ability to actually empower our community to make it a better one yet. You can look to your left and to your right, and you will see people that have had some kind of contact with CWI that has always been positive. And that's why it's so important. And that's what I'm telling you. It's like, trust me, when we get together, there's a lot of great things that will happen. And I'm speaking as a citizen because guess what? I had to answer to my wife and to my kids. So if I don't come and do this, by the way, they're waiting for me for supper. But again, folks, thank you so much. You have a hard decision, but I have to tell you, get rid of that noise and just listen to that signal. The answer is obvious.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Lily Guthrie, and on deck is Cheryl Higley.
Hello, my name is Lily Guthrie. I live at 428 West Dakota Avenue. This is my first city council meeting, so I'm sorry if my demeanor isn't quite formal. I'm a little nervous. But I am currently a student at CWI. And when I hear people talk, when I've heard people talk here today, I hear a lot of pride for the Ford Idaho Center. And I have a lot of similar pride for CWI. They have given me a lot of opportunities to explore my career path, and I know a lot of my classmates. There was a question of whether or not there was veterinarian degrees offered at CWI. I can say for sure that there are. A lot of my classmates are pursuing a veterinarian degree. I know that a lot of my classmates, they grew up here in Idaho. Myself, I have grown up in Idaho all my life. All of my siblings and I are born and raised. Excuse me. And I know that I, myself, and a lot of my classmates intend on staying here in Idaho. People who intend on becoming nurses, veterinarians. Oh, thank you, I appreciate it. They intend on becoming nurses, veterinarians, teachers to directly impact our community. I know that I have a lot of anxiety about private investors coming into our state and buying out our property and making it impossible for people like myself who were born and raised here to pursue ownership of our home. Another thing that I had considered is with the having the Idaho Ford Center being given to or sold to CWI, the possibility of work studies. I know that myself and a lot of my classmates, the idea of living our adult lives debt-free is becoming more and more of it feels more and more like an impossibility. And having more opportunities for work studies that contribute to our paying for our tuition is very, very attractive. So I feel like I'm kind of all over the place, and I really apologize. But I guess I'll give up the rest of my time. Thank you all. I appreciate it.
I just want to say thank you so much for having the courage to stand up and speak. I know it's really hard, but thank you for speaking on behalf of students.
Thank
So
you.
it's greatly appreciated. Council, do you have any questions?
Probably more for Denise, I believe, if she was just there. Large animal veterinary practice, is that something that CWI is pursuing? The reason I ask this is I'm an architect and I've done a lot of small veterinary practices for small animals because that's where the money is. And several veterinary practice owners that I've worked with in the past have gone away from large animal care because maybe even hay fever issues that they have themselves. And there's more cost associated with probably trying to do that. Is that something CWI plans on implementing more of because of its proximity to the Snake River Stampede?
Thank you, Councilman Haverfield. We have a process that we go through to look at programs, and the fact that we now have a fully functional agricultural science facility on our property at CWI, it opens up the opportunity to explore different avenues like vet tech, but we've only been operational since August, and if we were to get the, Ford Idaho Center, that would be something on our strategic plan. We'd have to do a needs assessment and feasibility to determine, the cost to start the program, the interest in the community to attend the program, and then it is something that we do a 3-year plan that we can put on our plan.
Okay, thank you.
I have visited with a student that is graduating, going to CWI. She is pursuing a degree. She is going to start 2 years, and I think there are a number of them that have an ag focus that begin at CWI and move on to U of I with that ag. And so I appreciate the fact that CWI does have a relationship with the U of I for their ag programs.
Is that for large animal care?
Yes, okay, I don't know, but what a great opportunity, right,
Yes,
to do
we,
it.
we do provide pathways, and there's a veterinary program at the U of I along with vet tech. So again, with the facility, I'm not in a position to say that we're going to start that program, but we are in constant communication with our other partners as well on partnership options as well. And getting the Idaho Ford Center would cause us to go back and research and determine what other program offerings we may expand into.
Thank you.
Good job, Lily, thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Cheryl Higley.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm Cheryl Higley at 12441 South Abbott Downing Way here in Nampa. After doing much research, I am firmly opposed to the cash-free conveyance of the Ford Idaho Center to CWI. Even though I do not necessarily think it's prudent for the city to own entertainment venues due to the potential liabilities during an economic downturn, I think it's even less prudent to give away such a valuable asset for very little in return. Many of the benefits it would purportedly provide are conditional and therefore cannot be relied upon because there is no assurance whatsoever that they will come to fruition, such as, in the event CWI constructs recreation facilities, then public use will be allowed, if not disruptive to CWI. In the event CWI constructs a public safety training facility, then NPD will be provided office space, access, etc. CWI intends to allow horse park events, subject to events and scheduling approvals of FIC managers. A contract with so many conditions and good intentions is an extremely poor one. This contract needs to be shored up. Next, the basis for the sale or the conveyance of the Ford Idaho Center is questionable. People are shaking their heads in disbelief at the notion that without substantiation, the venue has been declared underutilized and that it's not used for public purposes because most events are ticketed. Using this logic, could the city give away the Civic Center, Rec Center, and golf courses next? In addition, there have been financial contradictions regarding the Ford Idaho Center, and the city has lost the public's trust. An Idaho Press article dated July 2nd quotes Mayor Kling saying that the Ford Idaho Center is doing really well, that it made a profit of $1.2 million in 2022 and over $800,000 in 2023. But Doug Racine's capital investments sheet, dated August 11th, shows that without city support, the FIC has been in the red every year. Also, the promotional materials for the conveyance stated that the city would realize $5 million in a return to the general fund. But at a city council meeting recently, we were told that's not the case. It's mostly been used up. Can you see why the public's trust has been eroded? Lastly, it's my understanding that the city is hoping to purchase land near the Boise River in order to have a stakehold there to prevent Star from getting to it first. If the Ford Idaho Center is sacrificed on the basis that we cannot afford to keep it, and yet the city manages to find $10 million or so to purchase land on the outskirts of Nampa's area of impact, this will be terrible optics for the mayor and the council. In closing, with the November elections fast approaching, please table this decision and let the new administration be involved before this critical and irreversible decision is made. Thank you.
Mayor, Cheryl, can I ask where you heard that land use information from?
I will defer to legal counsel.
It's not answering the question. She asked a specific question. There's no deferring to our legal counsel.
That's
The
where I
question
heard it
is,
from.
where did you,
That's where I heard it from.
tonight?
From our legal?
You didn't hear it from our legal counsel.
Yes.
Mayor, what Ms. Higley is getting at, I was invited to the breakfast, which I've shared with you, with a group of passionate citizens, and they had raised this topic there, and I talked in very generalities of it, no details whatsoever, and what I'm hearing tonight is far more detailed than anything I provided there. So with all due respect, I disagree with the representation made by Ms. Higley tonight.
Will there others were present that would vouch for what I just testified?
Mayor,
Yes.
what breakfast was this? Was this a city
This is
event? What-
Darrell Bruner's breakfast that he invites people to come to. And it's the normal group of people that are there. And needless to say, we'll leave it at that.
I have a question for legal. Okay, so now I'm confused. Either you didn't say it or you did, but the perception of the community is that that information has been disclosed. So I'm not sure what here.
Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, there's no confusion here. This was a topic brought to my attention that caught me off guard because it has only been discussed in confidential executive session items. And so in response to it, no details were provided and just responded in general terms and moved on with the rest of the morning's discussion with the group. So that's as much as I can represent. That's an accurate representation of it. So,
But that's an
Thank you.
executive session, though.
The question is, why was it brought forward at this
Yeah.
meeting by someone else? That's the question.
No, the question is why did you disclose that, knowing it was in an executive sessions?
Mayor,
That's the
Councilman
question.
Rodriguez, there was no disclosure of any kind. I got to make that unequivocally clear. There's no disclosure of any kind. This was a topic brought to me, which for me caught my attention and by surprise because it was disclosed to me by parties that I would never suspect to know about it.
So with that, I don't know that we have any more questions, so thank you. But I do want to say just something real quickly in response. So there was an insinuation of, well, if we would give this away, would we give away the Civic Center? Would we give away the golf course? Well, first of all, and the rec center, I guess it was the rec center. So the golf course is self-funding. It is not supported by tax dollars. It's supported by golfers and user fees. The rec center is self-funding. It is funded by users. It is not funded by tax dollars. That is very different than the Civic Center and the Ford Idaho Center that are funded by tax dollars. And so in this discussion coming up, the trust eroded I'm just going to say something. So, for example, the $5 million that has been brought forward as a question, like we said, there was $5 million in the fund and there isn't today. That's because there's a line which is end of fiscal year financial report. The end of the FY24 financial report, we had $5 million in that fund. We don't have $5 million in that fund today. When we audit and close the books for FY25, we will have a good idea of where we land in that fund. We couldn't tell you today. I mean, today there was a couple weeks ago, there was 2 million something, then there was 3 million, because the work is still happening, the events are coming and going. That is a fluid fund. We will be able to speak to what the fiscal year end fund amount is. But to say that we're not being transparent or trustworthy because of a fund balance is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, the city, we have been extremely transparent. I don't know when there has been a deal that is actually all the documents, including the contract, is out online for the public to see. Typically, that's not done. It's not done in the private sector. We've done that. We've been transparent. You've gotten varied information because different people, even sitting at this bench, give information that's different. That makes it very difficult, and I understand, because the people in this room, there are people that want to trust certain council members more than they want to trust our finance director. We have our budget transparent, trustworthy. Our finance director is a good steward and extremely trustworthy, and we rely on him for our financial documents. There is no misrepresentation. I find it extremely unfortunate that we have, just because we don't like something, we want to accuse and demean people. That said, just in response to the last testimony, I think we have one more testimony to go.
No, Madam Mayor, we do not have any more advanced signups.
Okay. So this is an opportunity to, I think you must be saying you want to testify, and so thank you for sharing your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Patty Evans. I live at 3616 East Rolling Green Place, Nampa, Idaho. I have been following this, and there's a missing piece in the puzzle, and I've kind of heard 2 different times tonight about this land purchase up near Star. And it just makes me wonder where, if we convey the CWI, or convey the Idaho Center to CWI, what is going to be happening with the money that would be freed from that? So that's my question, but I don't want you to take into my time for that. So I find that really interesting. I'm extremely interested to hear more from Victor Miller, because I think he's a brilliant man, and he has some experience that none of us have. And I think that we need to stop where we are and go to somebody who is an expert. Just like he said, we can't sell this, we can't convey it without having an actual appraisal. And I do believe that there are a lot of solutions to keeping the Idaho Center. If Oakview Group wants to invest money into it, they see the potential in it. And we shouldn't just throw it away from our city. Plus, there are taxpayers in here who have paid on this for their entire time since it's been up. And their investment should be recognized, not with CWI. Also, CWI also mentioned 50,000 students. I went to a 40,000 student school university. That school ran the town. And I don't want to see that happen to Nampa. I don't want CWI to run Nampa. I think we need to step back and take a better look at that. And that's all I have to say about CWI. Mayor Kling, you started the night out reminding us to be kind and nice to each other, and that's good. And so I just want to say, Cheryl, I am so sorry that my representative responded to you in correspondence the way she did. That was inappropriate behavior on her part. And Mayor Kling, I hope you have a conversation with Natalie Jangala. And Natalie, I would suggest that you possibly resign your position, because that is not the way you should speak to any constituent that you represent. That is extremely inappropriate. No matter what they say to you, you do not respond like that. That was ugly and rude. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Nick?
All right. Nick Miller. I'm the Vice President of Strategy and Operations at the College of Western Idaho on Opportunity Drive. And so I'd just like to take a couple of moments, first of all, to say thank you to the mayor and council and city staff. Throughout this process, I've had the chance to work with almost all of you that are up on the dais, and I just appreciate the opportunity. I'd also like to say thank you to the Snake River Stampede, Jeff Agenbrod, Curtis Homer, also to Sherry Boardman and the Idaho Horse Park Foundation, and Lily Guthrie, our CWI student that spoke earlier. My role in this process has been a few different things, but specifically I've engaged the groups that I mentioned earlier, as well as an outside party, Jacobs, who did the facility conditions assessment. Throughout that process, we provided the city with information. We provided the city the chance to ask questions, provide feedback, and I was in charge of CWI's due diligence throughout that process. The reason I wanted to speak tonight was just to offer a few clarifications to questions that have come up. First of all, thanks. Regarding the 10 years in the Idaho Horse Park Foundation, that 10-year window came up as a result of discussion with the Horse Park Foundation board. That was their request. We looked at it and said we think that that is reasonable and that's something that we wanted to honor. One thing I will point out is that today, they don't have a 10-year guarantee. They don't have a 10-day guarantee. There's no agreement between the Horse Park Foundation and the city. And that is something that they brought to us that was concerning to them, and we wanted to address it going forward should the conveyance go through. I'll also note that, as was stated earlier, 6 out of the 8 higher ed institutions in Idaho have a facility similar to this. The only one that doesn't, or the only 2 that don't, are CWI and CEI, who's the only institution younger than CWI. I would also note when we talk about potential for future development, when we hire people, when we procure services, we really look at the past as a future predictor of performance. And what I would say is CWI has a proven track record of making things happen, whether it's our Nampa campus, whether it's a public-private partnership in Boise for our campus there. We have been able to bring things to fruition. And in the past many years with the Fort Idaho Center and potential development with the city, it just hasn't come to fruition. And I would say that CWI is in a position, for all the reasons you heard earlier tonight, to make those things happen. So these are the reasons why we're here tonight, and appreciate the opportunity to speak to you about those things. And my time's out.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions? for
Mayor,
Nick?
quick question.
Yes.
Mr. Miller, you mentioned a public-private partnership in Ada County. Who is that with?
That's with Alquist Development.
So do they own the ground that you're on, or what is the relationship?
Councilman Haverfield, that is 10 acres that the college owns at the intersection of Whitewater and Maine. We put out an RFP for a public-private partnership. Alquist partnered with ESI and Hummel Architects, and they have a ground lease on the property. That's the partnership is Alquist leases the property from CWI, less 2 pads that we have one building that we're constructing and a future pad for development, and they pay us a fee for the ground lease on the rest of the property.
What's the duration of their lease?
Oh, I think the initial term is 65 years with an option for renewal that comes to our board at that point.
And is their lease for the full 10 acres?
It's for the property less the 2 pads that CWI has for its buildings.
So, okay. doesn't matter, there's a lease arrangement, a land lease. That's kind of what I'm getting at, so.
Correct.
And with the Alquist Company and ESI, you said both?
No, the lease is with Allquist.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for Nick at this time? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
My name's David Taney. I live at 12232 South Hunters Point Drive, and appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. And I was happy to hear I'm not the only person who's been insulted by Natalie Jangula. I got one letter saying that she didn't listen to people that lived here less than 8.5 years. And on this matter,
I would like to say this is a testimony tonight about the Fort Idaho Center conveyance. And
Excellent
I
point.
understand, Patty, but your testimony should be related to that, not an attack on the councilwoman.
Excellent point. And on this matter, I got a letter from her saying she was insulted that I would actually raise questions about this and about the deal structure that you're talking about. What bothers me...
So what is your testimony tonight regarding this issue, David?
In addition to what I just said, a number of opportunities are there for a structured deal based on what it is you're trying to accomplish. And if what you're trying to accomplish is find a way to fund the $25 million in deferred maintenance, that's a number that was proposed by a firm that was sent to you by CWI. But if the issue is to find a way to fund that, you might listen to some of your own members on the council, Randy Haverfield for one and others, or listen to some experts in the community who would begin by challenging that report. It could be that it's overstated substantially. You've got 8 years to cover it. Could be there are other funding sources for it, and that's a point that you might want to consider. If the issue is that you're trying to find a way to make the facility profitable, then maybe another alternative is to sell a portion of that business to and when I say partner in this regard, I'm not talking about somebody you like, but somebody who's actually willing to share the risk, financial risk of operating that facility, and that would be a party that has some experience in doing that type of work. I don't think you've looked at that. I've attempted to raise these kinds of issues with members of the council, written letters about it, talked to council members Haverfield and to Rodriguez, and been told they can't discuss it with me because you've put them in a sequestered situation because it's all been discussed in executive session. A number of people have mentioned the lack of trust that they have in your process, and that's because so much of this has taken place in executive session, so it's not known what you're talking about.
Could I ask you a question real
You
quick?
certainly can.
I maybe didn't capture. I'm not sure that you've shared anything that we can't talk about, so I'm not sure why they said they couldn't. But could you help me understand, go back a little bit, because you had an idea, and I don't know that I got to write it down, and I'd like to hear it again, because I don't know that I fully understood it.
Certainly, if I wanted to talk, for example, to one of the council members and say, well, here's an opportunity for you to talk to a specific organization that might be a partner for you, what the response was that I got back from your members, from your council members, is that this isn't something they could discuss because it had been sequestered by you because these matters have been discussed in executive session.
And I would say that is totally not.
Maybe I'm just telling you what I heard.
I apologize if you were told that, but if you had an idea, and that's why we had our solicitation of interest open so that ideas could come forward. So I do apologize if you were told that we couldn't talk about it.
An important idea would be for you to table this matter because in 3.5 weeks, you're going to have a new mayor and you're going to have a new city council. Give them the opportunity to take a look at this. That's not an unreasonable period of time. I don't think you're ready to make a decision on this at this point. I think it'd be unreasonable, and I think it'd be a wrong decision to make.
David, thank you. Council, do you have any questions for David?
Mayor?
David?
Yeah, Councilman
I just want to
Jangula.
clarify. I've never told you that you could not have an opinion on the Idaho Center, ever. The only time that I asked about how long you lived here was when you were emailing us complaining about traffic in your area, and I said that people that have moved here recently are part of that problem, and that that is the reason why we have traffic, and to be patient with us as we get caught up. That's the only time I've ever addressed.
Regarding this matter, what you said is you found it rude that I would raise questions about this issue. I don't find that legitimate two-way conversation. I don't find that constructive.
It has to do with the traffic, and when you are coming here relentlessly and complaining about the traffic in your area, I had mentioned that people that have moved here recently, you being included, are part of that problem, and to be patient with us as we get caught up. And I stand by that statement.
Regarding
Okay,
this
so
matter,
what-
you said you found it insulting that I would question this process.
Okay, so at that, we'll stop that. Councilman Haverfield? Okay, thank you. Mark?
Good evening, Mark Mitchell, 12355 Landau Way. Golly, this has been fun. Wow. I find it interesting how people have said today that this is new, it's come out of nowhere. I guess I'm a self-proclaimed, according to the paper, attendee of the council. And I would ask you guys, just ask any of the council members if I've been to these for the last 2 years or not. This has been a subject for a long time, and there's been a lot of formats and a lot of things that people have been invited to. It was very, very low attended at the Hispanic Center. And then the heated one here, that everybody got pretty heated at. This is a difficult situation. Everybody wants to push it off on a new administration. I think that's a really poor way of doing business when you've got people that have been down in the trenches on this and know what's going on. You need to make this decision, and yes, you need to make it tonight. It's been long enough. The Idaho Center has been, by the way, I've been here since 1993, but I originally was here in 1964. So I've been here a little while. I know a little bit about this town. I've known a lot of people in this town. Now I lost my train of thought. Age just goes. But there's a lot of things that need to be done in this city. We know it. It's seen. But keeping this, I remember, like the gentleman said, we didn't vote for the Idaho Center. We didn't vote for CWI. And then when he made the same statement, it hasn't benefited me at all. I'm like, have you not had an HVAC person in your room or in your house, or a plumber or a welder? Randy, Mr. Haverfield, you said you have 2 people that work for you from CWI. You bet we've benefited from that college. You bet financially we've benefited from that college. You bet the city is financially. How many hotels have you seen go up out there? There's brand new ones popping up all over the place. You don't think that has an economic on our economy? You're darn tootin' it does. The problem being is it takes maintenance to keep stuff up. And I hate to tell you this, we're out of date. There's a brand new facility going in Caldwell, and Hallquist is talking about putting another one off 10 Mile. Now we got competition. Now we're going to really be in the red. Do you as taxpayers want to pay this bill? I'm asking you a question. $100 million asset that we are how far in deferred maintenance? Your tax bill is going to go up, and not by a little bit. It's going to go up by a lot. I hate to tell you this, the tax breaks that we've had, we're already going in the red. They've got to raise taxes. The cuts were too big. If you come to council, you would understand that. So yeah, people, this group of people need to make the decision. Randy, Councilmember Haverfield, you made the comment that you didn't know anything about the deferred maintenance when you first got here. I mean, that's what I heard. Tell me if I'm wrong on that statement.
You're wrong.
Wrong?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. But you did make the comment that it's intended to run in the red. Those kind of venues are intended to run in the
Are you
red.
talking about 12 years ago?
I'm talking about, that was your comment at the end.
Madam Mayor, time.
I apologize.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
We can talk about it later.
Okay.
Thank you, Mark.
You're welcome.
Unless there were questions. I don't see any. Thank you very much. Okay. Hi.
Hi, I'm Stacy Goodrich. I'm at 7609 Brigade Drive in the Franklin Village, a couple blocks down from the Idaho Center. When I first moved here, I decided to work there because it was close and it sounded like a fun place to work. So I worked there about 2.5 years out of the almost 5 years that I've been here. I think that the Idaho Center is a good asset for the community to come together, and to see it go is out of the city's hands. It's kind of sad because I don't know if CWI would treat it the same way. So, sorry, I was not prepared to speak. I don't have anything written down. This is all just coming from my mind here. So I'm pretty late in the game here. I didn't even know this was going on at the Idaho Center, so I didn't find out about it until yesterday. So what I'm gathering is that you guys are letting it go because of lack of revenue. So I'm assuming that you have looked at all reasons of why it's losing profit, and maybe you've already looked into other ways of bringing in revenue. I thought maybe I can give my opinion since I've spoken to the public, to patrons, to friends and family that go to the Idaho Center. One of them is obviously the renovations that need to be done. I've heard a lot of people tell me they don't want to go there because it's outdated, it's not ADA compliant, there's not enough bathrooms, they think it's old, they'd rather go to the Extra Mile Arena. And then the other thing is I think there's a lack of marketing. I know OVG has, I think, one person in marketing, and I don't think that's enough. And I know you guys want to bring in revenue and tourism, so I think if you market outside of the Treasure Valley, and maybe even outside of Idaho, you could bring more people and more revenue. So I just think that before you sell it, I think you should try to find other ways to bring in more revenue. And I know you mentioned, you know, it's a toss-up on refurbishing it, but you could also make more money afterwards if the money doesn't come in on selling it if you refurbish it. So anyway, I just think that before you just let it go, because it's obviously a staple to the community, I think you should try to find other ways to bring in some other revenue.
Thank
So
you
that's
very
it.
much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for her.
Okay.
Stacy, where did you say you worked at?
I am currently a school bus driver.
Oh, bus driver, okay.
Yeah.
And what was your last name?
Goodrich.
Goodrich?
Mhm.
Like the tires?
Yeah, like the tire.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Kling and council. My name is Bill Eilert. I live at 747 Chardee Road in Boise, Idaho, about 25 miles from here in northeast Boise. And I came here tonight to listen. I had no plans to speak at all. And in full disclosure, I also volunteer on the CWI Foundation board and have for several years. And I've been involved with the Idaho Center going back indirectly and directly since 1996. From some of you old timers remember, Rod, when it was Teague's Corner. Before there was a pile of dirt out there. And it was a well-intentioned built center and has done great things for Nampa. But the thing that is, and I've had a lot of experience in sports and arena involvement, and I think I understand it as well as anybody in this room, as you know, Mayor Kling. But the thing that has always amazed me is there's about myself and about 300,000 or 400,000 other carpetbaggers in this MSA that come and enjoy the Idaho Center, and we don't pay anything. Yeah, we pay gate receipts, but anybody that knows anything about arena operations know that gate receipts doesn't carry the thing. It's a burden on either the promoters or normally into the municipal facilities. So the thing I don't understand is with CWI basically covering the MSA area and the 600,000 to 700,000 people, why don't you lift this burden that I've been getting for free for all these years off the back of the citizens of Nampa and put it out into CWI? CWI has the assets and the abilities to raise money. You've heard all the different things, whether it be through the foundation, whether it be other items. Maybe nobody wants to talk about it, but maybe a little increase in the tax levy. The last I knew, the mosquito abatement cost for Canyon County members was higher than what it cost to run CWI, so it's not a lot of money. But put it out onto the burden of all of us people that enjoy us carpetbaggers that come here and enjoy it, and let's keep this thing going. It's great. You need a facility like this. going clear back to the North Nampa Urban Renewal and then the city of Nampa taking over, it's been a burden on the taxpayers. Let's step up and let guys like me help. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor Kling.
Thank you.
Mr. Eilert, you say you've a volunteer on the foundation board.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me what is the incentive for the foundation to raise money? I mean, if someone wanted to give money, is for naming rights? Is there something that is being given in return other than maybe a tax break?
Well, I can't speak for the people who donate other than myself. I know why I donate, because I'm a great believer in the community colleges and the opportunity I had back going to a community college that took me out of a very tough situation and made me, if I've had any success in my life. So that's why I give, because it's so important to have work-ready students coming out and making this community, and again, the entire state better.
So it's the vocational technical aspect of it.
It is you can't limit it just to vocational technical. Look at what's happening with the ag situation, and you keep bringing up about the equestrian type thing. I can't speak for anybody else, but I can see that that's a natural place to go with the ag thing. But again, they need the space, and where it's sitting right next door, why not join hands and take the opportunity?
So and again, I'm a little off topic, but does CWI take a little bit of the, I know Boise State University used to have a vocational and technical aspect to it. Has CWI relieved some of those courses from Boise State?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I was the chair of the foundation board at Boise State when that happened. And it was basically totally moved out of Boise State. And that's where the foundation came from CWI, with the help of the Albertson Foundation and the Micron Foundation and some hardworking people, Ron Van Acker, Gary Michael, and people like that in the community. This became a dream and continued that on, and look what's happened. It was on a corner of the campus at Boise State.
Right.
And they wanted to put the soccer field in there. So from there, we ended up with this wonderful community college.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
I forgot to turn my mic on. I'm sorry. Let's do that again. Is there anyone here that has not gotten to speak that wanted to speak? Okay, so I think everyone has spoken that wanted to have that opportunity. So this is the time in the public hearing that I will have Clay Long come back up, and let's see if there's any information that we need to address. Clay, you can come up and kind of guide us as we bring this to closure. I think one of the things, well, Clay, you take it from here. I'm going to be quiet. You take it. Go for it.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. There's a few questions that have come up during the course of public testimony that I did just want to highlight and provide, if it's a response or an answer from staff, or being able to defer to legal or finance or the CWI team if that's permissible with your approval. So again, I'm not going to answer every single one of the statements that were made. I think there was some of those that were done, but wanted to provide a little more clarity or context. One of the things that did come up was around the sale and the information that went out on the solicitation of interest. I think it's very important for the context that this was, yes, a month process, but it was just simply that as an interest. It was not a binding. It was not something that we were expecting an organization to be able to prove financially that they'd be able to cover the costs as you would go through with a sale. It was just an opportunity for folks to express that interest. There was also a question about, did we have the right folks for the sale? As mentioned, OVG and the groups and organizations that they work with, that was one. And what could have come in from those solicitation of interest, as an example, could have been a $10 million offer of how they would do it, because there was no minimum bid that was put in for the solicitation of interest. It was a very wide net, and that was intentional to be able to let council see if there was that interest. So I'm just pointing that out because those were some of the things that did come up. There was another comment regarding the contract and a hope that those would be done before the council would make a decision. From a process perspective, as legal already kind of went over, as a reminder, if the city were to go forward with selling or conveying, as noted in the potential motions, coming back to council would be a final agreement and the terms of a contract in either of those situations. So those two pieces would continue to come back for council approval at a later council meeting. There was a comment, and again, just clarification on the ICRIMP valuation that came in. ICRIMP's valuation for a new build is $58,603,000. However, they have a depreciation factor that puts that new build value that the city would be eligible for at $40,495,000. So just, I know that was shared, so I know there's been a lot of other valuations or potential of what a new build would be. ICRIMP was specifically brought up, so I just wanted to acknowledge that one. The other one, and maybe this question's been answered already enough regarding the equestrian program at the institution. If that is still a question that council has, I'm happy to bring up the provost, I would guess, as far as programmatic, if that program does exist. Or I know there was some comments around it, so we're good.
I think it's good, yeah.
Okay. And then I also wanted to just comment on the finances that we did go over tonight, and the documentation that has been on the city's website as we've gone through this process available for everyone to look at. It does have the columns broken out by the operational dollars that the city supported as well as the capital. But the way the venues work, the operational net does show, in fact, that there is a net income that the venue produced. And so numbers that were referenced by, this was a good year or a specific year was a good year because there was that net profit, that is prior to subtracting out the operational costs and capital costs. So again, just wanted to point out those details that hopefully we highlighted as we went through the staff update to begin with, but I know that was a question that came up, so I just want to make sure that that was clear. Mayor, those are the questions that I had highlighted. If there's any other questions that council had, or if there's anything else that finance or legal wanted to provide.
I do have one, Mayor.
Okay.
What is the abandonment clause in our contract, or whatever you call it, conveyance? How does that attach to CWI?
I am going to defer that one over to legal.
Okay, because I know it's there, but I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, it's fairly simple and straightforward. The proposed term is if CWI were to abandon the property for whatever reason, that would be grounds for the city to exercise its right to have the property reverted back. Simple as that.
Okay, so one more question then for follow-up. So in the event that does happen, not that it's going to happen, but I hate to say what if it did happen, and would we have to fund what we have to fix, or does that bind to CWI?
Again, I'll push that one over to legal.
Yeah, I'll summarize the document, but they are representing CWI as a proposed term that in the event we exercise our right to take it back, they breach the contract, they abandon it, try to sell without permission, they've agreed to convey it in a good condition, similar to where it's at upon conveyance. So they'd be held to a standard which could be enforceable, if need be in a court of law. It's a situation we all want to avoid, but we put those protections in there.
Yeah, I know. I'm just concerned. That's
sure.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
So I've tried to take some notes. One of the items that came back, I didn't get it answered. When I put out a solicitation of interest request, I normally have it in writing so that I can go back and track the people that I sent that to. Is that in writing someplace, the number of entities that you sent it out to, or was it only to Oakview Group?
We can get a list of who our initial distribution went to. Beyond that, of who forwarded it out after that, we wouldn't have that data.
Okay. So these other entities, AEG, Live Nation, Legends, whether or not they were specifically solicited in writing or not, you don't have that?
That is correct. We
Okay.
sent it to OVG, and if you wanted to ask Andrew specifically about if that was disseminated to those other.
Oh, I trust Andrew. I just, again, when we're looking at the full picture, I just wanted to have that understanding based upon my experience, what I do. And then you made a comment about ICRIMP's numbers and also Jacob's report values. Are we to believe Jacob's report values? Because what they stated in there is significant dollars, and that's where the 150 million comes from, just in the Jacobs report. ICRIMP's numbers are replacement value, but they don't include any land use or foundations or those FF&E. It states in there, it's pretty limited. It's just above structure, above ground. So I can see the difference, but the Jacobs report, one thing I didn't get answered was, are we to believe those values? Or are we still, questioning them? Because at this point, I think that's still kind of one of those things that's not really been determined, the true value, if it's accurate or not.
I would add a little context of, as far as validating those numbers, that was definitely not my intent of saying ICRIMPS is correct or Jacobs is correct. I just wanted to make sure for the record that the ICRIMP valuation that they had provided us was on the record from what we'd gotten. What had been shared was, I think, a $100 million reference.
Yeah.
On the Jacobs piece, again, I think, I know from me and my experience and the expertise that we entrust them with any of the projects they do for the city, we completely recognize their expertise and the value they bring. It's ballpark estimate. It's an estimate of those items. There's nothing to say that there's more or less or higher or lower. In the valuation and the dollars that we used for projection of what city, if we were to keep the venue in anticipation of cost from a budget perspective, we used a $20 million over a 10-year amortization, and we put the $2 million a year as a placeholder to give that visual an idea of what the cost could potentially be. And that was, again, just spelled out for the first 5 years.
Well, that's fair. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Clay at this time? Yes.
Mine's for Andrew, if possible.
Okay.
I've also been taking some notes. They're about 4 pages worth, so I'm trying to refine down because anything that stood out that I wouldn't have had answered or have known that we haven't received, I wrote down. One of them was the big players in the entertainment industry, Legends, Live Nation, AEG, and yourselves, Oakview Group. I hadn't heard that before. So part of the solicitation of interest, I think it's important to know, were they noticed or notified either by you or by your team that this property was available?
I can speak for our team. OVG was notified. How that was disseminated to the other companies, I can't speak to that. But AEG and SMG have since merged in the last couple of years, so now it's ASM actually. So AEG doesn't actually exist as a venue operator today, and they are actually just bought by Legends. So it's really Legends and OVG. Then Live Nation has their own private venues that they own and operate, so they don't really get into the third-party management world per se, but they are an active partner with us at the Fort Idaho Center, and they're a pretty big driving force along with us to do the amphitheater renovation that we proposed a while ago.
Thank you.
Mayor, Andrew, while you're standing there then, I asked the question of Mr. Miller earlier about lease versus sale, purchase. What is the preference by OVG, by some of these larger event managers? Is it to purchase or to just lease?
I think it depends on the situation. I mean, here locally, you know, we're going to be here serving whoever is going to be the owner of the facility, and we're going to do a heck of a job doing that. I think we have been for the last 10 years, and that's been at great partnership with the city. But I think we've also been here, you know, as this council and me here discussing what the needs of the facility are in the future. And if the city chooses to retain the venue, some serious conversations need to happen. How are we going to fund this? Each year we go into capital hearings and Doug has to look at my $3 million list of capital items, and I know I'm not going to get them all, so it's never expected. But those things are coming. It's the deferred maintenance, it's keeping up with the competition, it's all the things that keep the patron coming back to the venue. If it conveys, we're going to do our best to serve CWI in the manner that they're going to take the facility to the next level, however that looks. And I mean, we're excited for the opportunity either way. Not really to answer your question, but as we're reviewing it today, that's how we are.
So the solicitation of interest, was it a purchase or a lease option? Or was it only a lease option?
On the solicitation of interest from the city,
Yeah.
I'm not sure. What was it? It was a purchase?
The solicitation, Randy, this came out of you because you said you had somebody that wanted to buy the facility for $20 million. We put a solicitation of interest out there so that anybody could let us know if they had any interest whatsoever in any regard.
A purchase
And
or
so
lease.
it didn't matter. We just were looking, and we didn't put any parameters on it. We just wanted to know, is there someone out there that has an interest in investing in this facility so that we had this assurance that we were not missing something. We just wanted to make sure that we got it out there, and we did not have anyone come forward with any interest, whether it was leasing or anything.
OVG was sought out, but ASM, as they're now called,
SMG.
well, he said that now it's ASM.
Yeah, ASM.
They were not through you.
Not through me.
Right.
Not through me.
But that's kind of what the answer was, I think by Cliff, was that potentially that they were notified through OVG. And
Well, no, so there's a difference, and so
if they only had a month to be able to be solicited and they weren't solicited, how would they have known?
So AEG and SMG, if you could repeat that again.
So they've all collapsed into each other. There's really Legends and OVG. So that's really it. Roll up all the other acronyms into Legends.
Okay, so ASM is not an acronym to use
It's
now.
Legends now. It was a year ago, but now it's not.
And ASM was SMG. SMG was the former management company that we did not have continued to manage.
Correct.
OVG. And so I guess what I would just say, the information that was provided tonight was not current information, as Andrew knows and is aware. It isn't that we're naive and we don't understand this business. We actually do understand the business. We understand who the players are. And by reaching out to OVG, they are one of the biggest players in the nation. They understand it. So I don't feel like we have missed anything. The only difference would be if we went to the Legends, but that would be if we were deciding we wanted to sell the facility. And that's part of the discussion tonight.
And that was
Because
my question.
if we decide we want to sell it, then we could actually, then we would go to that next step, and you would put it on the market, and you would reach out. But the first step is making the decision that we're wanting to sell the facility and not retain it.
So that was back to my original question, was it a lease or a purchase option? Either way, would OVG be interested in a purchase option with deed restrictions or not?
Of the whole facility?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but I really don't think so. You know, the amphitheater was of a key priority.
Right.
But the whole property, no. I mean, we know how the numbers are.
Okay. And that's the way I understood it before too, but I just wanted,
Go ahead.
what's that?
No, we're just commenting on, it's a liability, not an asset, was the comment that was
Yeah.
made, but
Another
go
joke.
ahead. No,
Well,
it's
you know,
not a
Mr.
joke, it's
Haverfield,
true.
You've
It's-
jumped in and you've made comments, and we listened to your comments tonight. And so I quip off with a slight comment.
You can do that all you want.
Well,
Okay,
you've
so-
quipped off multiple times throughout the last 2 to 4 months. So we've been patient.
So, okay, so going on, let's, I think we've answered the question regarding the Legends, OVG, Live Nation. Is there anything, Andrew, that you feel like, since you're standing there at the moment, that would be important for us to know?
I think you have all the information in front of you. This has obviously been a very long and challenging road, and I don't envy the positions you're in, but ultimately, we're going to be here accountable to operate the facility, and we want to do that in the best way we can. If that's with the city or CWI, great, either way. But there's going to take some serious investment, and we're all coming to that realization in pretty much real time that needs to occur. And if we want to stay competitive, we've heard Caldwell jumped around, Tommy Alquist building something. These things are pretty real, and this is a very competitive industry. And what's to say Live Nation can't do something with Legends in Ada County? And that's going to be very, very bad for business, for the Fort Idaho Center, in the city or CWI, no matter who.
Because you guys are working with Live Nation, correct?
Correct.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So if they shift over to another property, it's going to make a definite impact.
There's nothing to stop them. Everything is going great from a financial perspective on the operating budget right now, but what's to keep that going in the long term? If we can't provide the amenities that people want to see at the facility for them to return, and also the infrastructure for the large events to utilize the facility, equine, concert, basketball, whatever it is, there's going to be a price to pay for that.
Mayor,
Thank you.
so do you know if Legends is involved with Alquist?
No, I'm just making up an analogy.
So we're not aware that they're looking at our market then at this point?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mayor, I'd move that we close the public hearing.
Are there no other questions for anyone? Are we good? We can have questions of staff. Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we close public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes. Okay, so as we close public hearing, I'm just going to say the motions are on the screen. We're here to discuss 3 different things. In a typical public hearing, the next phase that we move into is discussion phase, and this is an opportunity for discussion. And Councilwoman Natalie Jangula, if I can get it out, is going to put it all into one word, I think is on next.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that we're fortunate to have the Idaho Center here in Nampa. And no matter what the outcome is, this body here, and if partnered with CWI, we are guaranteeing that these treasured events that have been mentioned and expressed will continue. We have heard comments from the public stating that they don't feel like that we are listening, and that we need to do whatever it is that they're communicating to us is best. I want to put this into perspective. These are direct comments that I have personally had submitted to me. Put it on the ballot for people to decide. Vote no for a ballot levy override. Increase city taxes to pay for it. Run a city levy or bond. Do not increase my taxes to pay for this. I prefer to convey. Do not give away my asset. Sell it for no less than $100 million. Don't sell, we want to keep it in our community. Convey to CWI. There is no urgency to this matter. We are behind the 8 ball on this. This decision was made in private meetings with no transparency. I really appreciate how transparent you are. Please respect the wishes of the Nampa taxpayer. I am happy about the transfer. My wife and I don't want to give the Idaho Center away. I do support the conveyance, as it seems it would both serve CWI and keep the CWI and the city and keep traditions in our community. I share these quotes to highlight the diverse perspectives on this issue. We are listening, and too often we find ourselves in echo chambers, convinced that our view is the only one that exists. Yet reality is far richer and more complex. I want to address something, Mayor. On August 18th, we voted on whether or not we were going to put a levy override on the ballot and to keep the Fort Idaho Center. This room was packed with citizens not wanting us to move forward with that. It was a unanimous 0-6 no vote. After the vote, the room emptied. Do you want to know why that was odd to me? Directly following that vote, we moved into a public hearing to approve the FY26 budget. The same citizens that were so upset about a possible levy override for months have been telling us that there are ways that we can fund it, didn't care enough to stay and listen to the budget presentation. Who didn't take part in the public hearing process to ask questions about or to challenge the city funding? 8 people stayed, 5 were who have already declared for candidacy, 3 citizens. Not one person from that group came and essentially protested the council to vote against a levy override, stayed to speak to the budget. My question to all of those people, why? I want to speak to Jill Hallows really quickly because you asked a question and I don't think it got answered. So it was about the auditorium district. I think everyone else's were answered, but with yours, I did reach out to the auditorium district and got clear answers, so I just wanted to answer your question. They started receiving funding in October for this October, and they will receive their first deposit. It is a state formula, and it was projected in the FY26 that it will bring in about $1.4 million. They have full authority over these funds, and their focus is what they have promised when it went on the ballot. Their heart and the focus is for the board to bring ROI, new expansions and remodels, not boilers, roofs, toilets. Those were direct quotes. It can be used for capital, and remember that this is not just for the Idaho Center. Nampa Civic Center needs a new auditorium, seating, and so much more. They have been collaborating and are aware of both venues' needs. And in my personal opinion, I think it would be fiscally irresponsible for the council to factor these funds as a guaranteed revenue source when we don't have control over those funds. So I'll let other people speak, but I do have closing comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Are there any other Councilman Reynolds?
Madam Mayor, thank you. I just wanted to address the Jacobs report that CWI had done on the deferred maintenance. I've worked with Jacobs on numerous projects. They're a large company, about 45,000 employees, and they are very, very well respected in the industry for what they do, and have the utmost faith in what that report was. I've talked to them directly and had them explain it to me, and it makes sense. And if anything, it was a little conservative. But anyway, I just wanted to say that. They've been a great company and a great partner to the city of Nampa on the projects we've done with them. And I don't feel like it's fair when someone doesn't like a number that they just want to discount a company or a person. I don't think that's right, so.
Thank you. Any other council comments?
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. I want to tell you all that I don't deal with emotion, I deal with facts. That's what's inside me because I was a police officer for 38 years. So I need facts to continue and to go forward. There's 3 reasons that I worry about this situation of the conveyance or keeping or or selling it. Because we don't have the report that I'm looking for, comprised by an ad hoc committee of investors and bankers, real estate, folks that have a portfolio of this kind of work. And I don't have that to show me the fiscal impact to either sell it or lease it or convey it. And that's what I need, because that's what you need as taxpayers, because it's coming out of your pocket. So the best direction would be to look at the whole picture before we move forward with this. I worry about just giving the property away, and I have said, you don't give people's property away without full investigation, without full data information that allows you to make a good decision. I feel that I can't make a decision because I don't have what I'm looking for. Is it a good enterprise? It is a good business for us to continue. I don't know the answer to that. I hear a lot of, it's not, but is it a good thing for us to figure out a different way, a different solution? to make it to that point. That's the other thing. There's no options here. So I'm not involved emotionally, folks. I don't do that. I am fiscally responsible to you, and that's why I'm having a very difficult time selling it or conveying it. I can't, I won't, until I have all that information here. Thank you.
So I have a question. We've had a lot of weeks to ask for whatever information you need, and I guess the question I have is, what data or what information are you looking for? Because you're saying you need to look at the whole picture, but we have all the financial information. I don't know what more financial information we could get, because we've got all the financial data. In fact, if we want to pause right now, we can go back to what Clay went over before, and Doug could speak to it. We know that if we're going to continue, we talked about that, we have that financial information. So if we sell it, I'll just say, if you don't mind me saying so, what I've heard from our citizens is do not sell it, because we lose control of it if you just sell it outright. What I've come to understand is with the deed restrictions that would be placed on it if it were sold, basically there's no real value, because you don't make money on it doing what it's doing today. You just don't. And so selling it, you have to sell as a city to the highest bidder. We don't get to choose who we sell it to. So if you put it out there, you put the deed restrictions on, sell it to the highest person, it's gone. It's just gone. And then if somebody decides not to fulfill the deed restriction, you're in a legal battle forever. And so what I have heard is that selling is not an option, at least from our citizens, what I've heard. And I think we heard that tonight. But when you're talking about looking at the whole picture, the report and full data, I'm not sure what more we need. And Doug, would you like to answer this question? Because we've looked at a lot of financial information. I'm not sure what else we'd look at.
Thank you, Mayor.
Doug, page 471 in our packet has the answers.
Has the financial information.
Right. So, Mayor, can I take this moment and speak to that in general terms?
Please do.
The decision before the council is obviously a very critical decision. I don't envy you that, but I would like to share for you and the citizens here that we're looking at this as one item of the city. I don't have that luxury when it comes to the finance of the city. I have to look at the city as a total, as a whole. And there are pressures everywhere that I'm struggling with daily to try and maintain the financial structure of the city, to minimize the cost increases, to minimize the tax burden. We're struggling with the streets. We're struggling with the library, struggling with the parks and recs, trying to adequately fund them. This is one issue that will either help relieve pressure or add to it. In the short term, it's absolutely inevitable. By the short term, I mean 1 to 3 years. If we choose to retain it, there will be an immediate impact next year. I'll have to find at least $1 million I don't have to fund the maintenance, which means that gives us an option. We choose not to fund the maintenance and let the building slowly degrade. We find a new revenue source, and there's been plenty of those offered out here. I spent 20 years working at Albertsons as a finance director, and I watched them go through merchandising scheme after merchandising scheme. Some worked and some didn't. It would take years to find the right ones to make the right blend. Do we have years to spend millions of dollars? We don't. So if we say no, I'm just being honest, there will be a financial impact. It will either cause us to decrease our allocation of funds to other areas of the city, streets, public safety, library, or parks, or we spend down our reserves until we're broke, we don't have a lot of reserves to spend with, or we raise revenues through taxation. Those are the three options. One of those three things will happen.
Mary Kling.
Thank you.
Okay, since you requested, since you asked me.
Councilman, and then Councilman Phillips.
I'm sorry, Brina.
That's fine.
Okay, I just wanted
Yeah.
to respond to you.
Go ahead.
Mary Kling, I'm not Only thing I'm saying is that I rely on those experts that do this every day, all day long, and they're the ones that invest in businesses and corporations and stuff. Now, that's what I'm missing. Maybe we don't need it, Mayor. Maybe you're right, but I do. And so, for someone, it would be like this. It would be like you go into a crime scene. You wouldn't know what to do. I would, yes. But that's the difference that I'm trying to make here. I just want to make sure that all the questions of our community and all the questions that I have, even though we have the numbers here, we have the forecasted direction, but it's not driven by the professionals that I need to look at. That's all I'm saying, Mayor. So I hope you understand. Okay.
Thank you. Councilman Bills.
Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, for your benefit, Bill Eilert, who testified, is a 40, 50-year veteran in the real estate development finance in the Treasure Valley. He has a great deal of experience. For him to come and share and talk about things, there's a lot of wisdom in there without bloviating, if he was still sitting here, I don't think he would like the comments. There's another gentleman that came and testified who I don't know, who would offer that we pause because of going to these other firms. Yet we've heard that some of those firms have merged. Life's changed since possibly that information. What I'm trying to get at is that there are several qualified individuals in the room who have dealt with similar situations and/or the contracts, the agreements, the procedures that we've been going through. And so I take what they have communicated as good guidance, and that I think we've been seeking and getting good guidance on what to do. Again, page 471 in our packet, if any counselor has that page, it would be well for us to look at it.
Well, David, I don't disagree with you, because all I'm saying is that get all these guys together from the get-go, it would have been a lot better for me. That's all I'm saying.
So on 471,
Could someone go ahead and, is somebody, Clay, is that what you're doing? Okay, so Clay's going to put it on the screen for us all to see. It'll take just a second.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
So, Councilman Rodriguez, I'm a little confused. Just help me understand here. Earlier today, I read on your Facebook that you had voted no on the conveyance of the Fort Idaho Center before this meeting. So I'm confused about what information you still might need to know.
Did you not hear what I just said?
It says it on your Facebook, so I want you to help me understand. So,
There's a reason why you voted no. I'm going to vote no. I just told you that. Okay?
so then that communicates there's a decision made there. So there's no need to get more information.
Yes,
In terms of
there
this
is.
sheet, you study this sheet and it lets us know how much money has been put in over the years. And then it also tells us what the operational funding and subsidy. So you see the total city funding, 22 million. And then you look at the loss side, and it has 21 million in losses, net income without city support. So the city subsidizes the operation every year. And the city has worked over the years to take care of those things. There was a time when Mr. Haverfield and I joined city council in 14 and 15, and we were aghast to the losses, 1.8 million for that year. And that's not capital, that's operating expenses, just a reminder. And the following year, it dropped down 200,000 or 300,000, possibly a little more, to around the 1.4 range. Consequently, The center has operated in the red basically for most of its life. And there's been comments made from the public that says, well, these centers, they're not expected to make a profit. You go into them with the idea that it's going to be subsidy, and therefore we need to continue to subsidize it. Well, I don't know that the property taxpayers need to subsidize an entertainment venue. I struggle with that concept, and I haven't been in favor of the concept. I understand the economic side, so I have a very good handle on the economic side. So if you can get somebody to handle and pay for you to operate and you take the return, that's a great deal. But then we come to the capital side and we don't and aren't able, we minimally maintain the facility and we do it as best we can. But we do it in a deficit manner. And the facility is aging, and it shows its age, and it needs a shot in the arm, and it needs a new energy and a new guidance. And these numbers speak to it. I just believe that whether it's under CWI or the City of Nampa, or I'm not sure what else entity would be even appropriate, the community is going to continue to attend and be able to go to the Fort Idaho Center for whatever show and venue that you want to participate. You're not locked out. It's still opening its doors. It's still going on, and it's still operating. Your tax bill is going to be the same. You're not going to save money. Potentially, you're not going to put out more money as citizens of Nampa. And a year from now, 2 years from now, there will be improvements and changes. Some will bitch. They don't like the change. And then there's others going to go, wow, I had no idea it could operate this well. Wow, have you seen what they've done out at Fort Idaho Center? I didn't think that was possible. Because that's reality. That's what goes on in these decisions. That's what goes on when you change hands and you got new energy and new management and people who have come and testified and talked about. And these aren't people who are sitting at home wondering, what to do. These are people who have been in the industry, in the business, in the ability to get deals done and help move things forward. We need to congratulate some of the folks in the room who have helped take CWI from a small incubator college to 16 years later, 30,000 students getting educated, innovative. They've worked through leased properties before they could build properties. They've been moving it along. What has Nampa been doing? Looking at the same 30-year-old toilets that need to be changed out. Why haven't we done it? Because there isn't a council yet who's had the wherewithal and the strength to say it's time to do something with the asset, as you folks say, many of you, I say it's a liability. And nobody wants to take it and move it forward so that it can be organized in a fashion that can allow it to continue to prosper, but also to make up for what has not taken place. We ask the question, do we want to put it on the ballot? Hardly anybody said, yeah, we want to vote for a levy. We want to raise our taxes for the Fort Idaho Center. It's human nature. I don't pay anything unless I have to. That's human nature. So who's going to raise taxes for other people to go entertain? It isn't practical. from just a objective viewpoint, looking at the numbers are dismal. And I think it's a shame that the property taxpayers, homeowners and business owners, have to subsidize an operation year after year. At the same time, it's depleting, it's depreciating. OVG could take care of revamping the facility, but their hands have been tied. They want to fix the thing up. Nampa, just write us a check. It's only going to cost $2 to $3 million. Well, where do we come up with $2 to $3 million? Our foregone is almost used up. Foregone tax is the ability for council to go back and draw upon a prior year of tax that wasn't levied that could have been levied. And that's something that the legislature provided to cities. Nampa's been in the position of having to ask for foregone the last 2 years. There's been no votes about doing that. Well, then what are we going to do? How are we going to do it? Who's stepping up and writing the checks? We have an entity right now who's young, energetic, and has shown the ability to move forward and make something happen. You have testimony tonight from board members of the foundation who have confidence. They didn't come saying, well, gee, we think we can do something. Well, we don't know if we can do something. I heard 3 people with the foundation come up and say, we have confidence we're going to be able to help move this forward. From 3 respected individuals in the Treasure Valley. I just think it is so important for us to make a decision yet tonight. I believe the best interest for this community is to convey. And I'd like to now ask for the screen to be put back for those options.
I'd like to make my comments first, please, Councilman.
Okay.
Okay, we'll wait on a motion.
So we'll do Councilman Griffin, then followed by Councilman Haverfield, then Reynolds, and then Jangula.
And then Rodriguez.
Everybody's
Okay.
going to take another bite at the apple. I don't even have words yet processed because, once again, I don't know where I'm going to land on this decision tonight. In the little over 2 years that I've now been on council, I've consistently tried to find any way possible to give taxpayers their money back. I voted no on budgets. I voted no on foregone. I've tried to slow growth that costs taxpayers money. And I've been very consistent, I feel, in that perspective. Why I struggle so hard tonight is because I look at this decision as a similar one as every that's come before. How do I save taxpayer money? How do we focus on what the proper role of government is? And in my opinion, it's public safety and infrastructure and maintaining quality of life in Nampa. And this is why I think I'm different than the perspective of a lot of our council members here tonight, because I agree with perspectives on both sides. And I strongly disagree with perspectives on both sides. This has been one of the most dividing and polarizing issues that I've seen either locally or at the state level, because I've had some dabbling there too. It's been completely dividing. It's divided this council right down the middle. Friendships, I think, have been shattered over this, and it makes me sad. But my feelings don't matter, so let's get to the root of it. When I ran on faith, family, freedom, like any other conservative does. They give you the slogan. And I've tried to lean into that position on multiple decisions, but I don't think I've ever prayed harder than I have this weekend, because I take this very, very, very seriously. I think it is a significant community benefit and an asset to the city with overwhelming numbers of liabilities, that it could go either way. It depends on how you want to describe it. I've sat down probably with hundreds of citizens and had hours and hours in phone calls and reviewed the packets and gone through this, and I go back to what's going to be the best for Nampa. Bob earlier said, I don't get it, Nampa. You guys are one of the most conservative cities in the state because you find any way to cut taxes. Why wouldn't you want to spread the tax burden amongst 500,000-600,000 other people rather than just yourselves? Strong point. But then I hear on the opposite side that a lady named Stacy is the epitome of most of the citizens in Nampa. I didn't even know this was going on, and I don't have enough information to have an opinion. Frankly, that's why you elect council members, so we can go and suffer to figure that out. I think of the scripture, Proverbs 3:5. We need to be thoughtful in this decision, and I'm trusting the Lord right now that I have some clarity when it comes time to vote, because I don't know which direction I'm going. I can see where it would be politically advantageous to retain the property. There's a whole lot of citizens that believe in keeping it. I can see why it would be politically advantageous to convey the property, because there's a lot of individuals that know this inside and out and know the benefit it could be, not only for Nampa, but the whole state. I think the best way to simplify it is this is a crappy decision that we have to make right now, because it is a 50-50. Sherry said it best earlier. Where's the foundation, Sherry? Please just tell me. I know where the Snake River Stampede is. I know where the chamber is. I know where David Ferdinand is. Where's the foundation? And they say, we are just grateful that we've been able to be in Nampa as long as we have, and we hope we can continue to do that. We don't know if that'll happen with a new mayor. Every 4 years we question that. We don't know if that'll happen with CWI, but at least they're giving us 10 years to figure that out. So I sit back and I hear a lot of mudslinging from here. I hear a lot of mudslinging from here, and I just try and be prayerful and thoughtful on what I can say to not add to the divisiveness. But at the end of the day, I try and go, what is going to save taxpayer money? What keeps us focused on the proper role of government? And how do we end the agonizing pain of this discussion? I was thinking, I want to continue it till January 6th. Why? Because then we can lay it squarely on Rick Hagebohm and whoever wins the next 2 seats. Because there's going to be turnover. There's going to be at least one less council member on this council and one less mayor currently sitting here. Good, bad, and different, that's just the process. So very shortly, we're going to know what new leadership for Nampa wants. But then we have to go through this for 3 more months. So I lean into the camp of retaining for a lot of reasons, and I lean into the camp of conveying for a lot of reasons. But one thing I do want to say before we even get to a vote is every single one of these council members and the mayor care deeply about what happens to Nampa and its citizens. And I don't try and say that to get the rah, rah, rah going. But I know right now they're all tossing and turning. Some of them might have been decided months ago. Some of them might still be deciding right now. I don't know, because I'm not a mind reader. No one else is. We don't know what information we're going to have in the next 5 minutes to change my opinion. But have some grace for each other. I think we just need to be more prayerful, more thoughtful, more Christian in Nampa. And I'll practice what I preach after this, and I promise not to mudsling however it goes. I hope you do the same. And Lord, help all of us, because I have no idea where I'm going to land on this issue.
Thank you, Mayor. For the longest time, I thought this decision was a philosophical decision, maybe one that was just subjective, not really based on numbers, because I heard a lot that we shouldn't be in the entertainment business, which kind of goes in the face of those 30 years ago that planned for this facility and were a part of the process. Jeff and Curtis and those that have spoken that have the longevity of being in this community during this time frame of change. I myself was involved in that as well. The city, along with the school district, along with the Stampede Board, all partnered in making this all happen. About the same time the rec center was being built. So early on, when this discussion was going forward, I asked for information that I had a hard time finding because it wasn't being provided to even me at a level that I needed it, because I'm a trust but verify guy. Give me the facts behind it, and I can look at it and make a determination. That's why I asked the tough questions of President Jones and others that have come forward, because I want to know, because I'm representing a community that wants to know as well. And it really came forward as Sebastian stated, Stacy Goodrich, her just finding out yesterday and wanting to be a part of the process and showing up tonight. I commend her on that. I'm thankful that she did, because she's inheriting the decisions that we're making. And it's unfortunate that 6 people can make a decision for so many people, especially when they're not aware or they're just finding out. And that saddens me. So as, you know, even on the way over tonight, I heard Victor ask the question of, has the community really been addressed in a proper way? And I can't remember if it was Preston or maybe Clay that tried to answer that question. It's hard to know. Natalie made comments about it's available. There's information if you research it. But if you're not aware of what the topic is, you're not going to research it. You're just going to go on with your daily lives. So again, it's difficult to try to convey to you, especially if you're not aware of what we're even talking about and why we're even talking about it. So we try to ask these questions. We try to ask them in a public setting so that you can be aware of it and you can go back and research it yourself and look at it. So from my standpoint, 12 years ago when I got elected to council, one of the main things that we ran on back then was the subsidy to the Ford Idaho Center. It was so much. And the thought pattern back then was we shouldn't expect it to be in the black. But that changed pretty quickly as we got naming rights to Ford and we got a new venue manager, and things started changing where it became net neutral at least, and then created a little bit of a balance that's in the positive way. But it took a while to get there. It took 10 years to get to the point where it was finally starting to operate in the right fashion. And as we go forward, we expect that to be the case. I'm a small business owner, and so when I ask about assets and the reality behind something that you've paid for just to give it to your neighbor because it needs a new roof or, you know, it needs a driveway, something along those lines, when you break it down into the terms where we can understand at a local level, you wouldn't give up your home because your home is what you've paid for your whole life, and it's something that you can bank on as a retirement vehicle, whether you borrow against it, sell it, or get a reverse mortgage on it. This is something that, again, when you start thinking about, well, if it's not profitable, we should just jettison it and not have to worry about it. I have a hard time. It doesn't set well with me. So I can't support that. So I started looking at, is there a way that we can be looking at creating a revenue stream? And I believe that there is. I've asked questions of Mike Penny when he came forward. We talked about land leases. He confirmed that. That's a possibility. talked about the campus in Ada County, a land lease that Alquist has with CWI. There is a path there. We've talked about public-private partnerships tonight. When I talked to a local developer, he said the first thing he should have done was looked at a joint venture cooperative arrangement with CWI so that you could be benefiting it without having to give up the value of it. I believe that that still is the case, but when you've been offered the golden goose, why would you accept something less than that? So I'm not faulting CWI. I mean, it was a wonderful gift, opportunity that was presented to them. I wasn't a part of that gift-giving process, so that's why I had to ask the questions after the fact. I believe as a city council member, and this might be my swan song. There's others that are running for my seat, and I'm going to say vote for them. You know, as far as from a standpoint, if this continues going into the next year, this has been contentious. It's been a very difficult year, very trying on the soul. And as Sebastian mentioned, we're on our knees. And Cheryl is one of those people that I really believe is a true prayer warrior. She shows up to our prayer meetings every other week. She's a wonderful person and a gift to our community. And when I heard and saw what was happening there, it was hard for me to keep my mouth shut. But I will defend her until the sun goes down. And I think that that's how we should be treating each other, is with respect. When you get a question, just say thank you and move on. So I think that's what my desire is. And tonight, I'm not going to be supporting anything other than hanging on to it, because I believe that we can do this. And I think if we work together, there is a pathway that's very clear to me. But again, I'm not going to get into the specifics tonight, but I can easily provide you with that. And you can go ahead and correct me if I'm wrong, Natalie, but there is very easily a pathway to come up. I just need to know what the number is. And I didn't hear a number until tonight on the way here of $2 million a year. And if it's $2 million a year, okay, let's go after $2 million a year. And I believe that we can arrive at that. If we're going to be able to use the auditorium district for some of that funding or not, if it's just improvements, then let's work with Andrew and help that to happen. OVG needs to be released by this city, or if it ends up going to CWI, it needs to happen right away. But the thing is, the idea of another amphitheater coming into the community is from my standpoint, it's almost like it's a crisis, and we're trying to provide a solution to the crisis by giving away the Idaho Center. Auto malls happen all the time, where you have multiple, and you can look at ours, where that competition is a positive thing. If we're the only amphitheater in the market, great. If we're not, then let's work with what we have. And right now, we have the only amphitheater in the valley. We have the only indoor venue to go along with that amphitheater in the valley. In the state, it was stated that this is something that we can be very proud of, and I am. But when I ran 12 years ago, it was with an idea that we could correct that attitude, and we did. And we also took care of the levy rate being the highest in the state. We made some decisions back there. Now, going back after the foregone taxes is, again, it's contrary to me, because by not taking a budget increase those first 2 years, we were able to correct that. So sometimes the decisions are hard decisions to make. We made those hard decisions 12, 10 years ago. David mentioned that. It just goes against your grain when you're seeing money going out the door that doesn't need to. And so by tightening the belt, we were able to accomplish some things. Going forward, we can tighten the belt a little bit further and work within the tax base that we already have. We have a baseline that we could work within. I believe that the dollars are there, and we can add to it, so I won't be supporting anything other than retaining the Idaho Center.
Councilman Reynolds.
Thank you, Mayor. So originally, when this idea was discussed, I thought about it long and hard and thought, what are the things that we really want for Nampa? Well, I think that if we sit down at a table and had a discussion about this, most of us would agree that we want Fort Idaho Center to remain. We want the rodeo to remain. We want the horse park to remain. And So of all the options that were before us, which were few, this was the best option to keep all of those things and be able to expand on opportunities for our youth, education. What do we want to be known for in Nampa? We know who we are as people. We want to be a city on a hill. We want to be different than the city to our east. And so why would we not want to have an educational enterprise zone that gives our youth opportunities for rodeo club and possibly a golf club, maybe some ice for the kids to skate on at some point? That would be fantastic. All we have here is a rollerdrome. It's better than nothing, but it's old and dilapidated. And our kids, I hear it all the time, they don't have anything to do. We have Homedale and Melba and Marsing and all the small towns around us, and parents can't afford to drive them over to Ice World or to different club sports or activities, and then having the access to the soccer fields for our youth is fantastic. I know many of you go and watch your grandkids play soccer, and as you should. And just the opportunities that could be expanded on with that center, it goes on and on and on when you really look at it, but we retain all of those things. And for the average person, I feel like they're only gonna see improvements. They're not gonna see negatives come out of this. They're gonna see improvements, and they're gonna go, I had a conversation with a gentleman. He didn't even know Nampa owned that, and he's lived here his whole life. And he's like, well, that sounds like a good idea, especially if it's costing you money. You know, maybe it's a good time to get rid of that. And then focusing on what Nampa should be doing. Public safety and infrastructure. That's our core mission, and we should stick to our core mission. And I question why this decision wasn't made 15 years ago, or maybe even a year after the Idaho Center opened, why it wasn't. I question that, is why we kept feeding it. But anyway, through all this process, as Councilman Griffin said, it has been a tough go. It's been very divisive for our council, on top of the fact that we have elections. And we've heard a lot of 90% truth. We've heard a lot of, from various places, name calling. It's been hurtful, been divisive. It's divided our community in some aspects, even though the groups might not be huge numbers. It still is tough to see that. And I think our whole political climate changed during COVID. And it's unfortunate for me as a native Idahoan to see the political climate change. I can remember when you could have a conversation with a Democrat and you could agree about something and you would shake hands and you go about your way. And today, if you're not 100% with somebody, they're 100% against you. And I think that's sad where we've gotten today. And I think that people should really take a look in the mirror and ask that question. I wrote 4 or 5 pages of notes tonight. And I had all these thoughts leading up to this meeting. And I think my stomach's hurt for the last 3 days. You can ask my wife. The human side of me was like, I want to refute the things that have been said. I want to dispel some of the things, and I want to argue, and I want to stick up for myself. And at the end of the day, what I wrote down on my paper, at the very last thing I wrote down was, what's the benefit of that? What does it get me? Except for I won because I got to call somebody a name back or do something back or say something. And I owe you an apology if I came off harsh, as Cheryl, I believe. And I don't like assumptions. And our tendency is to defend ourselves as humans, and especially in the positions we sit in. We take a lot of flack, we catch a lot of bullets. And somebody told me, they said, you know, if you're catching a lot of flack and a lot of bullets, that must mean you're right over the target. So obviously, we must have been over a target here because we caught a lot. But anyway, so I wrote down, is it advantageous? What's the benefit of doing that? And really, at the end of the day, what matters is God knows the truth. He knows my heart. He knows each one of your heart. He knows the council's heart. That's what matters. Thank you.
I think we're going down the line here, but I think I had Jane Gillen next.
David, did you have anything
Rodriguez,
else to
did you
say?
have anything else to say at this time? I do think, I do want to try not to be too long, because I think we've got a lot of people waiting, and it's very late. But I do want to make sure we have the opportunity for you guys to make your closing comment.
Thank you, Mayor. To piggyback a little bit on Councilman Reynolds' statements, who are we as Nampa? And we do have that discussion a lot. What is our identity? Well, our mission statement says that we are a city where people can live, work, play, and worship. I believe that part of being a city leader is having the responsibility to look for the future of our kids. Not only, that's the first time you've had to do that to me. Not only are we responsible for the infrastructure and housing, but we are also responsible to grow in a way that drives economic growth. And that comes in many forms. The Nampa School District graduation rate dropped in 2023 to 76%, which falls below the statewide average of 81%. I couldn't find accurate data for 2024. Over 55% of students in the Nampa High schools qualify as economically disadvantaged, which correlates strongly with the lower graduation rates. Statistically speaking, a lot of our kids aren't going to be leaving Nampa and getting fancy degrees. Community colleges are unique with providing accessible education, targeting workforce training, and pathways to upward mobility. We want to be an educated community that focuses on trade, agriculture, manufacturing, and healthcare, because that supports the foundation and the vision of Nampa. Last year, more than 6,000 Nampa residents attended CWI. Community colleges like CWI contribute to economies by generating a ripple effect of higher wages, reducing unemployment, and increasing tax revenues. They break cycles for intergenerational poverty. This leads to a broader community benefit, including lower crime rates. I have sat here just shy of 4 years, and the conversation has yet to shift from these homes being proposed are too expensive for the average Nampan to purchase. I'm going to dare shift it today. Why are we not providing and investing in better opportunities for our community members so that they can afford homes in Nampa? We have sat here and argued to squeeze pennies and to hold on to a depreciating asset that I believe that we can't afford long term, and to keep it marketable in the private sector. And we have failed to see the bigger picture. CWI's main campus is right here in Nampa, with an average tuition of a marketable associate's degree of $3,500. Partnering with them helps grow opportunities right here in our backyard, and will have compounding returns for decades. We have an opportunity to see our mission statement come to life. We don't want to be a bedroom community, and if we truly want to be a community where people can live and work, we must invest in these opportunities. The median household income in Nampa, per the 2023 census, was $72,122. That is $26,564 less than our neighbor Meridian. and it doesn't have to be that way. CWI will add additional programs and opportunities, and the projected growth in the next 10 to 15 years will go from 31,000 students to 40 to 50,000 students. More graduates will enter higher demand local jobs like Simplot and St. Luke's, and this could generate somewhere between 8 to 15 million annually in additional wages as more residents earn and spend locally. Higher earnings translate into increased tax revenues for income, sales, and property taxes. In addition to that, CWI's vision is to bring sports and basketball, like basketball, rodeo teams, and others that will further drive economic benefit. This matters to Nampa because it creates pathways for better jobs, reducing economic strain, and fostering community stability. It positions Nampa as a regional education hub, attracting businesses and families that further fuels smart growth. And thank you to Lily for coming, because that was just so perfect that you were here, and we appreciate and value what you had to say tonight, so thank you for that. I know that it's a hard decision, but I was put in this seat to be fiscally conservative and responsible. So for these reasons and many other, I will be supporting a conveyance to the Ford Idaho Center to CWI. Thank you, Mayor.
Hey, Mayor Kling. Just something real short, folks. First of all, this hasn't been decisive for me. I knew from the get-go that unless my criteria was met, that I was not going to support it. It's always been an easy one for me. There's two things that I requested. One, educate the community as much as we can. And the second one, allow the voters to make a decision. There. That's all I got to say.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I move to convey the Ford Idaho Center to the College of Western Idaho pursuant to Idaho Code 50-1403, 4, and subject to final council authorization of certain deed restrictions, a conveyance and acquisition agreement, and advisory commission and facilities use agreement.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any last-minute discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
No.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
No.
Griffin.
For the 50% of you that this is going to make real upset, I hope you remembered all the decisions that I made before this moment and all that I'll continue fighting to make after the fact. Yes.
Angula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
4 in favor, 2 opposed, motion carries.
So, it's been a tough night. It's been a lot of discussion. It hasn't been, this has not been taken lightly by anyone. I just want to say thank you to the council for their hard work. Somehow we need to mend relationships and move forward. But that concludes our public hearing at this time. So we have a couple more business items. I know you guys would like to visit, and I'm going to say visit. We've got to finish the business of the night so we can all go home. So we are going to move to unfinished business at this time. And 10.1 is an action item. It's the first reading of ordinance and approval of publication of ordinance summary amending Title III, Chapter 7 and Title II, Chapter 17 of City Code related to development impact fees. That's okay, we'll just go. And the Nampa Fire Protection District Development Impact Fee Advisory Committee for the Nampa Fire Protection District in the City of Nampa, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An
You're
ordinance
good.
of the City of Nampa, Idaho, Canyon County, amending various sections of Nampa City Code, Title III, Chapter 7, and Title II, Chapter 17, to establish and update regulations for development impact fees. It provides legislative findings, intent, definitions, fee imposition, service areas, use of funds, refunds, credits, appeals, enforcement, and miscellaneous provisions, establishes advisory committees for the city and Napa Fire Protection District, directs the city clerk, sets forth an effective date, and repeals all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict therewith.
Madam Mayor, I move this pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
10.2 is an action item. It's the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to RS4 zoning district, potential development agreement and subdivision preliminary plat for Grand Central subdivision on a 6.54 acre parcel at 4314 East Railroad Street for Jared Langston, representing Theodore and Nancy Waugh. And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
And ordinance of the City of Napa, Idaho, determine that certain lands commonly known as 4314 East Railroad Street, parcel R323921010, located in the southeast 1/4 of Section 36, Township 3 North, Range 2 West, Boise Meridian, totaling 6.54 acres more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Napa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Napa and be zoned RS4 single-family residential on 6.54 acres more or less, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Napa, determining that said annexation and zoning has the consent of landowners, it is contiguous to the city limits, and it is consistent with the comprehensive plan, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said properties to the official zoning maps of the City of Napa and to designate said properties as RS4 single-family residential set forth herein on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for conditions of approval, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Madam Mayor, I move this pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
2 more to go, guys. 10.3, action item, first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning for a total of 259.95 acres into 144.14 acres agriculture, 20.06 acres community business, 12.64 acres RS4, 2.88 acres RS7, 26.62 acres RS8.5, 9.16 acres RS15, and 44.13 acres RS22 zoning districts. It's a master plan community and development agreement subdivision preliminary plat approval for Deer Flat Ranch subdivision on 8 parcels addressed at 0, 2715, 2320, 2923 South Midland Boulevard, 000, and 10375 East Locust Lane and 10255 Locust Lane for Scott Keto representing Loveless Keto Lakeside Venues, LLC, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
So moved, under suspension of rules.
I got
Oh, I'm sorry.
And it's a really long one.
It's a long one.
It's a really long one.
An ordinance of the City of Napa, Idaho, determined that certain lands commonly known as 02715 and 2923 South Midland Boulevard, 000 and 10375 East Locust Lane, and 10255 Locust Lane. Parcels number R29230, R29201, R29292, R29325, R29294, R292944012, R292944010, and R292944011, located in the northeast 1/4 of Section 8, Township 2 North, Range 2 West, Boise, Meridian, totaling 259.95 acres, more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Napa, Canyon County, State of Idaho. And that said land should be annexed into the City of Napa and be zoned AG agricultural on 144.14 acres, more or less, RS4 single-family residential on 12.64 acres, more or less, and RS7 single-family residential on 2.88 acres, more or less, and RS8.5 single-family residential on 26.62 acres, more or less, and RS15 single-family residential on 9.16 acres, more or less, and RS22 single-family residential on 44.13 acres, more or less, and BC community business on 20.6 acres, more or less, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the city of Napa. Determining that said annexation and zoning has the consent of the landowners, it is contiguous to the city limits, and it is consistent with a comprehensive plan. Directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said property to the official zoning maps of the city of Napa and to designate said properties as AG agricultural, RS4 single-family residential, RS7 single-family residential, RS8.5 single-family residential, RS15 single-family residential, RS22 single-family residential, and BC community business, as set forth herein on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for conditions of approval and master plan community, providing for recordation subject to the terms of that certain development agreement between the applicant and the city, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
I move to approve under suspension of rules.
Second.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ingula. Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
And our last one is 10-4. It's an action item. It's the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to RS 8.5 and a potential development agreement at 3106 South Stanford Street. This is a 0.29 acre parcel for Scott Graviet, representing Carroll Graviet Trust. And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determine that certain lands commonly known as 3106 South Stanford, parcel number R29249, located in the southeast 1/4 of Section 4, Township 2 North, Range 2 West, Boise Meridian, totaling 0.29 acres more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Napa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Napa and be zoned RS 8.5 single-family residential on 0.29 acres more or less, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Napa, determining that said annexation and zoning has the consent of the landowners, it is contiguous to the city limits, and it is consistent with the comprehensive plan, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said properties to the official zoning maps of the City of Napa, and to designate said properties as RS 8.5 single-family residential, as set forth herein on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for conditions of approval, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Madam Mayor, I move this pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Ingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
And I would stand for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you all.